Chapter 2181. Zichen's purpose in leaving the nickel starfield was to avoid running into the people of the Doff family. Although his current combat strength was not weak, and he had so many powerhouses following him, he still lacked high-end combat strength. Xing Chen had a saint-level physical body, but he had not encountered his so-called opportunity. Although he could slaughter false saints, in the end, he could not fight against a saint. Dazzling's opportunity was enough, but it was a pity that to become a stronger saint than Zichen, it would still take a long time. Huan Kai still had not refined a piece of saint crystal, so he was not considered a saint for the time being. It could be said that Zichen's team had great potential, but for the time being, they were still lacking in high-end combat strength. What this team with potential needed the most now was time. Zichen, who had come here, planned to find a rundown planet for everyone to cultivate in seclusion for a while and stabilize their progress. However, after coming to this starfield, he found that this place had been well managed by the Zambu family, and there was not a single rundown planet. It was said that every time a planet was run down, a saint from the Zambu family would appear and destroy the planet, causing it to be completely destroyed. Any planet that had cultivators living on it belonged to the Zambu family. The entire starfield was like the private property of the Zambu family. Even the residences of other families belonged to the Zambu family. If they were stationed here, they could receive the Zambu family's protection, but they also had to pay a certain rental fee. The entire starfield was completely monolithic, and all the forces lived under the wings of the Zambu family. If Zichen wanted to use the same method to destroy the Zambu family, it would obviously be unrealistic. There were many empty planets here, all for the foreign forces to rent. They could take root here and stay for a long time, receiving the Zambu family's protection. They could also cultivate in seclusion on a special planet, and under normal circumstances, no one would disturb them. Let's rent a planet too. Zichen thought for a while and said. The cost of renting a planet was not very high, and with so many of them, they really needed a decent place. Darren was in charge of this matter. He had already received everyone's approval and was the steward of the team. He walked into a shop belonging to the Zambu family. A moment later, he came out with a ball of light in his hand. Planet 88, 1,000 attributeless crystals a year, and the rent starts at 100 years. Seeing that we are new faces, they gave us a 20% discount. Zichen nodded and said, the price is fair. To be able to rent a planet, it was obvious that some forces would be able to accept the price of 1,000 attribute-less crystals a year. However, Zichen wouldn't stay here for more than 100 years. Even if he could, the forces on this lifestar wouldn't be able to resist that long. Under the guidance of a specialist, the four of them arrived at planet number 88. The spirit energy here was quite dense. There were large open spaces, forests, and highlands. This place has already been checked, and there are no star beasts with the potential to reach the saint level. Everyone can stay here without worry. The cultivator who led them here explained the rules of this place in detail, then turned around and left. For the next 100 years, this planet would belong to Zichen and the others. Without his permission, no one would be able to set foot on it. If anyone set foot on it rashly, the enforcers of the Zambu starfield would take action. It was said that there were 3 saint-level commanders among the enforcers. Before they had the strength to deal with the saint-level commanders, no one dared to violate the rules here. Zichen was very surprised by the way this place was managed. He took out the myriad origin cauldron and released all the cultivators inside. Everyone would be staying here for a while, so they needed to build some residences. This was very simple for everyone, whose weakest was in the heaven realm. They could summon all kinds of origin laws and build all kinds of buildings, but these buildings would not be protected by spirit arrays. Zichen's castle was independent. This was deliberately requested by Zichen. In addition to cultivating here, he would also refine some saint crystals. If an accident happened, it would only be his own residence that would be destroyed. In just 2 days, all kinds of castles had been built here, and the vitality had become much richer. Zichen did not immediately immerse himself in the process of refining saint crystals. He was constantly stimulating the energy of the heart of the divine God. At the same time, He deliberately urged the rainbow holy tree to absorb saint power to strengthen the transformation of his body. He had to admit that the current him was much stronger than when he left the Rakshasa starfield. The saint power condensed in his body had also become denser. Next, he would do his best to improve his strength. Xingqiang was a member of the Zambu clan. He was a false saint and was in charge of planets 80 to 100. When these planets were not rented out, he would occasionally go to those planets to check if there were any abnormalities. Once someone took over, he would go and greet them. This was because in the following years, he would be in charge of everything on this planet, just like an external housekeeper. If anything happened here, he would be the one to communicate with the Zambu clan. Of course, in addition to the necessary services, it was also necessary to go and see who had come to rent a planet. After learning that Planet 88 had been rented for 100 years, Xingqiang did not immediately go. Instead, he waited for 7 days before heading to Planet 88. Zambu clan, the person in charge of Planet 88, Xingqiang, is here to pay a visit. Standing outside Planet 88, Xingqiang's voice was heard. Come in. A faint voice sounded. The surface of the planet flickered, and a passage similar to a spatial portal appeared. On Zambu planet, every rented planet was given a number. At the same time, there was a formation built on each planet with a number. These formations were not powerful and could be broken by a half-saint. They were mainly used for sensing. Once they were destroyed by force, the Zambu clan would be able to sense it immediately and send out a law enforcement team as soon as possible. Walking into the portal, Xingqiang saw a middle-aged man. He was only in the heaven realm. He looked at Xingqiang and said, "Welcome. My name is Darren, and I'm the manager here." There was a difference in realm between a false divine realm and a heaven realm expert. There was also a half-saint between them. The gap was not small. Although Xingqiang's expression did not change much when he heard Darren's words, he inevitably underestimated the other party. In his opinion, if a mere heaven realm expert could be the manager, even if the existence of this place intended to establish a force, it would be an extremely inconspicuous one. It was very likely that there was only one false divine realm expert. He had encountered a lot of similar situations. As soon as he became a false divine realm expert, he did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. He found a group of people to establish a force and become famous on the Star Road. Darren stood in front of Xingqiang. He did not salute him, nor did he show a respectful look. His casual attitude made Xingqiang raise his eyebrows slightly. "I heard that you have rented this place. I'm the person in charge here. You can come to me if you need anything in the future. This time, I'm here on official business. I'm here to check it out and get acquainted with it. By the way, are you going to establish a force? Who is your leader?" Darren followed Xingqiang forward. "We're just cultivating in seclusion here. We don't intend to establish a force. My master is cultivating, so it's inconvenient to disturb him." "Inconvenient to disturb? You're so arrogant." Xingqiang snorted and emphasized his tone. A mere false divine realm expert did not come to see him. In his opinion, that guy was purely putting on airs. Xingqiang was very familiar with this planet. It used to be empty, but in just 7 days, there were many buildings here. These buildings had their own characteristics. Some were burning with flames, some seemed to be made of ice, exuding cold air, and some were floating directly in the air. Xingqiang was very surprised by the number of these buildings. Obviously, there were many people living here, and 1 or 2 cultivators could be seen coming in and out from time to time. Looking at this scale, it should be enough to establish a small force. Xingqiang thought so, but he was still very disdainful. He did not have the intention to overestimate these people, so he boldly released his spiritual thoughts, wanting to see what was going on here. He had done this kind of thing many times. He had no other malice, but purely to save trouble. With his identity and strength as a false divine realm expert, no one dared to do anything to him. Moreover, he had always insisted in his heart that this kind of tyrannical approach was actually for their own good. He wanted to let them know that it was not a joke to establish a force. The prerequisite was that they needed to be strong enough. Darren's realm was too low, so he did not know what the other party was doing. Therefore, His expression did not change. Xing Chang's spiritual thoughts extended in a very barbaric way, sweeping across this world. The spiritual thoughts of a false divine realm expert could directly explore this world. But unlike before, this time, Xing Chang's spiritual thoughts wantonly extended. Not only did he get a counterattack, but he also got an even more barbaric counterattack. Who is it? You're courting death. Similar spiritual thoughts burst out one after another. At the same time, spiritual thoughts that were much stronger than Xing Chang's extended from all directions, intercepting Xing Chang's spiritual thoughts halfway. These spiritual thoughts were very strong, with a strong murderous aura, causing Xing Chang's expression to change drastically. He quickly withdrew his spiritual thoughts, but it was still too late. When his spiritual thoughts returned, his face was already pale, and he directly coughed up a mouthful of blood. What's wrong with you? Delon looked at the guy who was speaking normally but suddenly vomited blood. Swoosh. 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 Then, streams of light appeared. Their bodies surged with a terrifying aura, and they appeared all around. Each of them stared coldly at Xing Chang, whose face had turned pale. Looking at these people around him, Xing Chang was completely scared out of his wits. Everyone here was a false divine realm expert like him, and the aura they released was even stronger than his. Judging from the murderous aura they naturally exuded, these people were not only the best among their peers, but also had killed existences of the same level. Moreover, there was not only one such existence as he had guessed before. There were dozens of them, and the aura they exuded made him feel very depressed. Chapter 2182. Darren, who is this guy? Staring coldly at Xing Chang, a false divine said coldly. He's the person in charge of this planet. He said he came here to take a look and has no hostility. Darren chuckled. That false divine nodded, then looked at Xing Chang and said coldly, fortunately, you don't have any evil intentions. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to leave. Xing Chang nodded. He also knew that his behavior was too abrupt. Moreover, he did sense the danger of death just now. He bowed to that false divine and said, Xing Chang was indeed a bit rash just now. I hope leader doesn't take offense. I'm Xing Chang from the Zambo family. How should I address you, leader? Xing Chang thought that there was nothing wrong with his attitude, but when he raised his head, he found that everyone was looking at him with strange expressions. Seeing their strange expressions, Xing Chang was astonished. He didn't know where he had said the wrong thing. Haha, Libwa, he said you're the leader. Do you look like the leader? A false divine with a strange expression couldn't help but laugh. The others also roared with laughter. Scram, how do I not look like the leader? Let me tell you, when the Lord isn't here, I'm the leader. The false divine called Libwa held his head high and said, if you're not convinced, feel free to challenge me. Haha, you want to be the leader? Have you asked Lord Xing Chen? Another person joked. I just said that when the Lord isn't here, I'm the leader. Of course, that includes Lord Xing Chen and Lord Guangyao. Libwa said loudly, even if Darren is here, I still dare to call myself the leader. In the future, I'll be your leader. What about Huan Kai? Another person said with a grin. Libwa was startled, then said with dissatisfaction, that guy doesn't count. Who told him to be so lucky? The surroundings roared with laughter, but Xing Chang was dumbfounded. Hearing the other party's words, there were at least 4 people here who were stronger than him. Stronger than a false divine, what realm would that be? An inconceivable thought suddenly appeared in Xing Chang's mind. This made Xing Chang's forehead immediately break out in cold sweat. It seemed that his words were very funny. Many people appeared from afar and stood there, laughing at the fake saint who gave Xing Chang the feeling that he was the leader. Among these people, there were quite a few Heaven Realm experts, but the aura they exuded was still very terrifying. In addition to these people, there was another group of people in another direction. Shortly after, Xing Chang was sensitive enough to recognize that the auras emitted from them were different from his. Those smiling existences all came from life stars. Since when did this star passage have so many experts from life stars? Xing Chang's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Only now did he realize that he had come too abruptly. What's going on? Just when Xing didn't know how to end the situation, a gentle voice suddenly sounded from not far away. The crowd parted and Chen walked over. Dazzling and Xing followed behind him. "What's going on?" Chen looked at Darren and asked. Darren respectfully bowed and said, "He's a member of the Zambu family. He's also the person in charge of this planet. Today, he's just here to take a look." Chen nodded at Xing. Then, he looked at the people around and waved his hand. "All right, you can all leave." Everyone turned around and left with a resentful face. At the same time, those false saints didn't forget to glare at Xing. You're the leader of this place." Xing looked at Chen in disbelief because he found that the other was just a heaven realm expert. It should be known that he had just seen dozens of false saints. Subconsciously, he thought that a heaven realm expert couldn't be the leader. Sort of. "Do you have anything else to say?" Chen looked at the other and asked indifferently. "No, I'm just here to take a look. If you need anything, you can call me. This is my communication bead." Meeting Chen's eyes, Xing didn't know why his heart tightened. He subconsciously shook his head and spoke very politely. Then, he took out a communication bead. "Then I'm sorry to trouble you." "Oh, I'm Chen. I'm from the Life Star." Chen smiled. Darren took the communication bead first. "My name is Xing." Xing found that he was actually a little nervous talking to this heaven realm expert. He stuttered. Only when Chen turned around and left did he come back to his senses. Then, he saw Brilliant behind Chen. He was immediately dazed, feeling like he was a celestial being. Xing didn't know how he left. It seemed that Darren had sent him out. He was a little absent-minded along the way. Of course, it wasn't just because of Brilliant's appearance. It was also because of those false saints that made him feel scared. Leader Chen, who was just a heaven realm expert, made him very nervous. "I heard that the existences from the Life Star have always been oppressed. Since when did they have such a strong troop? It's strange." On the way back, Xing mind was heavy. When he got back to his house, he made up his mind. "It's strange. I have to report it to the family. I believe that with the family's means, they can find out their background and problems." That day, Xing walked directly to the family. As the manager of 20 planets and a pseudo-saint, Xing still had some status in the family. However, with his position, he wasn't qualified to meet the high-level saints of the Zambu family. Thus, he could only send the message to the steward of the family. When the steward heard that a heaven realm expert was the leader who had dozens of false saints under his command, he also felt strange. Moreover, most of those people were from the Life Star. Currently, no force paid attention to Life Stars. However, they used to be incomparably glorious. That year, that man was a clear example. Just him alone had shaken the entire star passage. Thus, the real aristocratic families were very concerned about the unique existences of Life Stars. The steward was very concerned about this matter. He purposely went back to check for some clues. However, it didn't matter. After checking, he was startled. It was said that the destruction of the 2 overlords in Nickel Star area was related to Life Stars. Moreover, a heaven realm expert called Chen had killed several real saints. Chen. It seems that the man Xing mentioned is Chen. After guessing that it wasn't someone with the same name, the steward was shaken. He immediately sent the message to the higher-ups. Of course, the higher-ups who could handle this were the saints, the real saints. Xing didn't expect that a saint of the family would meet him the next day. Moreover, it was Saint Zambu Haoming, the most prestigious person in the family. In the lobby, Zambu Haoming was sitting while Xing was standing next to him. The other didn't release any aura, but Xing felt suffocated. At this moment, Zambu Haoming was holding some glowing papers. He was reading them carefully, but he didn't say anything. Xing stood next to him. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly. After a long time, Zambu Haoming put down the papers and lifted his head to look at the nervous Xing. He asked, "I heard that a group of special people came to the planet you manage." "Yes, many of them are at the false saint realm. However, Their leader is a heaven realm expert. Looking at their faces, I don't think they're flattering you. They really admire you. Moreover, most of them come from life stars. Xingqiang first bowed and then told him everything. Do you know the name of that heaven realm leader? Asked Zambu Haoming. Yes, his Zichen. Xingqiang nodded. See if it's this man. Zambu Haoming handed the glowing paper to Xingqiang. Xingqiang looked down and saw a figure depicted on the paper. The figure was dressed in a black robe and held a black scabbard in his hand. His expression was very cold. Although his aura was completely different from the Zichen he saw, they looked exactly the same. Xingqiang nodded. Yes, it's him. Zambu Haoming's expression changed. He then asked in a low voice, You didn't offend him, did you? Xingqiang was startled. He didn't understand what he meant. Look at this and tell me if I offended him. Zambu Haoming threw the papers in his hand to him. His tone became very cold. Xingqiang took it, puzzled. He then turned to the first page. On the second page, there was some writing. It was about what this cultivator called Zichen had done. As he read on, his face gradually turned pale. In the end, when he saw that the two great families in the Nickel Star Zone had been destroyed and all 9 saints had been killed, there was no trace of blood on his face. Now he understood what Zambu Haoming meant. If he offended such an existence, his entire family would be implicated. He shook his head in horror. I didn't offend him. I didn't offend him. However, in the end, he gradually lost his confidence. He said, I don't think I offended him. What do you mean by I don't think so? Tell me what happened. Zambu Haoming's tone became very cold. Xingqiang could only tell him everything that had happened, including his own thoughts. The other party was able to kill 9 saints. Regardless of whether it was true or not, the destruction of the 2 aristocratic families was real. Such an existence was absolutely terrifying, so he did not dare to lie in the slightest. Zambu Haoming's cold expression gradually eased. Finally, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, According to what you said, you really didn't offend him. An existence who can kill a saint is definitely not so petty. Moreover, he took the initiative to say his name. I believe he won't hold a grudge against you. Xingqiang quickly nodded. He also hoped so. He had heard about the destruction of the 2 great families in the Nickel Star Zone, but who would have thought that he would meet the person who had destroyed them? At this moment, a voice suddenly came from outside. Sir, bad news. Saint Vast Beginning has gone to Planet 88. What? Zambu Haoming, who had just relaxed, instantly changed his expression. Chapter 2183. In the star path, a star field was in turmoil and fell into a chaotic war. This was naturally a sensational matter. If the star path was at its most glorious, the party that caused trouble would be punished by the enforcers. But now, the star path had changed greatly. The enforcers were the overlords, so no one would care if the overlords themselves were destroyed. During the chaos in the Nickel Starfield, news came from the Zanbu Starfield almost every day. As the youngest saint of the Zanbu family, Zanbu Haochu was very interested after hearing about what happened in the Nickel Starfield. If it wasn't for the fact that his family explicitly forbade him from interfering in the interests of other starfields, he probably would have gone to the Nickel Starfield. But when he heard that Zichen had come to the Zanbu Starfield, he immediately flew to the 88th Starfield. The operating restriction on the 88th Starfield stopped for a moment, and a figure rushed out. At this moment, on the planet, Darren looked up in confusion. He had just sensed an abnormality in the formation, but he didn't find anything. With a puzzled expression, he obviously didn't think it was an illusion, so he turned around and went to the hall where Zichen was. The others didn't notice anything unusual. Zichen and the others, who were in the middle of a discussion, suddenly had a change in expression. Brilliant suddenly said, "A saint has rashly intruded." Standing up from his seat, Zichen walked to the door of the hall. When he was outside, he looked up at a certain place in the void. His eyes were like sharp swords that pierced the void, and his expression gradually became cold. "Huh! You can see me?" A surprised voice came from the sky, and a young figure appeared. The other party's figure was rather thin and he wore a luxurious long robe. His rather handsome face carried a trace of surprise as he looked at Zi Chen in astonishment. "Lord." Darren's nervous voice came from the distance, but when the latter arrived and saw the young man in the sky, his expression changed instantly. "What's the matter?" Zi Chen looked back at Darren. "Just now, I sensed that the restriction was touched by an external force, so I came to tell you, Lord," Darren said. "So you're saying that an outsider has forced his way in?" Zi Chen frowned. "Yes." Darren nodded. "Inform the Zambo family that there are intruders. Have them deal with this matter." "Yes." Darren answered and left. The young saint standing in the sky was ignored by Zi Chen. He looked at Zi Chen with interest. After a while, he smiled and said, "Do you think the Zambo family can control me?" When Zi Chen heard this, he raised his head to look at the other party. The other party's youth was beyond his expectations, but that was all. He said calmly, "Whether or not I can control them, we'll know when they come." The young man shook his head and said, "I'm not interested in knowing whether they can control it or not. Besides, I'm not here to play riddles with you. I know your name is Zi Chen and I know where you're from. My purpose is very simple. I want to fight with you." "A saint wants to fight with me, a heaven realm cultivator," Zi Chen said sarcastically. "Since I know your name, I naturally know that your strength can't be measured by your realm. My name is Haochu. I want to see if you're as terrifying as the rumors say." The young man's eyes shone with a fiery light, and his fighting spirit rose. "I won't fight with you." Zi Chen shook his head and said, "Why? Are you afraid?" The young man's lips curled up slightly. He sneered and said, "If you're afraid, then I won't force you. Give her to me, and I'll turn around and leave." The young man pointed at the brilliant light with a smile on his face. "I'm indeed a little afraid. But I'm not afraid of losing to you. I'm afraid of accidentally killing you." Zi Chen's voice became cold. "I only kill saints. I never spar with saints." "What big words. Are you threatening me? Then come and try." The young man's face turned cold, and his saint aura surged around him. The cultivators in the other regions all rushed over as streams of light when they sensed the abnormal saint aura. When they saw the young man standing in the sky, their murderous auras surged and their eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. "Today, you have to fight even if you don't want to." The saint aura began to surge, and the pressure in the sky became even stronger. Whether it was Zi Chen or the heaven realm cultivators, they did not retreat in the face of this saint aura. "You can leave. I don't want to kill you." Zi Chen's words were cold. He was not lying. He was only in the heaven realm, and could not control his power freely. He had to use his full strength. He was good at killing people, and he was confident that he could kill his opponent here, but he was definitely not good at sparring. However, the saint in front of him was clearly a stubborn person. Furthermore, he was a battle maniac. Furthermore, his background was not to be underestimated. This caused Zi Chen, who did not want to cause trouble here, to frown. The atmosphere was very oppressive. The young man was not willing to back down. He was excited to see the hunt, and he just wanted to fight. There was silence all around, and a cold aura surged. The young man said coldly, "Zi Chen, make your move." Zi Chen frowned. His eyes narrowed, and there was a murderous intent surging in them. "Stop." At this moment, a loud shout rang out, and then two figures broke through the restriction and descended from the sky. One of them was Xingchang, who he had seen yesterday. But the latter's face was now pale, and his eyes were full of fear as he looked at Zi Chen. No wonder he was a terrifying existence who had killed several saints. He actually wanted to kill Zanbu Haochu. The other person had an appearance that was somewhat similar to the young man. He seemed to be the young man's father or someone close to him. However, at that moment, his face was filled with anger. He said to the young man, "Nonsense. This is simply nonsense." The young man, who had been surging with saint power, not only restrained his aura, but also looked as if he had been wronged. He said, "Big brother, I just came to spar with him. Who knew that he wanted to kill me?" The guilty party complained first. The other party's expression and tone surprised Zi Chen. Moreover, The other party's address was also out of Zi Chen's expectations. "Shut up," Yi Zichen said. After coldly glaring at the young man, the other party turned to look at Zi Chen. After cupping his fists from afar, he said kindly, "I am Zanbu Haoming of the Zanbu family. This is my younger brother, Zanbu Haochu. My younger brother is naturally warlike and reckless. I hope Sir Zi Chen doesn't mind." This kind of attitude was definitely treated as if they were equals. This was not because the other party was polite, but because he knew Zi Chen's background. Zi Chen, who had killed several saints, had the qualifications to stand shoulder to shoulder with saints. Zi Chen cupped his fists and said, "It's okay. It's just a small matter. However, I'm afraid this matter has broken your rules." At this moment, Zi Chen could sense that many cultivators had already arrived outside this world. They were all wearing the same uniform and should be the law enforcers of the Zanbu family. They had arrived in a timely manner, but this matter was very special. Obviously, they could not smoothly enforce the law, including one of the saints. "This matter is our fault. It's our fault for not managing it well. We are willing to pay 10 times the rent. Big brother, why should you apologize? I just came to spar with him, not to cause trouble. However, he really wanted to kill me just now," Zanbu Haochu said with an aggrieved expression. "Who wants to kill my younger brother?" A cold voice suddenly sounded from the outside world, followed by the appearance of another saint's aura. This time, it was a woman who appeared. She wore a tight leather armor that outlined her fiery figure. She wore a pair of black leather boots. Wherever she passed, ripples would appear in the world. Her long and narrow eyes shone with a hint of coldness. "Second sister, why are you here?" Seeing this woman, Zanbu Haochu was very surprised, but then his expression changed. He pointed at Zi Chen and said, "Second sister, it's him. I just came to spar with him, but he wanted to kill me. You're just a heaven realm cultivator. What big words. You're not worthy to kill my younger brother." The woman stared at Zi Chen and said coldly, "Both of you, shut up." Zanbu Haoming shouted angrily and said to the woman, "Zanbu Haolin, take Zanbu Haochu and disappear immediately. Big brother, my younger brother was bullied. We should seek justice," the woman said coldly. "Shut up and disappear before I get angry. Otherwise, I'll put you in confinement for 1,000 years. The woman wanted to say something more, but after seeing her big brother's cold expression, she knew that her big brother was really angry. She fiercely stomped at the sky, and a large area of the void shattered. She turned around and grabbed Zanbu Haochu's ear and said fiercely, "Tell me, what trouble did you cause this time?" "Ouch. Second sister, I really didn't cause trouble. It was that guy who wanted to kill me." "Ouch. Second sister, be gentle. I really didn't cause trouble this time." Even with Zi Chen's experience, he was stunned for a full 3 seconds in the face of this situation. It was already very impressive for other families to have 3 saints in one family. It was also very impressive for a family to have 3 saints. However, the situation in front of him seemed to have 3 saints in one family. The 3 of them were obviously siblings. Moreover, it seemed that the sister and brother were a little too strange. This big brother, on the other hand, looked quite normal. "That's my second sister. She hasn't returned for a long time. I don't know what's wrong with her today, but she suddenly came back. She doesn't know what's going on at all. She's just blindly protecting her. Brother Zi Chen, please don't laugh." Zanbu Haoming landed and said politely to Zi Chen. Xing Chang followed closely behind. "Forget it. It's just a misunderstanding." Zi Chen waved his hand. After all, they didn't do anything and had already agreed to compensate him. Their attitude was surprisingly good, so he didn't know what to say. Moreover, he came here to cultivate in seclusion. Although he wasn't afraid of trouble, he wasn't here to cause trouble either. After that, Zi Chen led the 2 into the main hall, where Brilliant served tea and snacks. Brother Zi Chen is indeed magnanimous. I wonder if Brother Zi Chen is here to establish a faction or just to stay for a short while? Zanbu Haoming asked as he gently put down the teacup Brilliant handed him with both hands and nodded his thanks. "I'm only here for a short while. I'll be leaving soon," Zi Chen said. "That's a pity. I thought that Brother Chen would establish a faction here. By the way, I've heard about Brother Chen's demeanor recently. I believe that it would be great to be Brother Chen's neighbor. Zanbu Haoming sighed and said regretfully. It was hard to tell whether he was being sincere or not. At the same time, in the Zanbu family, Zanbu Haolin's pretty face was full of shock. What did you say? That Heaven Realm expert just now is that person's disciple. He killed 9 pseudo-saints. Chapter 2184. Really? He's just a Heaven Realm expert. How can he be so strong? Zanbu Haolin looked skeptical. Of course it's true. The Nico family and the Geng family are completely finished. Otherwise, why would I find a Heaven Realm expert to spar with? Now, some people from those 2 families have come to our place and rented a few planets. I got all the information from them. I can guarantee that it's first-hand news. However, Big Brother, I'm sure you know about it, Zanbu Haoming said seriously. In that case, that Heaven Realm expert does have some tricks up his sleeve. Zanbu Haolin nodded and said, but you're too reckless. Why did you provoke that kind of existence for no reason? Zanbu Haochu said with an unconvinced expression, I just wanted to spar with him. I was curious about that person's disciple. Who would have thought that guy would be so arrogant? He said he wouldn't fight with me, so I used that woman to provoke him. He said it would only be a life-and-death battle, so I deliberately provoked him again. As a result, I felt killing intent from him. He wanted to kill me. Are you an idiot? He's just a Heaven Realm expert. He'll definitely use his full strength to fight someone of a higher realm. How can he control his strength when he's at full strength? Zanbu Haolin glared at Zanbu Haochu with her long and narrow eyes. So what? He can really kill me. That guy is very smart. When I first appeared, he guessed that I was from the Zanbu family. Zanbu Haolin stretched out her jade finger and tapped Haochu's forehead, saying, I said you're an idiot, but you're being stupid again. He can't control his strength. When he uses his full strength, of course he'll kill you. Fortunately, I arrived early and saved your life. If I was late, you would have been killed long ago. Speaking of which, I saved your life, so you have to repay me. It seems that Big Brother went first. Besides, even if he can kill me, we can at least fight for several days and nights. When the others arrive, he won't dare to do anything. Whatever. Anyway, I saved your life. You have to repay me. Just as the siblings were chatting happily, a cold snort came from outside the door. Zanbu Haolin walked in with a dark face. Big Brother. Big Brother. The 2 of them shouted in unison. Seeing that Zanbu Haoming had no reaction, Zanbu Haolin also glared at Zanbu Haochu, implying that it was all his fault for angering her big brother. Don't go there if you have nothing to do in the future. Zanbu Haoming said with a gloomy face, Chen is an existence who has killed several saints. Is he someone you can casually provoke? If I hadn't arrived early today, you would have caused a disaster. It doesn't matter if you die, but don't implicate your family. Big Brother, although I was wrong in this matter, you can't boost the morale of others and diminish your own prestige. That Chen does have some tricks up his sleeve, but they aren't enough to threaten our Zambo family. Our family is a solid block of iron. Chen's little tricks are useless against us. Mph, you still dare to quibble. Those tricks are useless, but if we really fight, even if we kill Chen, how many people on our side will die? Have you thought about it? He's someone who has killed several saints. If he goes all out to fight back, I'm afraid half of the saints in our family will die. Is it worth it? The 2 of them lowered their heads and stopped talking. Every saint in the family was crucial. Losing one of them was huge, let alone losing half of them. Let's forget about this matter. Don't provoke him in the future. That place will be a forbidden zone for the 2 of you from now on. Zanbu Haoming's words were very harsh. He also believed that these 2 were not children and knew the severity of the matter. He believed that they would not trouble Chen in the future. However, the next day, Zanbu Haoming received news that Zanbu Haochu had gone to Planet 88 again. How long does this little bastard want to be a fool? Zanbu Haoming slammed the table and stood up with an angry face. He just went to apologize. He didn't do anything wrong. Zanbu Haolin's voice sounded outside the door. Apologize. Who would believe that? I asked him to go. How dare he not go? Looking at Zanbu Haochu, who had barged into Planet 88 again and taken the initiative to appear in front of him, Zichen said, "Do you still think that the compensation yesterday was not enough?" Yesterday, according to Zanbu Haoming's instructions, they had compensated them 10 times the cost. As a result, Zichen had made a small profit this time. Moreover, before leaving, Zanbu Haoming had promised that no one would disturb Zichen again. But today, this master had come again. My family has a lot of resources. Just ask them to compensate. Zanbu Haochu didn't seem to care about resources, but the next second, he looked at Zichen and said, I know why you can't fight at will. How about this? Let's fight again. I'll suppress my realm to heaven realm. Zichen shook his head and said, No. Why? Zanbu Haochu said in confusion, Let's fight with heaven realm. I just want to see how strong that person's disciple is. Zichen looked at Zanbu Haochu and said seriously, If we're both in heaven realm, I'm afraid I'll kill you with one move. My second sister said that you can't control your energy when you fight a saint, but this doesn't happen when you're in heaven realm. Let's fight. After the fight, I won't come to you again, Zanbu Haochu pleaded. Zichen turned around and looked at Zanbu Haochu in surprise. He said, Your stupid second sister has such an opinion. Zichen, I'm warning you. Don't insult my second sister. Just tell me whether you want to fight or not. If you don't, I'll tell my second sister what you said. You'll be in a lot of trouble. No. Even if I suppress my strength, I can easily kill you at the same level. With that, Zichen walked into the hall, and the door behind him closed naturally. Zanbu Haochu wanted to force his way in, but he thought of something and didn't break the door in the end. Instead, he stood outside and shouted, Zichen, if you don't fight with me, then I'll wait outside your door and won't leave. Up to you. Remember to bring 10 times the compensation. Zichen's voice sounded from inside. Isn't it just compensation? I have a lot of it at home. I'll get someone to send it over tomorrow. Not 10 times, but 20 times. Send it over with mine tomorrow, Zanbu Haochu shouted outside the door. Zichen underestimated Zanbu Haochu's determination, or rather, his stubbornness. The other party had been waiting outside for several days. When he saw Zichen, he threatened to fight. It could be said that he didn't leave Zichen's side at all. This made Zichen speechless. Naturally, he couldn't beat him, nor could he scold him. As for the resource compensation, every time the other party came, he would bring 10 times the resources. Zichen really couldn't find any other reason. Helplessly, he could only tell Xingchen to let Zanbu Haochu go. As for the resource compensation, he didn't want to provoke Zanbu Haoming's resentment over these resources that he didn't care about. Moreover, this place was considered the Zanbu family's territory, so he just let Zanbu Haochu go. After making this decision, Zichen had to start condensing saint crystals in advance. Therefore, he ordered Deren to find a few cultivators with powerful battle strength but relatively few laws. Of course, this group of people would be chosen from the slaves on the Life Star. Compared to others, Zichen trusted them more. Therefore, in the next few days, Deren also became a hot commodity. Everyone gathered around him, trying to curry favor with him. Everyone knew that Zichen didn't need to be paid for condensing saint crystals. Now, as long as they put in a few good words for Deren, once they were chosen, they would become a saint. Where else could they find such a good deal? In the end, Deren found 2 people who met Zichen's requirements. Zichen also had an impression of the 2. One was called Xin Yu, from the Reichen star domain, and the other was called Hua Rong, whom Zichen saved in the Fort Gang Trading Center. That night, Zichen constantly sensed the energy of the 2 people. After the sky slightly brightened, he signaled the 2 to leave. He believed that the Lord would come again in a moment, so Zichen had to hurry. Zichen, I'm here again. Don't look down on me. Let me tell you, I'll still take the resources this time. Rules are rules, and they can't be broken. Today, I'll give you 10 times the resources. Sure enough, as soon as the sky brightened, Zonbiyu Haochu's voice sounded outside Zichen's residence. Everyone was already used to this scene. Moreover, that was a true saint. Fortunately, everyone pretended not to see it. Most importantly, this person had a good character. Every time he came, he would take a lot of resources. Although Zichen didn't care for these resources, it was a very rich resource for them. Ha! In the hall, Zichen sighed, turned into a stream of light, and entered the universe origin cauldron. This saint was so strange that Zichen couldn't bear it. Time passed, and Zonbiyu Haochu came every day. Apart from shouting outside Zichen's room early in the morning, he would stay until it was dark before leaving. During this time, he would chat with Xingchen and Brilliant to pass the time. However, Brilliant also appeared and disappeared mysteriously. He was often in closed-door cultivation and didn't like Zonbiyu Haochu. On the other hand, Xingchen had nothing to do. The two often chatted, and he had a good relationship with Xingchen. Zichen is already in closed-door cultivation. It's useless for you to continue to stay here. One day, Xingchen, who was embarrassed to accept so many resources, said to him, "If I shout like this every day, he won't be able to rest in peace." Zonbiyu Haochu said, "Your voice is very simple. A restriction can isolate it. My voice contains energy vibrations that can penetrate restrictions. That's an ordinary restriction. Zichen's restriction is extraordinary. Then what should I do? You go back first. When Zichen comes out of closed-door cultivation, I'll inform you." This method obviously couldn't send Zonbiyu Haochu away. The latter came for a few more days, but not only did he not see Zichen's shadow, but he also couldn't even hear Zichen's voice. One day, when the two were chatting, Zonbiyu Haochu's eyes lit up and he said, "Anyway, you and I have nothing to do. Why don't we spar?" "How can I do that? I'm not a saint," Xingchen said in a daze. "Then we'll spar with whatever you're good at," Zonbiyu Haochu said indifferently. "I'm good at physical combat." "Okay, then let's have physical combat. This kind of head-on real combat is more interesting." The two of them decided on this simply. After a quarter of an hour, Zonbiyu Haochu walked out of a space with a bruised and swollen face. Chapter 2185. Ever since the last battle, Zambu Haochu had been completely defeated by Xingchen. The latter no longer clamored to fight Zichen, but he still came here every day with the purpose of fighting Xingchen. Xingchen had a saint-level physical body. Although he could not unleash its true power, it was enough to deal with Zambu Haochu's so-called exchange of pointers. Therefore, Zambu Haochu came here happily every day, but left with a bloody nose and a swollen face. It was worth mentioning that the other party no longer looked for Zichen to fight because he had obtained Xingchen's approval. Therefore, he did not have to pay any compensation. The loss of such a big financial backer made many cultivators feel sad. When they looked at Zon Buhao again, they were not as friendly. "Xingchen, I feel that my physical body has become stronger. Let's fight again." Another morning, Zambu Haochu, who had recovered, came to look for Xingchen again as usual. "You're addicted to being beaten." Looking at Zambu Haochu, Xingchen could not help but laugh. However, he had to admit that he had a good impression of Zambu Haochu. After the other party found out that he had a saint-level physical body, he was very shocked. After the shock, he was very excited, but there was no greed. He was not tempted by a saint-level physical body. Although this guy was a little strange, he was still a gentleman. He had already been beaten for more than a month, and he had not complained at all. Even the people of the Zambo family had not come here to remind him of anything. Another battle. The result was not unexpected. Zambu Haochu was still bruised and swollen. In the universal origin cauldron, Zichen first cultivated quietly for a month. When his mind was completely refreshed, he began to condense the sacred crystal. This time, the two people that Darren had chosen for him had mastered 5 types of laws. Zichen also had those law chips, so he took out 3 of them. Zichen was already familiar with the smelting process. This process was relatively time-consuming. A total of 5 types of laws took more than a month. After the smelting was complete, the next step was to fuse. This was the most difficult part. While Zambu Hao was being beaten back and forth by Xing Chen in the outside world, Zi Chen's first fusion failed. The resulting energy shock sent Zi Chen flying backward. However, with his strong physical body, he was not injured. Moreover, during the 1 month of concentrating on refining, his physical strength had also increased by a lot. The results were even faster than when he was in seclusion. This was an unexpected surprise. At the very least, Zi Chen's efforts over the past month had not been in vain. In the 3rd month, Zi Chen once again entered the process of fusion. This time, it was relatively smooth. During this period, the 5 laws were constantly changing, and Zi Chen was searching for the energy that was closest to him. Buzz. The fluctuating energy finally reached Zi Chen's requirement. The energy immediately stopped changing. Then, under the infusion of the laws of a harmonious spirit master in Zi Chen's body, the sacred crystal began to condense. Unlike the last time, Zi Chen did not faint from exhaustion this time. Instead, he quietly looked at the sacred crystal that had already taken shape in front of him. He knew that this sacred crystal had already taken shape in the hands of a harmonious spirit master. Now, it only lacked the recognition of the world. At this moment, on Planet 88, Zambu Hao, who had just walked out of the space with a bloody nose and a swollen face, was looking at the sky with a dignified face. There, the wind and clouds were swirling, producing the pressure of a saint. It was the saint pressure produced by the world, and it was very strong. His expression gradually became dignified. Looking at the sky that was gradually expanding and turning into a vortex, he said in a deep voice, "What is that?" Xing Chen followed him. After seeing this scene, there was a touch of joy on his face, but after a slight hesitation, he chose to remain silent. Zambu Hao thought that Xing Chen's silence was because he didn't know. Sensing the direction of the vortex, he said with a dignified face, "Could it be caused by Zi Chen? Is he about to break through?" Such a change in the world also attracted the attention of the other cultivators. They stopped and looked up at the sky, feeling the dense saint pressure. Except for those from the Yarrow clan who didn't know what was going on, the others understood in their hearts. Their eyes were filled with envy, and at the same time, they subconsciously looked at one of the Heavenly Realm experts who was suppressing his excitement. Sensing the energy of the same origin, this person's expression was very excited. The path to becoming a saint had obviously been opened to him, but he remained silent. Since there were outsiders present, the others also remained silent. Only those from the Yarrow clan exclaimed in surprise, apparently not understanding what was going on. Brilliant, who was in closed-door cultivation, also came out from her closed-door cultivation. Looking at the saint force energy that appeared in the vortex in the sky, her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of splendor. Obviously, with the formation of another special saint crystal, the combat strength of the team would increase by another level. At this moment, the change in the world was not limited to Planet 88. Outside this planet, there was also a huge vortex. In that vortex, Saint force surged, causing an uproar. "It's the location of Planet 88. Hurry up and report to Lord Saint. Lord Saint has ordered us to inform him immediately if there are any abnormalities there. What kind of people are living on Planet 88? Why are there abnormalities happening every day?" The law enforcers who saw this change were also discussing spiritedly. It seemed that ever since Planet 88 was rented out, this place had not been peaceful for a single day. After Zambu Haoming and Zambu Haolin received the news, they rushed over as soon as possible. The two of them looked at the changes in the world above and felt the saint force in it. Their eyes changed little by little, and in the end, there was deep shock in their eyes. "Can you feel it?" Zambu Haoming asked aloud, his face full of disbelief. "It's the same situation as mine." Zambu Haolin nodded, her long and narrow eyes were full of shock. This is the sign of the formation of a saint crystal. On Planet 88, there is a saint crystal from a harmonious spirit master that has been recognized by the heavens and earth. There's a harmonious spirit master on Planet 88? Who could it be? Zambu Haoming's brows deeply furrowed. Could it be that a harmonious spirit master has sneaked into Planet 88 a long time ago? Zambu Haolin said doubtfully. She didn't think it would be Zi Chen's group because the time they rented this planet was too short. It was too short for them to condense a Saint crystal. She knew very well that it would take at least a few years to condense a Saint crystal. It's possible, but it's not very big. Perhaps, it's one of Zi Chen's group, Zambu Haoming said. How is that possible? An existence from a life star can't become a harmonious spirit master. But isn't there someone else in their group? That's impossible. The time is too short. Looking at the saint energy that had been recognized by the heavens and earth, Zambu Haolin said, "Let's go in and have a look." No, it's impolite to go in rashly. If we anger a harmonious spirit master, our family won't be able to bear his anger. Oh right, where's Haochu? Zambu Haoming asked. He's still inside. I don't know what that guy is thinking. He's been beaten up like that every day, but he's still so happy. When mentioning Zambu Haochu, Zambu Haolin's face couldn't help but be angry. Speaking of which, after seeing Zambu Haochu's appearance back then, Zambu Haochu was furious and wanted to avenge him, but she was stopped by him. After that, not only did this matter not stop, it even became worse. Zambu Haochu clearly wanted to beat him up, but that brainless guy said that he was growing. Thinking of this, Zambu Haolin's good impression of the existence on Planet 88 was completely gone. Very good. He's finally done something right. Let's go back now. We'll ask him when he comes back. After saying that, Zambu Haoming turned around and said to the law enforcers who came with him, "All right, you can all disperse. There's nothing else to do here." Not only did he disperse the law enforcers, but he also sent away the saints who came here. The saint energy fell from the sky, destroyed the restriction on Planet 88, and then fell into the hall where Zi Chen was. The energy seemed to travel through space, through the hall, into the world of the cauldron of creation, and fell in front of Zi Chen. The saint crystal burst out with a dazzling light in an instant, and then it began to absorb the energy, and its size began to expand. So this is how the saint crystal came to be. Looking at the saint crystal that had become full with energy and laws, Zi Chen's eyes showed a hint of understanding. After that, there was nothing else. Zi Chen put away the saint crystal and continued to cultivate cross-legged. He had no intention of going out. In the outside world, Zambu Haochu stared at the scene in a daze. Although the saint energy just now was not very strong, the saint power of heaven and earth gave him a very dangerous feeling. However, as the energy fell, no other abnormalities happened, which made him stunned. What's going on? I saw that the energy fell on Zi Chen's residence. Did Zi Chen break through? Zambu Haochu turned around and looked at the silent Xing Chen. It shouldn't be. The power of Zi Chen's breakthrough can't be so small. Xing Chen shook his head and said, "I think so too. No matter what, it should have something to do with Zi Chen. Let's hurry up and take a look in case there's any danger." "No need. There shouldn't be any danger." Xing Chen shook his head. After not seeing Zi Chen come out for a long time, he vaguely guessed what Zi Chen was thinking and also turned around and walked towards his room. Brilliant continued to go back into seclusion and the others also left one after another. Only the excited Xin Yu stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. Zambu Haochu was very unwilling to give up and insisted on asking why, but Xing Chen obviously had no intention of revealing anything. Zi Chen had not appeared for a long time, probably because he did not want this matter to be exposed. Xing Chen's secrecy made Zambu Haochu itch, so he pestered Xing Chen for 2 days and did not return. This made Zambu Haoming and Zambu Haolin, who wanted to hear the news, very anxious. Forget it if you don't want to say. I'll go back and ask my eldest brother and second sister. They definitely know what's going on. Zambu Haochu snorted coldly like a child. After seeing that Xing Chen still did not respond, he really went back. However, as soon as he returned, Zambu Haolin grabbed him by the ear and pulled him towards Zambu Haoming's residence. Chapter 2186. Second sister, what are you doing? Looking at Zanbu Haolin who pulled his ear without saying a word, Zanbu Haochu tilted his head and said, "You brat, you still know to come back. Do you know how many days I and Big Brother have been waiting for you?" After pushing Zanbu Haochu into the room and creating a soundproof restriction, Zanbu Haolin put her hands on her hips and said, "Tell me, Did you forget your second sister because you were chatting with a harmonious spirit master? Touching his red ear, Zanbu Haochu was puzzled and said, "What harmonious spirit master? Second sister, what are you talking about? H, how dare you deceive your second sister? Do you believe that I won't beat you? If you know what's good for you, quickly tell me what happened 2 days ago. Otherwise, be careful of Big Brother's family discipline." Zanbu Haoming sat there without saying a word. His expression was very dignified. "Second sister, I came back this time to ask you about what happened 2 days ago. You saw the change, didn't you? Then tell me, what's going on?" Zanbu Haochu asked. "You didn't even know what happened there. You brat, are you asking for a beating?" Zanbu Haolin's eyes flashed with a fierce light. "Second sister, I really don't know what happened. Xing Chen must know, but I pestered him for 2 days, but he didn't tell me," Zanbu Haochu said with an aggrieved expression. Seeing that the other party didn't seem to want to hide, Zanbu Haochu, who had been silent, said, "Third brother, tell me what you saw." Looking at his big brother's serious expression, Zanbu Haochu said timidly, "If I say that I didn't see much, will you beat me up?" Zanbu Haolin said angrily, "There's no need for big brother to do it. I'll beat you to death." Zanbu Haochu complained, "I really didn't see much. I only saw the holy aura of heaven and earth. A holy energy fell into Zi Chen's room. At first, I thought it was Zi Chen breaking through, but the energy was too weak. If it was really Zi Chen breaking through, then I could beat 2 of him at once. But Xing Chen said it wasn't, and I also didn't think so." "And then?" Zanbu Haolin asked with a stare. "Nothing else." Looking at Zanbu Haolin's dissatisfied expression, Zanbu Haochu hurriedly said, "Then I pestered Xing Chen for 2 days, but he still didn't tell me. I came back in a fit of anger. I wanted to ask Big Brother what was going on." "You little brat, you dare to lie. Watch me beat you up." With a wave of his hand, he stopped Zanbu Haoming and asked, "You said that the energy fell into Zi Chen's residence. What about Zi Chen? He didn't come out. I even went to the door and shouted twice to ask if he was okay, but he didn't respond." Zanbu Haoming nodded, but his frown deepened. "Big brother, what is going on? Second sister just mentioned a harmonious spirit master. Could this matter be related to a harmonious spirit master?" Suddenly, Zonbiyu Haochu's eyes widened and he cried out involuntarily, "Could it be that this situation is what second sister often says? Saint crystals that have obtained the recognition of the heavens and earth, the saint crystal that can allow a heaven realm expert to become a saint." Zanbu Haoming nodded. "How is this possible? Are you going to tell me that Zi Chen is a harmonious spirit master? I don't know about this either. The possibility of Zi Chen becoming a harmonious spirit master is not high. Perhaps there is another harmonious spirit master in his residence." Zanbu Haoming guessed. "That's impossible. Zi Chen is alone in his residence. Even Guang Yarrow didn't sleep with him. Who could be in Zi Chen's residence?" Zanbu Haochu shook his head and said, "You only know how to sleep with him? Are you an idiot? A harmonious spirit master is an important existence. How can you compare it to a woman?" Zanbu Haolin was so angry that she grabbed Zanbu Haochu's ear again. "Second sister, be gentle. Didn't you say that all harmonious spirit masters are saints? If they are saints, why don't they find their own residence? Why do they have to live with Zi Chen?" Zanbu Haochu's eyes lit up and said again, "Could it be that the harmonious spirit master is a woman? Is that why she lives with Zi Chen? You idiot, you only know how to talk about women. Get lost." Zanbu Haolin was furious. "Second sister, that Guang Yarrow is really beautiful. Back then, Zi Chen even fought against the overlord forces for her. If we're talking about looks, although you're also very beautiful, you're still lacking compared to Guang Yarrow." Ouch! With a loud bang, Zonbiyu Haochu screamed miserably. He smashed through the restrictions here and fell outside. "Zanbu Haochu, this old lady is not done with you." A scream was heard. Zanbu Haolin rushed out, followed by Zanbu Haochu's scream. Zanbu Haoming rubbed his forehead and pretended not to see the chaotic scene. Zi Chen's team needed to grow and time was of the essence. Therefore, on the day Zanbu Haochu left, Darren walked into Zi Chen's residence and came out with a saint crystal. Looking at Darren's natural envy, Zi Chen smiled and said, "There will be one for you sooner or later, but not now." Darren scratched his head and said with an embarrassed expression, "It is Master Darren's greatest blessing to be able to follow you. Go." Zi Chen waved his hand. Yes. Darren left. Darren's combat strength was not strong. Even if he fused with the saint crystal and became a saint, his status in the same realm was the same as in the heavenly realm. In the eyes of the heavenly realm, Darren was a high and mighty saint, but in the eyes of a saint, Darren was the weakest existence. What Zi Chen needed now was a saint warrior, and obviously Darren did not meet the standard. Every saint crystal needed to be recognized by the world, which made Zi Chen very helpless. He believed that the saint crystal from before had attracted the attention of the saints here. If he produced another saint crystal within 2 months, it was bound to cause a commotion, which was not in line with Zi Chen's original intention of keeping a low profile. Therefore, he could only continue to cultivate in seclusion. Fortunately, his physical strength had greatly improved in the past few months, and the time when his whole body was filled with saint force was just around the corner. Zambu Haoming, who had been thinking about it all night but still could not figure it out, decided to visit Zi Chen in person. The next day, he brought Zambu Haolin and Zambu Haochu to the outskirts of Planet 88. Zambu family, Zambu Haoming, however, before Zambu Haoming could officially speak, Zambu Haochu beside him shouted, "Xing Chen, I'm here with my eldest brother and second sister." Zambu Haoming turned around and glared at Zambu Haochu, thinking that the other party was rude. "Come in." The space surged, and Xing Chen's voice rang out. Zambu Haoming straightened his clothes, ignored the smug Zambu Haochu, and stepped in. "Xing Chen greets Sir Saint." Looking at Zambu Haoming, Xing Chen also bowed politely. "Brother Xing Chen, you're too polite. Call me Zambu Haoming or Haoming." Zambu Haoming said with a smile. He had heard from Zambu Haochu that Xing Chen had a saint-level physical body. Although he did not know why the other party had not become a saint yet, once he became a saint, he would be one of the best among the saints. Even if his combat strength could not surpass him, he would be on par with him. Zambu Haolin, on the other hand, looked coldly at Xing Chen. It was this guy who relied on his saint-level physical body to beat her younger brother Black and Blue every day. "May I know why Brother Haoming is here today?" Xing Chen did not pretend and asked with a smile. Zambu Haolin was dissatisfied with Xing Chen's attitude and snorted. "I want to see Zi Chen. I don't know if it's convenient." Zambu Haoming asked. Xing Chen shook his head and said, "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint Brother Haoming. Zi Chen is still in seclusion and can't come out for the time being." Zi Chen had indeed not come out of seclusion, and he had previously instructed that he would not see anyone. Zambu Haoming returned in disappointment, and Zambu Haochu dragged Zambu Haochu to see Brilliant. The scene of the two beauties meeting was completely imaginable. Coupled with Zambu Haochu's evaluation yesterday, the two almost fought. However, Zambu Haolin had to admit that apart from Brilliant's realm being a little lower than her, in terms of appearance and figure, she could be called a perfect woman. She was rare in the world. Zambu Haolin, who was also a great beauty, was obviously inferior when compared to Brilliant. For the first time, the two were not friendly, but fortunately, they did not fight. Zi Chen really has good taste. Before leaving, Zambu Haolin snorted. "Isn't that so?" For her, he destroyed 2 overlords. This matter has almost become a legend of heroes and beauties. Zambu Haochu said. "Speaking of beauties, it's not like I haven't seen one before. The beauty in Dei Star region is not inferior to Brilliant." She then looked at Zonbiyu Haochu and said, "I say, little brother, I saved your life before. Didn't you say you wanted to repay me? This time, I came back because I was bullied by a stinky hooligan in Dei Star region. Why don't you come with me to take revenge?" Zonbiyu Haochu was stunned. "Of course, I'll definitely kill whoever dares to bully you." Zambu Haochu's face showed a hint of anger. "The other party is not weak, we can't act rashly. We need to find more helpers." "Helpers? Aren't the 2 of us enough?" "Of course not. That guy's combat strength is not weak. But Big Brother is wholeheartedly devoted to the family. He definitely won't help us. The other saints in the family are all stubborn. It seems that we don't have any helpers. Zambu Hauchu spread his hands and said helplessly. After a period of time, not only did Zambu Hauchu become a regular here, but Zambu Haolin also came here frequently. Her relationship with Brilliant also changed from being like fire and water in the past to being able to talk about everything. It had to be said that although the siblings were both saints and had a bit of a temper, their temperament was not bad at all. Regardless of whether it was Xing Chen or Brilliant Light, they were able to get along well. However, during this period, Zambu Haolin intentionally or unintentionally asked when Zi Chen would come out of seclusion. She paid too much attention to Zi Chen. Time flew, and a year quickly passed. Zambu Hauchu came twice, but after failing to see Zi Chen, he also put the matter of the harmonious spirit master to the back of his mind and did not pay attention to it for the time being. But on a certain day, the same fluctuation of heaven and earth emerged from the 88th planet. Read the original content as soon as possible. Chapter 2187. Gazing at the energy vortex that appeared once again in the sky, Zambu Haoming's face was full of shock as he sensed the threatening saint aura from it. He muttered, after a year, another saint crystal. What kind of speed is this? Under normal circumstances, it would take several years for a harmonious spirit master to condense a saint crystal, and this time was only based on the success rate. If one counted the number of failures during this period, condensing a saint crystal in less than 10 years was already very impressive. However, Zi Chen and the others had only been here for a short period of a year. For cultivators of their level, this period of time was not even the blink of an eye. A mere 100 years was just a very short period of time in their eyes. Yet, in such a short period of time, he actually saw 2 saint crystals being formed. Of course, he was not naive enough to think that Zi Chen had 2 harmonious spirit masters. That kind of existence was truly rare and could not be encountered without a great opportunity. When he was out adventuring in the past, he happened to meet a harmonious spirit master and paid a hefty price for him to refine one for Zambu Haolin. At that time, the 2 siblings waited for 20 years. But now, Zambu Haoming was speechless. At this moment, he even had a strong impulse to immediately rush to Planet 88 to see what was going on. However, after managing the family's affairs for many years and dealing with all kinds of people, he had also trained himself to be shrewd. He forcibly expelled the impulse in his heart, straightened his robe, and muttered, "Let's wait for 2 more days. Second sister and third brother are both on Planet 88. I believe this time, they will definitely find out the truth." With that, he turned and left. Of course, he did not forget to dismiss the enforcers and the other saints who came after hearing the news. "Second sister, look, it's that kind of thing again." On this day, Zambu Haolin happened to be on Planet 88 again. Zambu Hauchu pointed at the vortex above and said, "In fact, it was not appropriate to say that it happened. In this year, Zambu Haolin and Zambu Hauchu would come here every day to chat with Guangyao. Zambu Hauchu, on the other hand, was looking for Xing Chen to spar. Xing Chen and Guang Yaro walked out of the room. This fluctuation meant that there would be another saint on their side. Naturally, the 2 of them were pleasantly surprised. The others also noticed this scene one after another, and their faces once again revealed looks of envy. It is indeed Zi Chen's residence. If this strange phenomenon is not caused by Zi Chen, then there is a harmonious spirit master living in Zi Chen's residence. But I have seen the changes in their expressions over the years. Every time they look at this place, there is only one expression. From this point of view, it doesn't seem like there are 2 people inside. Unless that Zi Chen is a puppet, and their respect and worship is for the harmonious spirit master. Compared to Zambu Hauchu, Zambu Haolin's observation was more detailed. After staying here for more than a year, Zambu Haolin did not think that Zi Chen was a puppet. Moreover, from the information she had obtained, Zi Chen did indeed possess extremely powerful combat strength. Combined with the current situation, Zambu Haolin only had one guess in her heart. This guess was somewhat out of line with common sense and went against what the world knew, but it was backed by evidence. That was Zi Chen, the harmonious spirit master. At this moment, Zambu Haolin's attention was obviously different from the others. She spread out her spiritual sense and paid attention to the cultivators. Their faces revealed looks of envy. Judging from the changes in their expressions, this was not the first time such a scene had happened, and they knew very well what was going on. Shortly after, Zambu Haolin keenly noticed that many cultivators were looking at a certain place from time to time. There stood a heaven realm expert with an even more excited expression. He was the focus of all the envious gazes. That person was very excited, and his aura was naturally released. Zambo Haolin's sharp senses sensed that his aura was actually the same as the saint energy that was about to take shape in the sky. At this moment, the answer was obvious. This saint crystal was tailor-made for him, a saint crystal that belonged to him alone. Retracting her gaze and looking at the energy falling from the sky, Zambo Haolin murmured, "It seems that Chen has a lot of secrets." She turned and walked towards Brilliant. After seeing him, she asked with a smile, "Little sister Yarrow, the harmonious spirit master here is Chen, right?" At this moment, Zambo Haolin's face revealed a sweet smile. Her long and narrow eyes looked at Brilliant with some expectation. This made Brilliant unable to bear to refuse her. "Tell me, is that harmonious spirit master Chen?" Zambo Haolin asked again after seeing the change in Brilliant's expression. She looked pitiful. Recalling the harmonious relationship between the two of them in the past year, Brilliant nodded as he thought that this was not a secret. Thus, Chen's biggest secret was revealed in front of Zambo Haolin. "Yeah, little sister Yarrow, you're the best. I know you're a good person with a good heart. I didn't misjudge you." Zambu Haolin excitedly hugged Guang Yarrow. This sudden action made Guang Yarrow very shy. His face was bright red, which made him look very pretty. "You little girl, don't be shy. It's big sister hugging you, not Chen." Zambo Haolin snorted. In another direction, Chen saw this scene and shook his head. In the end, she was too kind. As the energy fell, the saint crystal in front of Chen gradually became full. His bright eyes revealed a touch of joy. This time, the refinement was successful in one go. It only took a little more than a month. During the rest of the time, Chen was cultivating. He really did not neglect refining and cultivating. But soon, his expression became startled, and then a wry smile appeared on his face. It seems that this state of seclusion is coming to an end. Just now, he received a message from Chen. The latter told him that his identity had been exposed and that the traitor was Brilliant. Shaking his head and laughing, Chen had to face reality. During this period, Chen also sent him a message. It was said that Zambo Haolin was looking for him. It was either for something or for something. The only possibility was the former. He couldn't even remember what Zambo Haolin looked like. How could the latter be interested in him? Although he thought that he was quite handsome, he was not narcissistic to the point of being loved by everyone. Chen was already very satisfied to have a few confidants in this life. Since his identity had been exposed, there was no need to continue hiding. On the same day, Chen walked out of the Universal Origin Cauldron and opened the door. Chen, Brilliant, Zambo Haolin, and Zambo Haochu stood outside the hall. Chen and Brilliant's expressions were normal. Zambo Haochu's face was full of curiosity and surprise. As for Zambo Haolin, there was a touch of respect in her surprised expression. She was not a hothead like Zambo Haochu. She knew what kind of status a harmonious spirit master had in this star path, and even in the Great Thousand World. Swoosh. Chen did not disappoint either of them. When he walked out, he took out the Saint Crystal and casually tossed it out. The Saint Crystal turned into a stream of light and landed in the hands of one of the Heaven Realm Masters. That Heaven Realm expert was the one that Zambo Haolin had noticed earlier. "Thank you, Master." After receiving the Saint Crystal, the Heaven Realm expert respectfully bowed in the direction of Chen. Under the envious gazes of other cultivators, he flew back to his residence. Obviously, he couldn't wait to refine the Saint Crystal. When Zambo Haochu saw this scene, there was a touch of worship in his curious expression. Zonbiyu Haolin, on the other hand, was a little dumbfounded. She clearly remembered that the harmonious spirit master who paid a great price to refine the Saint Crystal for her was so weak when he came out. Moreover, he was so respectful when he held the Saint Crystal in his hand as if he was holding a very sacred object. But today, Chen had just casually tossed it away. His attitude was extremely casual, as if what he had thrown away was not a dream door to enter the Saint's Gate, but a very casual object. "Why are you all here?" Seeing that the 4 people in front of him didn't speak and didn't make way, Chen could only take the initiative to speak. Otherwise, with the gate blocked, he wouldn't be able to get out. "Chen, you're really a harmonious spirit master. You're too amazing," Zambo Haochu exclaimed excitedly. Zambo Haolin greets Master Harmonious Spirit Master. Zambo Haolin bowed to Chen with a very respectful expression. Chen waved his hand and said with a smile, "You don't have to be so polite. You're friends with Xing Chen and Guang Yaro, so you're Chen's friends. You can just call me by my name. I'm not used to being called master. Moreover, it's being called master by a saint. You should know that I'm just a heaven realm expert." "Impossible, Chen, you're lying. My second sister said that a harmonious spirit master must be a saint," Zambo Haochu said. "My situation is a little special." Looking at Zambo Haochu, Chen said, "I've come out of seclusion. If you still want to spar, I don't mind teaching you a lesson." "Humph, teach me a lesson? Let me tell you, I've improved a lot during this time. Even if I use my body, I can still defeat you." Zambo Haochu's eyes lit up when he mentioned the spar again. His battle intent rose. "Let's talk about this later. Your brother is here." Chen shook his head and walked out of the hall. "My brother is here?" Zambo Haochu was slightly stunned. At this time, Zambo Haochu's voice sounded from outside the world. "Zambo Haochu requests an audience with Master Chen." This time, Zambo Haochu didn't mention the Zambo family. He also addressed Chen as Master Chen instead of Brother Chen. His attitude was very respectful. This was the status of a harmonious spirit master. It was enough to make most forces bow their heads in front of him. Moreover, mentioning one's family in front of a harmonious spirit master was undoubtedly a slap to one's face. If a harmonious spirit master wanted to, he could build a huge force in a very short time. In fact, the restriction on Planet 88 had just been destroyed. Zambo Haochu could have come in by himself, but he still stood outside. "Come in." Chen's voice sounded. Zambo Haochu flew in. After seeing Chen, he once again respectfully saluted Chen. "Zambo Haochu greets Master. I just told the 2 of them not to be so polite. You can just call me Chen. I'll call you Haochu from now on. Speaking of which, I have to thank you for this period of time. This place is very quiet and no one disturbed us. You're too kind, Master. This is what we should do." After that, they returned to the main hall where Chen was. Brilliant personally served them tea and snacks, while Zambu Haolin volunteered to help out at the side. Chapter 2188. After knowing that Chen was a harmonious spirit master, Zambu Haoming was shocked for a while. However, when he thought about how Chen was that man's disciple and came from the Life Star at the beginning of this world, it didn't seem impossible. One couldn't use common sense to judge a person. Thus, he quickly accepted the fact and came to visit him personally, intending to keep this matter a secret. When the 2 sides met, of course, the weaker side apologized. However, Zambu Haoming didn't know what he had done wrong. After that, Zambu Haoming said awkwardly, "I didn't know that you would come here, sir. We have taken in the people of the 2 forces. However, this matter is related to our family's honor." Chen knew what he meant. He smiled and said, "It's different. We don't have an unresolvable grudge. It's just that we have different standpoints. Since those people came here, it means that they aren't fated to die. You don't have to deliberately make things difficult for them." Chen didn't have much hatred for the Nikko and Geng families. The reason why he eliminated them was because they had different standpoints. Chen needed to consider the future of the people who would come later. "Sir, you really came from the Life Star?" Zambu Haoming still had doubts in his heart. He wasn't as relaxed as Haochu and Haolin, so he called him sir. Yes, I'm from the Life Star, Zichen nodded and said. After getting a positive answer, Zambu Haoming said, I'm just curious. I heard that existences from the Life Star can't become spirit devourers. However, our Zambu Star area doesn't have any malicious intent toward the cultivators from the Life Star. Although we don't treat them with respect, we have given them enough fairness. Zichen admitted this point. When he first came here, he found that this star area was different from the others. Because Zambu Haoming was too cautious, they didn't talk for a long time before he left. Of course, before he left, he didn't forget to say that he would keep the secret that Zichen was a harmonious spirit master. When they first met, Zambu Haoming didn't mention that he was willing to pay a price to let Zichen condense Saint crystals. After Zambu Haoming left, Zambu Haolin and Zambu Haochu relaxed. Zambu Haochu, on the other hand, was clamoring to challenge Zichen. How? It was rare for Zichen to be in such a good mood today, so he asked with a smile. Zambu Haochu said, I've recently become more interested in physical combat. If you don't mind, we can compete. Upon hearing this, both Xingchen and Brilliant shook their heads. Zichen's strongest skill now was his physical body. Although his physical body had not reached the saint grade, the power that he could unleash was stronger than Xingchen. Zonbiyu Haochu's actions were purely smashing into an iron plate. There was no need to deliberately find a battlefield. They could fight in this hall. In a temporarily opened space, Zichen and Zambu Haochu faced each other. The latter's expression was very excited. Fighting spirit surged around him, and his eyes were sharp. Outside this space, Xingchen and the others were quietly watching. Even Zambu Haolin had found some glittering sunflower seeds from somewhere and was preparing to sit down and eat them while enjoying the fight. In the space, the battle began. Zambu Haochu's body glowed as he rushed toward Zichen with small steps. As he rushed forward, he began to mobilize the power of his physical body, condensing his strongest punch, and punched toward Zichen's face. The wind whistled and the fist light surged. Even the temporary space shook. Zichen's black hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes shone like stars. Feeling the punch coming toward him, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Just as Zambu Haochu's fist was about to land, he instantly punched out. This space instantly flashed with a dazzling golden light. This golden light was dazzling and powerful, and the wind pressure it brought was even stronger. The temporary space began to distort crazily, as if it could not withstand this power and was about to collapse. Peng! The two fists collided, and a tremor burst out. A visible ripple spread out from the two fists. The temporary space shattered in an instant, and the manifested black hole swallowed the energy aftermath that continued to disperse. Zichen and Zambu Haochu's figures appeared in the hall at the same time. The smile on Zichen's face remained as he stood in place, while Zambu Haochu in front of him was sent flying backward. One blow, and the battle was over. Zambu Haolin stopped munching on her sunflower seeds. She looked at Zichen in disbelief. Although she knew that Zichen was very strong and that there was no way her silly brother could win, she still believed that this battle would be very exciting. However, being defeated in just one move was completely unexpected, and she could not judge whether this battle was exciting or not. Xingchen's and Brilliant Light's expressions didn't change much. This scene wasn't out of their expectations. However, when they saw Zonbiyu Haochu flying backwards with blood flowing out of the corner of his mouth, they couldn't help but smile faintly. This guy was really unlucky. First, he was beaten by Xingchen, and now he was defeated by Zichen in one move. Cough, cough. Zambu Haochu's body smashed against the wall of the hall, constantly coughing, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. His eyes that were previously full of fighting spirit were now filled with shock. You freak. He looked at Zichen for a long time before he could say the following words. He could not hide the shock on his face. Obviously, he had already seen that Zichen's physical strength was much stronger than Xingchen's. You let me win. Zichen looked at Zambu Haochu and smiled softly, then stepped forward and pulled him up. This guy's temperament was not bad, just like a child. He did not have the dignity and arrogance of a saint at all. He could be regarded as a weirdo among saints. Ah, Zichen, you injured my brother. At this moment, Zambu Haolin, who had awakened from the shock, rolled her eyes and shouted in surprise. Oh, do you still want revenge? After pulling Zambu Haochu up, Zichen looked back at Zambu Haolin and asked with a smile. I'm only a little girl. I've never thought about revenge. But, you can't bully my little brother like this. He only came to spar with you, yet you injured him. Could it be that you're looking down on us siblings? We were bullied outside, and now that we're back at home, we're still bullied by others. As she spoke, Zanbu Haolin revealed a pitiful appearance as if she was about to cry. Her expression changed so quickly that Zichen was a little stunned. What's going on? Isn't this woman's thinking changing too quickly? Xing Chen was also very speechless, and spread his hands at Zichen to express his helplessness. As for Brilliant, he seemed to sympathize with the other party. When Zambu Haochu saw his sister like this, he was instantly stunned, but after only 2 seconds, he fell to the ground holding his stomach. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth again, and a painful expression appeared on his face. Zichen looked at Zambu Haochu's appearance and smiled helplessly. I say, this is too fake. You and I fought with our fists, why are you holding your stomach now? My whole body hurts, I'm seriously injured, and I'm about to die. Zambu Haochu said painfully, and more blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Looking at the siblings, Zichen became more and more speechless. He could only look at Zambu Haolin and say, okay, your siblings' acting skills are really not worthy of praise. If you have something to say, just say it, but let's make it clear in advance, everything is within the scope of my ability. Yeah. Zambu Haolin shouted excitedly, and her previous aggrieved look disappeared. She said, I was bullied by a guy in the Dei Star region, and my family won't stand up for me, so I can only ask for your help. A guy? Is the other party a Saint King? Even the two of you can't deal with him. Zichen asked doubtfully. That guy is a saint, but there are other saints around him. Not only that, but he also gathered the saints of the Dei Star region. Naturally, I'm no match for him, Zambu Haochu said angrily. However, when she saw Zichen frown, she was worried that he would not help, so she said again, I'm not asking you to help for nothing. I don't know about other things, but that guy has the Void Monarch tree. If worst comes to worst, the Void Monarch tree will belong to you after you kill that guy. The Void Monarch tree. Zichen was slightly startled. The advanced version of the Void Monarch tree. You don't have to worry about energy consumption when you carry it with you. It's equivalent to endless attribute-less crystals. In addition, it's also very useful for doppelgangers. It can constantly maintain the doppelganger's energy consumption without needing to replenish it. To put it simply, if a doppelganger has a Void Monarch tree, it won't dissipate before the Void Monarch tree dies, Xing Chen explained. There's such a thing. Zichen was very surprised to hear this. There are all kinds of strange things in the boundless universe. However, only the Void Monarch tree has this function. Ordinary Void Monarch trees don't have this effect, Xing Chen said. Zambu Haolin looked at Zichen and said, what do you think? How about this reward? Tell me about the other party's background. Zichen did not immediately agree. Since the other party could mobilize the saints of the Dei Star region, her identity was naturally extraordinary. I'm just asking for your help. Why do you have so many questions? Besides, you're not just helping me. You're also helping yourself, Zambu Haolin muttered. What do you mean by helping myself? Zambu Haolin first glanced at Brilliant and then said, I accidentally broke into a planet in the Dei Star region and saw a great beauty there. Although that beauty's temperament was different from Sister Yarrow's, she was equally stunning. Don't you like beauties? That guy is now having designs on that beauty. Once you save him, that beauty will definitely repay you with her body. What do you mean I like beauties? Zichen did not know whether to laugh or cry. If you don't like beauties, why did you save Sister Yarrow and her people? Zambu Haolin said unhappily. That's because we all came from a life star. We're of the same race. Since our race is in trouble, we naturally have to help, Zichen said again. That's right. Zambu Haolin's face revealed a scheming expression. She smiled and said, that beauty also came from a life star, and her people are also there. Now, your people are being bullied by that guy. Don't you want to help? She thought that after saying this, Zichen would be speechless. Who knew that in the next moment, Zichen's eyes flashed and he said indifferently, "The person you're talking about should be Doff Hill, right? P.S. Today is the last day of 2015 on the Gregorian calendar. Tonight is New Year's Eve. First of all, thank you for your support. Thank you to all the paying readers who support Thunder Warrior. It is because of your existence that Thunder Warrior can persist. The TV at home does not have a cable, so I can't watch the party live. The internet speed is not very fast either. The computer lags when watching the party, so I won't watch it. To me, New Year's Eve means that I'm 1 year older, so I won't celebrate it. I'll add a chapter at midnight. This is my thanks to all the paying readers. Thank you for your support. I wish you all have fun." Chapter 2189. What did you say? Zambu Haolin was stunned and asked doubtfully. You don't have to lie to me. The person you're talking about is called Hill, and he's from the Doff family. Zichen said in a deep voice, I just noticed the change in your expression. There seems to be a flash of surprise and panic in your eyes. What? Sister, the person you're talking about is from the Doff family? Zambu Haochu, who had already gotten up from the ground, was also surprised. So what? He bullied your sister. Shouldn't we go and teach him a lesson? Are you afraid? Zambu Haolin stared at Zambu Haochu with an aggrieved expression. This time, she was not pretending. She really felt aggrieved. She believed that the other party had indeed suffered a loss at the hands of Hill, and although this person's temperament was not bad, he was definitely not someone who could endure a loss. Zambu Haochu scratched his head and said, That's not what I meant. I was just a little surprised. Let alone the Doff family, even if the Protoss bullied my sister, I will definitely fight the Protoss. That's more like it. A smile reappeared on Zambu Haolin's face, but tears fell from her cheeks. She then looked at Zichen, but did not plead for anything. You're right. Helping you in this matter is helping me. Even if you don't have a grudge, as long as I know the news, I will personally go there. How many people are there? Tell me honestly, said Zichen. I don't know the details. Anyway, I've only seen 5 saints. 2 of them are from the Dei Starfield, and the other 2 are his guards. However, the other party's identity is special. He must be able to summon the other saints of the Dei Starfield. There are 6 saints in that starfield. Zichen frowned and asked in confusion, why are there only 6? Aren't the starfields stronger the deeper you go? After all, there were over 10 saints in Zanbu Stellar region. However, there were only 6 saints in Dei Stellar region, which was even further away. It was very incomprehensible. I know. Back then, your teacher entered that star field and carried out a destructive massacre. There was not a single saint in that star field, nor was there a large family. During that period, the strongest person, De Yi, was directly killed by your teacher. Over the years, that star field finally produced 6 saints, said Zambu Haochu. If there are only 6 saints, why don't you all settle down in that star field? Zichen still had doubts in his heart. He knew that the Gung family had always wanted to enter the Nickel star field. Because of the war back then, the world's spiritual energy in that star field became very chaotic. Moreover, the spiritual energy in that star field is not easy to gather. It's not even comparable to Nickel star field. In addition, our Zambo family doesn't have much ambition, so we're not interested in that star field. Speaking of which, our family is already struggling to manage such a star field, so we don't have the energy to plunder it. Zichen nodded. This reason made sense. What about the family? Did any family from Dei Stellar region take action? Asked Zichen. No, only saints. In this way, Zichen had to face 9 saints, which was the same as Nickel Starfield. More than a year has passed. Are you still sure that the tribe has been destroyed? That tribe has some tricks up their sleeves. It's very difficult for Hill to break through that tribe in just a year, said Zambu Haochu with certainty. Back then, there was a great turmoil in Dei Stellar region. The source of that turmoil was Wuji, who was now a taboo in the star path. In that chaotic era, All the saints in Dei Stella region were killed. It was said that there were several saint kings who had died. It had been a long time, and many people had died in that battle. Thus, the authenticity of that battle couldn't be verified. They only knew that Wuji had almost destroyed Dei Stella region by himself, making it disappear forever. That year, Dei was still an expert, the ruler of a force. This star area was named after him. However, in the battle with Wuji, Dei was killed. Luckily, after that battle, Wuji continued to explore. Otherwise, Dei Stella region would have changed its name to Wuji Stella region. No one knew the details of that year. Of course, no one knew that Wuji had almost destroyed Dei Stella region because of a tribe from a life star. That tribe was one of the royal clans, called the Moon Clan. Although Hill of the Doff family hadn't seen that battle with his own eyes, he knew the reason and details of that battle. He also knew that the Moon Clan hadn't left that year. They were hiding on a planet in this star area. However, this planet was hidden by a powerful restriction. After many years of searching, he finally found the hidden Moon Clan. However, things were out of his expectation. He hadn't been able to attack the Moon Clan yet. Looking at the end of his line of sight, at the restriction light shield that covered an entire city, Hill's handsome face gradually turned cold. He said coldly, "Why hasn't that slave come back yet?" Next to Hill stood two saints. One of them said, "He must have gone to check that restriction. This trash can't even do such a simple thing." Just as he was speaking, a figure with starlight around him flew over from afar. This person's appearance was almost exactly the same as Xing Chen from the Star Tribe. It was just that there was a hint of grey between his eyebrows, and his eyes were not as bright as Xing Chen's. He looked very dispirited, without the slightest bit of vitality. "Trash, what did you find?" Hill asked coldly, looking at the figure flying over. "Master, that restriction didn't have any flaws. My whereabouts were almost exposed," the figure said respectfully, kneeling on one knee. "You can't even do such a simple thing. What's the use of trash like you?" Hill kicked him in the chest. A gust of saint power surged, and the figure flew back, coughing up blood. "I'll give you 3 more days. If you still can't think of a way, you can break the formation yourself." With that, Hill turned and left. The other 2 saints glanced at the Heaven Realm figure indifferently and left with Hill. The Heaven Realm figure stood up and wiped the blood from his mouth. The grey air between his eyebrows grew thicker. He looked back at the city shrouded in restriction. His eyes were lifeless and filled with despair. In that city, there was also a pair of eyes that landed on him. The eyes were old and wise. Looking at the Heaven Realm figure, there was a lot of helplessness in the eyes. Now, it's more painful for him to live than to die. A voice rang out from behind him. A woman shrouded in a hazy moonlight walked over. She was like a person from a painting, possessing an exquisite and impeccable face. Her round and straight jade-like legs set off her tall and slender figure. This was a woman whose looks did not lose out to dazzling, and was also a rare beauty in this world. In front of her, the owner of the gaze was a mature middle-aged woman. She stood on the city wall, her skirt fluttering. She looked at the Heaven Realm and didn't speak for a long time. "We should think of a way to save him," the young woman said, coming to the woman's side. "How can we save him?" "We need to save ourselves more now," the middle-aged woman said with a soft sigh. "It's difficult for them to break this restriction with their strength. We just need to open the restriction and let him in. Then, we'll think of a way to save him. His soul has already been controlled. Coming here will only make our situation worse. Furthermore, it might even harm him. Although his fate is very strong, we can't rule out that some kind of unforeseen event will happen and he will die early. Are we just going to watch him give up on himself?" the young woman said to the woman. "Perhaps fate will arrange all of this." The woman raised her head to look at the endless starry sky. There was a lot of helplessness in her words. "Fate will only send him to his death," the young woman couldn't help but say. After that, there was silence. The 2 stood on the city wall without saying a word. Just like that, they stood there for 3 days. The Heaven Realm also stood there for 3 days. In his line of sight, the people from the Doff family appeared again. It was unknown what they said, but the heaven realm nodded respectfully, then turned around and rushed over. The young woman said, "He's here. Are we still going to ignore him like before?" The middle-aged woman shook her head and didn't say anything. However, there seemed to be a light in her wise eyes. The heaven realm began to charge forward, his speed increasing. He was like a meteor, whistling as he moved forward. He directly crashed into the restriction with a fearless expression. Even a saint can't break this restriction. How can a mere heaven realm like him break it? Does he want to die? The young woman covered her mouth in shock. As if sensing danger approaching, the restriction trembled on its own. Then, a ball of fire flew out and headed straight for the heaven realm. Pang! The heaven realm was hit by the fire. The starlight defense around him instantly shattered, and he was sent flying. After flying back a few hundred meters, the heaven realm stabilized himself and charged forward again. "Do you want to die? Hurry up and go back," the young woman shouted at the heaven realm outside the restriction. "Go back and he'll die faster," the middle-aged woman said. The fire appeared again on the restriction and landed behind the heaven realm. The latter was sent flying again, but this time, his entire body was covered in flames. This was a restriction unique to the Moon family, left behind by that person. Even a saint wouldn't dare to casually step in, let alone a heaven realm. If the heaven realm insisted on charging forward, he would die. "Ancestor, he can't die. We have to save him." The young woman's eyes were filled with a hint of pleading. 9 saints appeared in the distance. After seeing this scene, they laughed loudly. Among them, Doff Hill was laughing the happiest. His expression was exaggerated and somewhat sinister. The middle-aged woman shook her head and said, "No one can save him, unless..." Before she could finish speaking, her expression suddenly changed, and she looked in a certain direction. The seal that shrouded the Moon clan began to fluctuate intensely at this moment. The heaven realm, who was completely covered in flames and whose eyes were filled with the will to die, suddenly paused and turned his head to look in a certain direction. P.S. Happy New Year. Chapter 2190. The middle-aged woman's gaze was fixed in a certain direction. Her wise eyes flickered with light, and within those light, there seemed to be jumping runes. "Ancestor," the young woman next to her softly called out when she saw this scene. The middle-aged woman did not speak, but the light in her eyes was still flickering. The young woman fell silent, quietly watching this scene. She knew that the ancestor was divining, and it was a very exhausting divination. She knew what kind of existence the ancestor was. She was very surprised at what had happened that required the ancestor to spend so much energy on divination. In addition to being surprised, her beautiful face also revealed a look of worry. She did not know how long the ancestor could last if she continued divining like this. Subconsciously, she glanced at the heavenly realm expert and was surprised to find that he was no longer charging, but looking back in the same direction as the ancestor. "What's there?" The young woman turned her head and looked in that direction with her hazy eyes. It was a very casual glance, and she was destined to see nothing, but the young woman suddenly had a strange feeling in her heart, as if her fate had undergone some indescribable changes with this glance. It was fate. It was the blessing of fate. Or it was true destruction. The middle-aged woman retracted her gaze, and her wise eyes were filled with confusion. "Ancestor, what did you see?" the young woman asked. "I saw the future and fate," the middle-aged woman said. "Then what is it?" the young woman asked. "Avicania." The middle-aged woman shook her head, then looked at the heavenly realm expert and said, "Perhaps, he knows." "He knows." The young woman was very surprised. Even the ancestor did not know, but a heavenly realm expert did. "What are you still standing there for? Are you waiting for death? Break the formation with all your strength." Doff Hill's angry roar came from the distance. The heavenly realm expert's expression returned to normal. He looked back at the two through the seal, then turned into a stream of light and charged forward again. "He shouldn't die. Reduce the power of the seal," the middle-aged woman ordered. The young woman immediately nodded, and her figure turned into a hazy light and disappeared. The heavenly realm continued to charge forward, and flames continued to appear, but the power was greatly reduced. The heavenly realm expert was still suffering the pain of being burned by the flames, but it was not fatal for the time being. After receiving the news from Zambu Haolin, Zichen decided to head to the Dei Star region. There were only 9 saints in total, so it was not impossible for them to deal with them. Furthermore, Zambu Haolin and Zambu Haochu would be traveling together. No matter what, both of them were saints themselves. But to Zichen's surprise, when he left, the most powerful member of the Zambo family, Zambo Haoming, also joined him. The other party claimed that he was seeking justice for his younger sister. As for whether he had any other intentions, no one knew. Zichen brought everyone and left Planet 88. Xing Chen and Brilliant followed beside him. With Xing Chen's current combat strength, he could only deal with an injured saint. However, in the past year or so, his combat strength had improved greatly. Although he had not completely broken through, it was no problem for him to block 2 saints, just like in the nickel sector. Huan Kai could barely delay 1 saint for a short period of time, so there were only 3 saints left. During this period, Zhong Dian trapped another saint in the treasure pavilion, so there were only 2 saints left for Zichen. With Zichen's current realm, he could barely deal with them, but it would be very strenuous. Of course, there were still many uncertainties, but fortunately, Zambu Haolin had said that the woman who was as beautiful as Brilliant seemed to be a saint as well. In this way, everyone still had a chance of winning. Everyone arrived at this star region as fast as they could. After arriving, Zambu Haolin said, "I left in a hurry, so I'm not too sure about that place. Let me think about it carefully." As soon as they arrived, Xing Chen's expression froze. He looked in a certain direction and his expression became very unnatural. Brilliant beside him noticed the abnormality, but before he could ask, Zichen took out a star map and said, "Let's go straight in this direction." Everyone looked at him in surprise. They knew that this was his first time in this star region and did not understand where he got his confidence from. "This is what I sensed," Zichen explained. In fact, it was not his perception, but the cauldron of creations. Just now, the cauldron sent out a spiritual thought and sensed a special wave of energy. That wave was very familiar. It seems to be in this direction. "Follow me." Zambu Haolin glanced at the star map, then led everyone to the nearest transportation matrix and began long-distance transportation between planets. Ever since she broke through to the Saint Realm, she had been out all year round and was very familiar with this star region. When she teleported, she always traveled the shortest distance. "What's wrong?" On the way, Brilliant asked with concern. Ever since they arrived in this star region, Xing Chen's expression had not been good. Xing Chen shook his head and did not speak. His mood was still low, and his attention was not focused. He seemed to be thinking about something. "I remember now. It's in this place. It's a little hidden. Let's go there now." After traveling about half the distance, Zambu Haolin suddenly pointed at a certain spot on the star map. Then, they sped up again. There were a few saints in the group, so no one dared to obstruct them as they passed. The saints who had been paying attention to the restriction ahead quickly noticed the abnormality of that Heaven Realm expert. One of the saints came to Hill and said, "The restriction's power has indeed decreased. It seems that young master was right. Those people don't want that trash to die." Hill revealed a cold smile. "He's not an ordinary trash. He's the last member of the Star Clan. He has the title of Xing Chen's son. If they kill that trash, the Star King clan on this life star will disappear from this world." That saint nodded and said, "Everything is going according to young master's prediction. Should we take action now?" Hill shook his head and said, "No need. Let's wait for a while. This restriction is strange. We have to find the right time to break it. Let that trash waste more energy. I believe the restriction's power will decrease by another level. Trash, attack faster. Otherwise, you'll die immediately." Hill's cold voice arose in that Heaven Realm expert's sea of consciousness. That guy was emotionless. He continued to dash forward. It was a suicidal attack. From the beginning to the end, he had not touched the restriction. Instead, he was wounded. If the restriction's power hadn't decreased, he would have died long ago. At this moment, Hill could also see the beautiful middle-aged woman on the city wall through the restriction. After the first conversation, they didn't interact with each other again. But at this moment, Hill found that the beautiful middle-aged woman was looking at him with an inexplicable gaze. For some reason, this inexplicable gaze made him feel uneasy. Old thing, don't think that I can't tell that you don't have any strength left. You can only stand there and pretend. After I break through this place, I'll exterminate the Moon clan right in front of you. I'll kill all the men, and I'll torture all the women. Hill's eyes were filled with deep hatred. At this moment, a tall figure appeared in his mind. This figure was as majestic as the heavens and earth. It was the greatest person in his heart. His body glowed. The dazzling light illuminated the entire world and also illuminated Hill's heart. His heart was burning. His expression was emotional. But in the next moment, a figure emitting golden light appeared. He descended from the sky like a demon. The blinding light in his eyes was immediately extinguished as the stalwart figure fell to the ground. Boiling blood splattered all over his body, blurring his vision. At that moment, the sky in his heart collapsed. A nightmarish golden figure appeared in his mind, becoming the sorrow and nightmare in his heart that he would never be able to get rid of. On that day, he saw a demon and recognized fear. That was the most tragic scene he had ever experienced in his life. The Doff clan was almost destroyed. His father's blood sprayed all over his body and splashed into his heart. It was branded in his heart along with that demon-like figure. From then on, his world lost its light. He gradually grew up and was called a genius. His clan became strong again. Everyone smiled again and felt proud of their clan name. Many people praised him as a genius, a rare existence in the world. His future was limitless. However, the moment that imposing figure fell, there was no light in his world. The dark red blood and the demon-like figure became a nightmare that accompanied him as he grew day by day. He hated that person, but he was also afraid of that person. He wanted to kill that person to avenge his father and clan. But he was afraid of meeting that person. There was a deep fear in his heart. It was a nightmare, a demon in his heart. It was a taboo in cultivation. If he wanted to grow, he had to get rid of this demon. But he could not find that person, nor did he dare to find that person. So he could only settle for the next best thing, which was to dispel the nightmare. He wanted to destroy everything that that person once protected. He wanted to make what that person cared about become what everyone despised. So he went out and came here. Thinking about the past, his expression became twisted and ferocious. His eyes glowed red as if they were stained with blood. At that moment, the Heaven Realm cultivator was beaten back again. Trash, get out of my way. His eyes that seemed to be filled with blood emitted a cold light. With a roar, he turned into a stream of light and charged forward. Terrifying Saint Aura appeared in an instant. A gust of murderous intent swept across the world. In the sky, the white clouds turned blood red. The entire sky turned blood red. Hill put his hands together and raised them above his head. A blood sword that was emitting blood-red light and completely formed by Saint Power appeared in his hands. There seemed to be blood lightning circling around the sword. He held the sword with both hands and immediately slashed down. As the sword fell, the void was cut open like a piece of cloth and scattered to the sides. The blood-red sword light went forward and landed on the seal. Swoosh. The seal was split into two. P.S. Happy 2016, everyone. Chapter 2191. Because they had to take care of Xing Chen's son, the power of the seal was reduced to the minimum. Dalfu Hill, whose hatred had been aroused, used a powerful strike to break the seal. With one strike, the seal was forcibly cut open. Hill's eyes were still red as if they had been filled with blood. His expression was ferocious and terrifying. The blood sword that had cut open the seal continued to cut down with unstoppable force. Its target was the middle-aged woman standing on the city wall. The space rippled, and a young and beautiful woman appeared beside the middle-aged woman. Hazy moonlight flashed around her, and powerful saintly might radiated from her. Her blue dress fluttered without wind. Looking at the sharp sword, she slowly reached out her hand. Endless moon power gathered in her palm, and she raised it above her head. Hum. A barrier formed entirely of moonlight appeared above the woman's palm, blocking the blood sword light that followed. The blood sword released powerful destructive energy. This energy kept raging, and the surrounding space was shattered. However, it could not enter the barrier at all. The middle-aged woman looked through the barrier and the blood soared at the crazed Hill. Her wise eyes did not waver at all. Just then, the seal could have quickly changed and blocked Hill's attack. If she wanted to, Hill and the others would not be able to break through the seal at all. However, she did not do so. Instead, she let the seal break. Boom! In the clash of energy, the barrier above the young woman exploded. The terrifying power caused her to take 2 steps back. Defy, on the other hand, was sent flying out of the city and stopped a few hundred meters away. Swish! 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 Light flashed, and the other 8 saints came to Hill's side. They looked down at the 2 people on the city wall, as well as the terrified U-clan people in the city. Cold smiles appeared on their faces. When the U-clan people in the city looked up and saw the 9 saints, they were already in despair. Without the seal, they were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. They had no power to resist at all. The young woman was still standing there calmly. She was not afraid of death, but there was a hint of confusion in her heart. She did not understand why the ancestor chose to give up on the restriction. It had to be known that the restriction was the greatest reliance of the Moon Clan. You have been blinded by hatred. You have lost a clear heart. If you cannot let go of all of this, your cultivation base will stop here, the middle-aged woman said, looking at Hill. A ferocious smile appeared on Hill's face. I'll naturally let go of my hatred after I destroy your clan. But you old thing, you're about to die, yet you still have so much nonsense to say. Without the restriction, the Moon Clan would definitely perish. Everything was going according to his prediction. Hill seemed to have seen the destruction of the Moon Clan, so he laughed proudly. His laughter was filled with the joy of getting his revenge, but it also contained an unresolvable bitterness. From the corner of his eye, Hill saw Xing Chen's son who was about to die. He stopped smiling and said coldly, "Trash, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and fight." He had spent a great deal of effort to capture Xing Chen's son. He had already controlled his soul, and his life was in his hands. It was because of this that he was able to find the hiding place of the Moon Clan. This was all found by Xing Chen's son through some kind of connection. Xing Chen's son, who was usually obedient to him, shook his head expressionlessly after hearing Hill's words. Seeing that it was the first time he had been rejected, Hill was stunned. His eyes were filled with surprise. After pausing for a few breaths, he said coldly, "You dare to disobey my orders? Do you know what you're doing?" Xing Chen's son said, "Of course I know. I am Xing Chen's son. From now on, I will not listen to your orders." Looking at the son of the stars who had suddenly become unyielding, the 8 saints were stunned for a moment, and then a mocking smile appeared on their faces. By saying that, the other party was clearly courting death. Now, he should be waiting for young Master Hill to destroy his soul. However, in the young woman's eyes, Xing Chen's son had undergone an obvious change. His eyes shone like Xing Chen's, and the original deathly aura disappeared. He was full of vitality again. "You're courting death. You know that the Moon Clan will be destroyed, and you're waiting for me to fulfill your wish," Hill said coldly. "You can't kill him." At this moment, a cold voice suddenly came from afar. "Who is it?" Hill's expression turned cold as he looked into the distance. The other 8 saints also turned their heads. In the direction they were looking, several figures appeared. They all looked very young, and after they appeared, they walked towards them. The few of them walked side by side, so it was hard to tell who the leader was. However, their gazes landed on one of the young men instantly. This young man had the same looks as Xing Chen's son. His entire body shone with the radiant light of Xing Chen. Those eyes of his that were as bright as the stars landed on Hill. His expression was one of anger and mockery. Looking at Xing Chen who had arrived, Hill was stunned. The 8 saints did not know what was going on as well. Their gazes kept darting between the 2 sons of Xing Chen. Both of them had the same looks and aura, as though they were twins. This is... The young woman was stunned as well. However, she soon spotted Zambu Haolin. She had seen her before, and guessed that she was a helper that Zambu Haolin had found. Is this the guidance of fate? Unlike the young woman, The middle-aged woman's gaze landed on Zi Chen. She had a benevolent smile on her face, as though she was looking at a descendant of her own family. "Who are you?" Doff Hill asked coldly as he looked at Xing Chen. "I am Xing Chen's son," Xing Chen replied calmly. "You are Xing Chen's son. What about him?" Hill pointed at the other son of Xing Chen. "He is also Xing Chen's son." Xing Chen turned to look at his other self with a smile on his face. The son of Xing Chen also smiled and walked over. "Stop right there. One more step and you will die." Hill's tone was cold. "With me here, you can't kill him. Or rather, you can't kill me." Xing Chen's tone turned cold. "I control his soul. With just a thought, he will die." Hill's eyes were filled with murderous intent. A mocking smile appeared on Xing Chen's face. "You think you can control me? In this world, no one can control my soul, not even a god." As soon as Xing Chen finished speaking, his body suddenly turned into bright starlight. At the same time, the son of Xing Chen in front of him also turned into starlight and scattered. At this moment, the two balls of starlight were close to each other and were merging. Hill's eyes were filled with viciousness. He seemed to have made up his mind. However, he soon realized that he couldn't destroy the soul of Xing Chen's son. Seeing this, Zi Chen, who was puzzled, suddenly understood. This should be the opportunity to become a saint that Xing Chen always talked about. Many years ago, the star ancestor used a secret method to send out a soul in order to give the star race a chance to survive. That soul traveled the star path and was never heard from again. Many years later, Zi Chen entered the star race and inadvertently awakened the star ancestor. Then he used his last trick to create another Xing Chen. That Xing Chen followed Zi Chen. In fact, the two of them were the same person. Only when they merged together could they become the real son of Xing Chen. Buzz. The starlight merged in the sky and turned into Xing Chen's appearance. He released a powerful saint aura. This was the true saint aura. "I am the son of Xing Chen. You, a mere saint, don't think you can control me," Xing Chen said coldly as he glanced at the shocked Hill. The other 8 saints were stunned when they saw this scene. They clearly didn't expect such a change to happen to the son of the stars. At this moment, the aura emitted from him made their hearts palpitate. On the city wall, the Moon Clan woman's beautiful face was filled with shock. She first looked at the stars and then looked at Brilliant behind her. Brilliant's equally beautiful face surprised her greatly. Then, she looked at Zi Chen, who was standing beside Brilliant. Their fates seemed to be intertwined and inseparable. In a trance, she seemed to understand something. The middle-aged woman turned to the young girl and said, "Mingyu, do you understand?" The girl named Mingyu shook her head at first, then nodded slowly. Her expression was complicated. "This is fate. You can never predict it. You can never understand it. But it's always like fate." The middle-aged woman smiled kindly and said, "Go, this is your battle. I believe that after this battle, you'll know what it means to be perfect." Mingyu nodded. With a light tap of her feet, she left the city wall and flew forward. Like a fairy, she flew through the air. Her body was shrouded in hazy moonlight, attracting everyone's attention. If this scene had to be described with words, it would naturally be a fairy flying from the heavens. Looking at the fairy flying over, Zi Chen's expression was a little dazed. It was as if he saw a familiar figure flying towards him. The two figures were both beautiful, but their auras were different. Their temperaments were also different. Zi Chen's dazed expression quickly returned to normal. So it's the moon race. Zi Chen understood everything when he saw the woman who had arrived. His mind was somewhat shocked. During this trip to the Star Road, he had already met 3 of the 4 great royal clans. The moonlight figure that had appeared in his mind gradually disappeared. Mingyu, who flew over, naturally stood on Zi Chen's side. She stood opposite Doff Hill in front. There was no need to ask or explain. She knew that these people were allies. Xing Chen, Guang Yarou, Mingyu, the 3 Zanbu siblings, Huan Kai, and Zi Chen. A total of 8 people stood opposite the 9 saints. Although this battle was 8 against 9, Zi Chen's side still had a high chance of winning. P.S. There will be an additional chapter in the morning. Chapter 2192. The change of the situation was somewhat unexpected, and the fusion of Xing Chen's son made everyone stunned. Looking at the situation that had formed, Hill revealed an interesting smile. His eyes had returned to normal. He glanced at the group of people in front of him and saw the angry Zunbu Haolin. "So it's you. Of course. Do you think I'm afraid of you and won't come back?" Zunbu Haolin replied indifferently, gritting her teeth. Hill's eyes paused for a moment on the other people. "I regretted letting you go at first, but after seeing your helpers, I'm glad that I let you go." Hill looked at Brilliant and said, "You should be the forces of Nickel Starfield, right? I didn't expect you to come to me on your own initiative. This is good, it saves me the trouble of going to Nickel Starfield. By the way, the three of you are really born to be servants." The three people mentioned here were Xing Chen, Brilliant, and Ming Yu. They were from the three king families, excluding Zi Chen. Zi Chen was also ignored by Hill all this time. "Gung Yuan Kai is dead." Zi Chen looked at Doff Hill and suddenly said, "Gung Yuan Kai." Hill was stunned when he heard the name, then he said, "It's that idiot. It's good that he's dead. This young master's matter will naturally be solved by me. He was a spirit devourer who couldn't advance in his life. He wandered around me in search of an opportunity, but he didn't know that in my eyes, he was just a clown." Hill's expression was indifferent, and his words were full of disdain. It was obvious that he didn't put Gang Yuan Kai in his eyes. However, the latter not only destroyed Gang family, but also dragged Nickel family down with him. If Gang Yuan Kai was still alive and heard Doff Hill's words, he would certainly die of anger. He risked his life to get the reputation of a clown. It's not that easy to advance to a harmonious spirit master. That guy actually believed that this idiot could help him. What an idiot. At this moment, Zi Chen also felt sorry for Gang Yuan Chen, even though he was the one who ordered the other party to be killed. The other party might have an extraordinary background, but it wasn't that easy to become a harmonious spirit master. Maybe it was just a casual sentence from Hill, but Gang Yuancha took it seriously and put his entire family in danger. The situation was very clear. A battle was unavoidable. On Zi Chen's side, Huan Kai took the initiative to take a few steps forward. Saint Might surged around him as he stared coldly at the group of people in front of him. He did not say anything, but his provocation was obvious. In the next moment, a saint walked out from Hill's side. The other's expression was cold and detached. His aura was much purer than Huan Kai's. "I am Huan Kai." Walking out, Huan Kai said indifferently. "When Weiju," the saint said in a low voice. Huan Kai nodded and said, "Very good. May I ask what is the relationship between Dei Starfields when family and sire?" When Weiju was silent, but his brows were knitted. That was the family he was in, and it was built by him. "If sire continues to step forward and choose to be my enemy, Dei Starfields when family will no longer exist. If sire is tactful, turn around and leave now. I will guarantee your when family's prosperity for thousands of years," Huan Kai continued. Hearing this, Wen Weiju was obviously stunned. His expression was even more shocked than when he saw Xing Chen fuse. Behind him, the other saints who were also stunned quickly burst into laughter. Anyone could see that the guy called Huan Kai in front of them was not a true saint. His battle prowess was limited, but the other party dared to threaten a true saint. Of course, this was not the most ridiculous part. What made them feel ridiculous was that he said such words in front of Doff Hill. In this place, the person who was truly qualified to say those words had yet to open his mouth, yet a nobody had come and shouted at the person who had the strength to do so. It was indeed very laughable. Doff Hill also felt that this sentence was ridiculous, so he laughed coldly. "You're courting death." When Weiju was enraged. This Huan Kai was obviously making fun of him. With a roar, he rushed towards Huan Kai. Swoosh. Huan Kai retreated, not because he was afraid, but because the battlefield was not here. After retreating a few li, Huan Kai launched a fierce attack towards Wen Wei-do. The boundless saint energy was like a huge wave, appearing from behind him. It swept towards Wen Wei-do, layer upon layer, bringing with it an angry roar. Facing Huan Kai's attack, Wen Weiju had no choice but to raise his palms and push them forward. Suddenly, a barrier formed completely by Saint energy appeared and blocked in front of him. Boom! Like an angry wave, it rushed up to the middle of a dam. As soon as it came into contact, it exploded with a rumbling sound. This was Huan Kai's full-strength attack. Its power was very strong, and Wen Weiju couldn't help but retreat. Slash! The moment his opponent retreated, Huan Kai's roar rang out. A Saint energy light sword appeared in his hand, and he rushed towards Wen Weiju as one with the sword. Peng! The barrier that Wen Weiju put up with his palms shattered. The tip of the sword pierced through the barrier and went straight for Wen Weiju's forehead. Seeing this sharp sword, the latter's expression changed slightly. His body retreated again, and at the same time, he flipped his palms and struck out again. The Saint energy sword in Huan Kai's hand instantly exploded, and the energy contained within was completely dispersed. Huan Kai seemed to have expected this, and in an instant, he sped up and punched Wen Weiju's chest. Peng! His chest was hit, and Wen Weiju's body flew out. However, this attack wasn't serious, and he didn't even have the slightest injury. It was like scratching an itch. After Huan Kai's attack succeeded, he didn't chase after him. Instead, he looked at Wen Weiju with disdain, and his face was full of mockery. "You're courting death." A cold light flashed in his eyes, and Wen Weiju was about to step forward again. Who would have thought that the current Huan Kai would actually clasp his hands towards Zi Chen, and say, "This person is really too much trash. He's not worthy for me to take action. Moreover, this person is already heavily injured, and there's no need to fear him. I'll take my leave now, and we'll meet again someday." Huan Kai's words, which could be said to be nonsense, stunned everyone once again. Especially Wen Weiju, who was completely stupefied. "He's too much trash. He's already heavily injured. You're clearly the most trash." That attack seemed to be connected, but you only had the advantage of making the first move. Moreover, the attack power was too weak, like scratching an itch. Not to mention a heavy injury, there wasn't even a light injury. However, the other party's words were very certain. To be able to reach this realm of lying through one's teeth, it could be considered rare in the world. However, in the next instant, Wen Weiju saw that the other party actually turned around and left. His speed was extremely fast. Not good, this guy wants to run. Wen Weiju instantly became alert. Without saying anything, he shouted and chased after him. Seeing that Wen Weiju was chasing after him, Huan Kai shouted loudly, "Idiot, your enemy isn't me. Trash like you doesn't deserve to fight with me. Also, be careful of your family. If I let a guy who isn't even a saint like you run away today, then how can I still have the face to live in this world?" Wen Weiju shouted coldly and immediately chased after Huan Kai. He naturally saw that Huan Kai's realm wasn't high, but he was deliberately trying to be mysterious. The two of them, one in front and one behind, quickly disappeared from sight. Regarding Wen Weiju's departure, Hill didn't have anything to say, and there was nothing to worry about. Then, 3 saints walked out from Hill's side and looked ahead. "I'll do it." Zampu Haolin's gaze was fixed on one of the saints, her eyes filled with coldness. Zampu Haoming and Zampu Haochu walked out. After nodding slightly at Zi Chen, the 3 of them flew into the distance. The 3 saints beside Doff Hill immediately followed. At this moment, there were 4 people left beside Doff Hill, and 3 by Zi Chen's side. But these 3 people had extraordinary origins, and they were all outstanding members of the royal family. As the 3 stepped out, Xing Chen said coldly to those people, "Come at me together." Of course, the 5 of them couldn't attack together, but 4 of them walked out. Soon, only Zi Chen and Hill were left. Hill also looked at Zi Chen seriously for the first time, and there was a puzzled look on his face. "You're just a heaven realm cultivator, what right do you have to stand in front of me?" His expression gradually turned cold. "Wuji is my teacher." Zi Chen's answer was simple and clear, and it instantly angered Doff Hill. He nodded at Zi Chen and said ferociously, "Very well, then I'll let you die a little later." On the city wall, when the middle-aged beauty heard Zi Chen's words, a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. She obviously didn't expect that this person had such a relationship with Wuji. Zi Chen's saint aura spread out. His realm was between the heaven realm and the saint realm. He had the energy and soul of a heaven realm cultivator, but the body of a saint. So what if you're that person's disciple? I haven't really become a saint yet, and killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. The nightmare in the depths of Hill's heart was completely ignited. His expression became more and more ferocious, and his eyes were slowly turning red, as if he was about to lose his mind. Chen was ready for a big battle. The enemy in front of him was undoubtedly the most troublesome and also the strongest existence he had ever met. The atmosphere became more and more oppressive. Just as Chen was about to attack, the pressure suddenly disappeared, and Hill's eyes slowly regained their clarity. The terrifying aura that naturally exuded from his body also disappeared as his eyes regained their clarity. Taking a deep breath, Hill suppressed the urge to attack and said, "If you want to die, I'll naturally fulfill your wish later. But now, I don't want to attack. I want to quietly watch your people all die." Chen asked indifferently, "Why not your people all die in battle?" Hill smiled and said, "Then let's just watch quietly. Let's see which side will die first. P.S. I wish everyone a happy and healthy new year." Chapter 2193. After saying that, Hill once again became calm and composed. He stood there quietly with his eyes slightly closed, as if he was resting. Chen couldn't see through him. After carefully comparing the power of both sides, he was sure that the longer the battle dragged on, the better it would be for his side. So he restrained his aura. After that, he released his perfect spiritual sense to check the situation of the battle. Within the range of his spiritual sense, Chen could see everyone's movements. He even saw that when Wei was about to catch up with Huan Kai. During this time, he could sense the spiritual senses of all the saints, but he couldn't sense Hill's. He looked at Hill in confusion. There were only two possibilities for this situation. The first was that the quality of Hill's spiritual sense was higher than Chen's perfect spiritual sense, so he couldn't sense the existence of Hill's spiritual sense. The possibility of this happening wasn't high because perfect spiritual sense was the highest quality spiritual sense in the world. Even if Chen was only in the heaven realm, he could still sense the fluctuations of the saint's spiritual sense. Even if Hill's spiritual sense was special and Chen couldn't sense it completely, he should be able to sense some fluctuations. But Chen didn't sense any fluctuations. The other possibility was that Hill didn't release his spiritual sense at all and didn't look at the battle around him. Hill's eyes were closed and he looked calm. It seemed that he didn't pay attention to the battle around him. Why isn't he paying attention to the battle? Does he not care about their lives or has absolute confidence in them? Chen had already determined that it was the latter. He frowned and became more and more confused. These were all his people, so it was only right for him to pay attention to the situation of these people. But he didn't. Hill didn't even look at them. His eyes were closed as if he was asleep. Chen didn't understand why he did this. He chose to wait and released his spiritual sense to observe the battle around him. The beautiful middle-aged woman standing on the city wall seemed to understand Hill's intention. Her eyes were filled with shock, then she looked at Chen with worry. The restrictions were broken, but the saints did not enter the city to kill. Many Yu clan members quietly came to the other side of the city wall and looked around. Outside the city, many saints had already started fighting, and the waves of saint power continued to spread. They were shocked to see so many saints here, but they were also pleasantly surprised. These saints seemed to be on their side. While the shockwaves from the battle in the distance attracted the attention of many people, the two people fighting under the city wall naturally attracted the attention of most of the Moon Clan members. Among them, there was one that everyone was very familiar with. He was the instigator of this incident. The other party's strength made their hearts tremble. Previously, he had even broken through the restrictions with a single strike. As for the other person, he stood quietly in front of the other person. Judging from his aura, he was only at the heaven realm, but there was no trace of fear on his face. Under the probing of Chen's spiritual sense, Huan Kai had already rushed out of this planet and was still fleeing at full speed. When Wei was following closely behind. Just as the two figures disappeared from his spiritual sense, Chen silently counted one in his heart. Quan Kai's speed was very fast. After rushing out of this planet, he used teleportation and flew towards a nearby planet. Trash, why are you chasing me? I already told you, your target is someone else. As he rushed forward, Quan Kai did not forget to provoke Wen Wei. The latter did not say a word and only continued to chase, the murderous intent in his eyes growing stronger. Just like this, one chased and one fled. Quan Kai quickly entered the second planet. At the center of this planet, there stood a lonely 3-story hall. Hurry up and open the door. Seeing this hall from afar, Quan Kai shouted loudly and his speed became even faster. The hall door opened, and Quan Kai turned into a stream of light and rushed in. At the same time, his voice rang out, "Hurry up and shrink and leave this place. Hurry up, hurry up. It's too late." A cold voice rang out from behind Quan Kai. It was Wen Wei who had chased after him without hesitation. He didn't believe that someone who wasn't even a saint could do anything to him. Quan Kai, who was previously nervous, turned around and looked at Wen Wei when he heard this. A sinister smile appeared on his face. Wen Wei suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. He wanted to turn around and leave this place, but at this moment, the hall door closed with a bang, and the entire hall became one. "Open for me!" Wen Wei roared and mobilized his saint power to attack the walls of the hall. When the attack landed on the walls, it only created ripples of energy. What the hell is this place? Seeing that this attack did not have the slightest effect, Wen Wei was obviously shocked. Then, he struck out another powerful attack. But this attack was still the same. After several attacks in a row, he could not shake this hall at all. He cried out in his heart, "Oh no," he fell into a trap. The opponents of the Zambu siblings were all from the Dei galaxy. Although they were not very familiar with each other, they could still call out each other's names after meeting. Last time, one of the three had attacked Zambu Haolin, so this time, Zambu Haoming and Zambu Haochu did not hold back. In fact, Zambu Haoming was very glad that his enemy was not from the Doff family. So even if he killed the three in front of him, it would not have much impact on the Zambu family. Go to hell. Zambu Haolin held a Saint Energy lightsaber in her hand and rushed forward. Zambu Haochu held a Saint Energy long sword and followed closely beside her. In fact, this was the awkwardness of a saint without a saint weapon. Ordinary celestial weapons could not withstand too much Saint Energy, and their power was not as good as condensed Saint Energy weapons. In a battle between saints, besides heavenly path techniques, Saint Energy weapons were also key. Zambu Haolin had obviously cultivated sword techniques. Every strike would have a surge of Saint Energy sword chi, and it was very powerful. Boom! Surging energy surged, and Saint Energy waves spread in all directions, forming terrifying ripples. In this 3-on-3 battle, the Zambu siblings had an obvious advantage from the beginning of the battle because of their tacit cooperation. If this continued, as long as the three did not make any mistakes, it would not be a big problem to win this battle. The situation on this side was very reassuring. Chen's spiritual thoughts continued to shift, and swept toward Chen and the others. This time, the three of them had to fight 4 people, and 2 of them were Doff Hill's personal guards. This battle was what Chen was most worried about. Although the 3 of them were emitting Saint Energy, it was obvious that they were not true saints. This time, before coming, they had already done their homework on the 6 saints from Dei Starfield, so when they arrived at the battlefield, Brilliant took the initiative to choose the 2 saints from Dei Starfield. As for the 2 personal guards of Doff Hill, they were left to Chen and Mingyu to deal with. Mingyu retreated, and one of the guards followed, his aura surging. "You piece of trash, I didn't expect you to have such a trick up your sleeve." The remaining guard sneered at Chen. After the 2 sons of Chen merged, Chen naturally knew the other's name and background. When he was under Doff Hill's control, this person had bullied him a lot. "Bren, you must die today," Chen said coldly. The saint named Bren snorted and sneered, "You, who can barely be considered a saint. Don't worry, the young master has ordered me not to kill you, because you are a servant, a natural servant." Saint Energy surged, and Bren rushed toward Chen, punching out. A dazzling fist light filled the sky. This was his full-strength punch, and it carried a powerful force that directly shattered the space. Xing Chen's aura surged as Star Saint energy enveloped his body, and he countered with a punch. Although his pure Saint-level physical body was still unable to unleash 100% of its power, it was much more powerful than before. It was not difficult for him to face a Saint head-on. In addition, the energy in Xing Chen's body was also made up of Saint energy. Boom! The two fists collided, and there was a loud explosion. The energy raged, and a large area of the void was shattered. Xing Chen's body shook slightly, and a light shield of Xing Chen appeared around him, neutralizing the raging energy, and at the same time, he retreated. Bren, who was in front, was not as calm as Xing Chen when facing this powerful energy. He could only keep retreating. Every step he took, there would be a loud explosion in the void, and the void would explode with each step he took. In their first confrontation, Xing Chen had the upper hand with absolute power, and this surprised Bren. At this moment, he suddenly felt that the sky had become very bright. He looked up instinctively, and saw that in the clear sky, there was suddenly a sky full of Xing Chen. These Xing Chen emitted a bright light, and like eyes, they stared at Bren and blinked. Looking at these Xing Chen, Bren did not know why, but a chill suddenly appeared in his heart. At this moment, Xing Chen's body slowly rose into the sky, and stood under the sky full of stars. His body emitted bright starlight, and he slowly opened his hands, as if he was embracing the sky. Buzz! At this moment, the sky and earth trembled, and the sky full of Xing Chen suddenly dimmed. Bren quickly realized that it was not the stars that dimmed, but some of them suddenly brightened. These bright stars, if connected together, looked like the pattern of a sword. First Heaven Sword, descend. Hugging the stars in the sky with both hands, he let out a cold shout. A celestial sword appeared from the star map, bringing with it an extremely powerful aura as it flew towards Bren below. Looking at this Heaven Sword, and feeling the terrifying aura it emitted, Bren's expression changed drastically. He shouted loudly, and his hands formed a seal in front of his chest, and his body kept retreating. Then, a barrier with many runes surging on the surface of his body appeared in front of him. If one looked carefully, one would find that these runes all had the same word, and that was defend. After the barrier appeared, it expanded, and stood in front of Bren like a wall, and many of the defend characters were shining brightly. The heavenly sword landed on the barrier and burst out with a powerful energy fluctuation. This fluctuation was like water ripples that spread out in all directions. Space was also like water ripples that caused ripples to appear. The energy of Xing Chen's Heaven Sword and the barrier was constantly being depleted, but the former's energy consumption was obviously faster. This powerful sword was blocked by Bren. However, just as a smile appeared on his face, the smile on his face froze when he saw the scene in front of him, and his face was filled with fear. Chapter 2194. After the heavenly sword, the stars in the sky became brighter and formed the pattern of a spear. Then, a spear that emitted the light of Xing Chen descended from the sky and flew towards Bren. Swoosh! After the spear, there was also a Xing Chen heavenly sword and various other weapons. There were more than a dozen weapons, and each of them emitted a terrifying aura. Peng! The heavenly sword's energy was exhausted and shattered, turning into the last of its energy and dissipating. The defensive barrier in front of Bren trembled, but it completely blocked the attack. However, there was no joy on his face at this moment. Instead, it was filled with fear. Swoosh! The Xing Chen spear that came after did not give Bren any time to breathe and directly pierced the defensive barrier. Then, other attacks flew down from the front, carrying a terrifying aura as they slashed at the light barrier. The defensive barrier could not withstand the attacks of these energies and exploded. Some of Xing Chen's weapons shattered with the explosion of the defensive barrier, but some of them went straight ahead and penetrated Bren's body. These attacks entered Bren's body and sent him flying for several miles. Several miles away, his body was still standing in mid-air, but there were several bloody holes on his chest. Sacred blood was gushing out from the holes. There was no color on his face. He looked at Xing Chen with eyes full of disbelief. At this moment, Xing Chen slowly put down his hands. The stars in the sky gradually disappeared. His face was also pale. The energy in his body surged, and then he coughed out a mouthful of blood. He had not completely broken through, but he had forced himself to use such a move. For the current him, it was very difficult. It seemed that he had only used one move to defeat Bren, but he had also suffered a considerable backlash. However, all of this was insignificant compared to Bren's shocking wounds. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Bren, who was several miles away, and said indifferently, "It's over." As soon as he finished speaking, Xing Chen rushed forward like a meteor, carrying a terrifying power. Zi Chen, who had been paying attention to this scene, silently counted to 2. He turned back to look at Doff Hill again, but the latter's expression did not change at all. He did not know whether it was because he did not see the scene, or because he saw it and did not care. A violent energy shockwave came from afar, and a dazzling light scattered in all directions. It was as if a meteorite had exploded, forming a terrifying energy fluctuation. After the light faded, Xing Chen stood in the air, his robes fluttering in the wind. His face was deathly pale and bloodless. Below him, Bren had already lost all signs of life. 2 powerful attacks had killed a saint, and this was under the condition that Xing Chen could barely be considered a saint, which showed how strong the other party was. Son of Xing Chen, this wasn't just a title, it was a powerful trait. Swoosh! Xing Chen waved his hand, and a beam of Xing Chen's energy flew down, sweeping up Bren's corpse and the sacred blood around it and returning to Xing Chen's side. Cries of alarm sounded from the top of the city walls. The death of a saint was enough to cause a huge commotion in a star field. On Xing Chen's side, he had killed his opponent, but the battle around him was still ongoing. Turning back indifferently, Xing Chen looked at the dazzling light. After all, the latter was fighting 1 against 2. Dazzling light slash. A cold voice sounded, and a dazzling golden slash flew towards one of the saints. Such an attack caused the saint's expression to change greatly, and he had no choice but to use his strongest defense. The other saint took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack at the dazzling light. With a point of the dazzling light's jade finger, a golden light exploded in front of the opponent, and the saint was sent flying, blood flowing out of the corner of his mouth. This kind of attack could only be used to scare saints in the nickel starfield, but now, the dazzling light was able to injure a saint. On the other side, the powerful slash had already landed, and after a loud bang, the saint's defense was forcibly destroyed. The latter cried out in alarm and flew backwards with a look of horror on his face. As he flew backwards, he kept coughing up blood. Evidently, the dazzling light's attack had seriously injured him. Zi Chen also saw this scene, and a look of deep shock appeared on his face. He did not expect the dazzling light to be so powerful. As expected of the heavenly maiden of glory, he could not help but sigh in admiration. The 2 injured saints looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. When they turned back again, they saw that Doff Hill was still indifferent to the battle, and the 2 of them started to think of retreating. "You can't leave." A cold voice sounded. Xing Chen had already rushed towards one of the injured saints, and he could see from the other's eyes that he wanted to escape. Seeing Xing Chen, who had just killed Doff Hill's guard, the injured saint did not hesitate to turn and run. Buzz! The void trembled, and the stars that had disappeared appeared once again, forming a star atlas in the sky, and attacked the saint. Screams of terror came from the horizon, and one attack after another chased after him. Amidst the continuous tremors, the screams of terror turned into screams of agony. With the last scream, another saint died. Zi Chen silently counted to 4 in his heart. Because dazzling light had already killed her opponent before Xing Chen did. Xing Chen and dazzling light, who were completely free, were slightly injured, but it did not stop them from continuing to fight. Both of their gazes fell on the saint's guard who was fighting with Bright Moon. 4 of the 8 saints had already died, but Doff Hill still had no reaction, and did not even frown. This made Zi Chen even more unable to see through him. He even suspected that this guy in front of him was from the Moon Clan, and that he had intentionally sent these saints to their deaths. He still has a backup plan. Just as this thought surfaced in his mind, Zi Chen shook his head. Even if he had a powerful backup plan, he should not have sent all these people to their deaths. After all these people died, Doff Hill would have to face the joint attack of several experts. Zichen didn't believe that a mere saint would be able to resist the attacks of all of them. Unless he was a saint king. But even so, he still couldn't just watch these people die. After all, these were all saints, and any one of them could have a huge impact on a galaxy. Zichen had never seen or heard of anyone who could ignore a saint like this. He could not figure it out, and could not figure it out, and could not possibly be a saint king, so he could only continue to watch. After the 4 saints died, the 3 of them joined forces to attack the last guard, and the situation of the other party was very bleak. The 3 people from Daystar region who were fighting Zon Bu and his siblings also had thoughts of retreating when they saw this scene. Let's go. Especially when they saw that the guard was about to die, the 3 of them decisively left, and at the same time, they cursed that damned Doff Hill in their hearts. They did not know what he was doing, but he did not care about the deaths of others. In fact, they did not come here just to curry favor with Doff Hill, because they knew very well that Doff Hill could not make them saint kings. They came here because they were invited by Doff Hill, and if they did not come, they would be defying the Doff family. They did not dare to provoke the Doff family, so they could only come, even if they did not want to. Don't let him escape. Zanbu Haolin's cold eyes stared at one of the saints. Whoosh! A cold light flashed in Zanbu Haolin's eyes, and the energy in his body burned like flames, and then he turned into a stream of light and rushed forward at an even faster speed. After burning the saint power, it would take a long time to recuperate. Seeing Zanbu Haolin burning the saint power, Zanbu Haolin could not help but feel touched. Stop! Almost in an instant, Zanbu Haolin arrived in front of the other saint and blocked him with a powerful blow. When the other 2 saw this, Fafen did not come forward to help, and instead ran even faster. Whoosh! Zanbu Haolin and Zanbu Haoming caught up, and the 3 saints stared coldly at the person in the middle. The saint looked at Zanbu Haoming and said helplessly, "Brother Haoming, can you let me go? From now on, I will rely on the Zanbu family, and will be at your disposal." Zanbu Haoming shook his head and said, "No." The saint smiled bitterly, but the outcome was already decided. At this moment, in the distance, where Xing Chen and the other 2 were fighting, an angry roar sounded, and then after the angry roar, there was another scream. Doff Hill's last guard also died under the siege of the 3. Of the 8 saints, 6 died, and 2 escaped. Huan Kai carried the treasure pavilion that had become the size of his palm and returned to the planet. After seeing the end of the battle, he was obviously stunned. He thought that with Zhongdian's help, he would be the fastest, but he did not expect that he was the slowest. A group of people gathered and walked towards Zichen. Obviously, they were going to besiege Doff Hill. However, they were also confused and did not know what that guy was doing. Doff Hill's eyes, which had been closed, opened at this moment, and a hint of excitement and coldness flashed in his eyes. He looked at Zichen and said, "The battle is over. Congratulations on becoming the biggest winner." Zichen could not understand the other party's expression. At this moment, Zichen heard a sound transmission from the city wall, and his expression changed obviously. Only then did he understand the other party's true intention. He stretched out his hand and pushed behind him, saying, "Don't come near here." Doff Hill smiled and said, "Why don't you let them come close? Do you think you can deal with me with just trash like you?" After saying that, Doff Hill's expression became cold, and his figure flashed towards Zichen. With an unimaginable speed, he arrived in front of Zichen and kicked Zichen away. Chapter 2195. Doff Hill's sudden attack was out of everyone's expectations. Doff Hill had been reluctant to make a move earlier, but now, he was impatient to make the first move. Everyone only saw a blur in front of their eyes before Zichen was sent flying. Doff Hill was standing where Zichen was just a moment ago with a smile on his face, but his expression was indescribably cold. "If I didn't let them come over, a piece of trash like you wouldn't be my match." Looking at Zichen who was sent flying, Doff Hill laughed mockingly. Everyone looked at Zichen worriedly. Doff Hill's speed had shocked them. Dusting off the dust on his robe, Zichen looked up at Doff Hill and said indifferently, "Your speed is not bad, but your strength is a bit lacking. I alone am enough to deal with you." Shameless boasting. Doff Hill's eyes turned cold, and he once again charged at Zichen. With the same speed, he was already in front of Zi Chen. Peng! With a loud explosion, the void immediately shattered, and Zi Chen's figure was sent flying. Seeing Zi Chen flying, Duff Hill's expression changed slightly. Almost 90% of his power had been neutralized. Duff Hill's eyes turned cold as he continued to charge forward. Duff Hill was like a ray of light, constantly teleporting, flashing, and launching powerful attacks. Zi Chen's body was sent flying again and again, and under Duff Hill's attacks, the space around him was constantly shattering, and cracks were spreading out. On the city wall, the people from the Moon Clan were also stunned. They originally thought that since this person dared to stand in front of Duff Hill, he should have some powerful means. They didn't expect that the battle would be one-sided in just one exchange. However, everyone could understand. After all, Duff Hill was only in the heaven realm. What they didn't understand was why the other saints didn't help. Even the Moon Fairy was watching from the side, her eyes filled with worry, but she didn't do anything. In the continuous exchange, the frequency of space shattering became faster and faster, and Duff Hill's speed also became faster and faster. Zi Chen's flying speed also seemed to have increased a lot, and he was vaguely catching up with Duff Hill's speed. How can this be? Looking at the battlefield, everyone was puzzled. It seemed that the two's speed was now equal. Zi Chen, who was constantly flying back, didn't seem to be just flying, but more like he was dodging a powerful attack. A heaven realm's speed was comparable to a saint's. At this moment, they saw that Duff Hill's speeds, and Zi Chen's. Duff Hill's, of course, of Duff Hill's, Duff's back. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Zi Chen said, "Your speed is not bad. If this is your maximum speed, then you won't even be able to get past me. I'm afraid your thoughts of killing all of us to get rid of your inner demons will be shattered." Hearing Zi Chen's words, Duff Hill's lips curled into a mocking smile, as if he was about to say, "You think you have what it takes?" But in the next moment, his expression changed. Zi Chen's body suddenly flashed with a bright silver light. This silver light was completely formed by the power of thunder, and it formed a pair of wings that emitted the light of thunder, growing out from his back. There were 6 wings, and as soon as they appeared, an oppressive aura spread out. That's the Thunder Clan's supreme treasure, the Heavenly Thunder Wings. Seeing the Heavenly Thunder Wings on Zi Chen's back, Ming Yu's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. She didn't expect to see the legendary speed treasure of the Thunder King clan today. On the city wall, many of the Yu clan's cultivators exclaimed. As members of the royal clan, they naturally knew a little about the Thunder Clan. Now that they recognized Zi Chen's Heavenly Thunder Wings, they naturally guessed Zi Chen's identity. As members of the royal clan, they looked at Zi Chen with eyes full of kindness. "Thunder King clan, huh? I'll take your treasure and leave it in my clan." Duff Hill smiled coldly at Zi Chen and rushed forward again. Buzz! Zi Chen's Heavenly Thunder Wings on his back flapped, and he actually took the lead to charge at Duff Hill. The two turned into 2 streaks of light, meeting in midair and fiercely colliding. Billowing energy surged, and the two separated. Duff Hill said coldly, "Your speed is only SOSO. Is that so?" Zi Chen smiled coldly, and his Heavenly Thunder Wings flapped again, and he rushed forward again. Looking at Zi Chen rushing forward, Duff Hill snorted coldly, and as he rushed forward, he kicked Zi Chen's chest. The holy light surged. If this attack landed, even with Zi Chen's strong physical body, he would still have a few broken ribs. Duff Hill smiled coldly, as if he could already see Zi Chen being kicked by him. Zi Chen, who was rushing forward, arrived in front of Duff Hill. In the eyes of the crowd, Zi Chen seemed to be taking the initiative to send himself to Duff Hill, and this kick was unavoidable. However, at this moment, a mysterious power suddenly emerged from Zi Chen's body. This power spread out and enveloped the surrounding space. Within the range of this space, the essence of space began to change. In the eyes of the crowd, for some unknown reason, Duff Hill's attack speed suddenly decreased, and Zi Chen's speed suddenly increased. Under this situation, Zi Chen easily dodged Duff Hill's attack, and at the same time, he turned around and kicked Duff Hill's chest. This kick landed firmly, and it was full of strength. The strange feeling from before disappeared, and everything returned to normal. The surrounding space began to shatter, and Duff Hill, who took this kick, was uncontrollably sent flying backwards. Such a strange and unforeseen event also caused numerous exclamations to erupt. Most of them knew about the heavenly thunder wings and the lightning clan's extreme speed, but very few knew that extreme speed could even change space. Mingyu knew, and the surprise in her eyes grew stronger. The middle-aged woman nodded, and a gratified smile appeared on her face. While the crowd was still in a daze, this was not the end. Chen flapped the heavenly thunder wings and rushed forward, like a beam of light, catching up with the flying Duff Hill at a straight speed. The latter's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he forcibly stabilized his body, turned half a circle in the air, and punched at Chen's face. Chen's body rushed forward, as if he was taking the initiative to be hit, but at the last moment, that strange energy that could change space appeared again, and then enveloped a part of the space. This is. Duff Hill's pupils shrank, and for the first time, a look of shock appeared in his eyes. He finally understood the reason for the strange change just now. But understanding it did not mean that he could resolve it, or rather, his speed had slowed down, and he could not resolve the attack in time. Chen leaned his body one more time, dodging the punch. Then, he flew up and kicked Duff Hill's chest. A fierce energy exploded on the other's chest, and the powerful energy waves destroyed the surrounding space. The saint power moving around Duff Hill's body changed constantly, and his body flew backward one more time. After stabilizing his body, Chen continued to dash forward, chasing after Duff Hill. Just like before, even though Duff Hill was prepared and could see what was going on, he couldn't dodge or resolve the situation. The Lightning Clan's extreme speed was known as the world's fastest speed. The world here didn't only refer to life stars, but it also included all alien races. In this world, the Lightning Clan's extreme speed was undeniably the best. No matter how extraordinary Duff Hill was, even if his family had a close relationship with the God Clan, in front of the Lightning Clan's extreme speed, he still had to lower his head. Thus, the crowd saw a scene that shocked them to the core. On the battlefield, Chen and Duff Hill's speed seemed to have been slowed down countless times, and they could clearly see some of the changes in the details. In their eyes, this change was full of flaws. Not to mention a saint, even a Heaven Realm expert could easily dodge it. However, Duff Hill couldn't dodge. Each of Chen's attacks landed squarely on him, and he had to endure Chen's most powerful attack with his own body. Bang! Between the energy vibrations, Duff Hill continued to fly backwards. The holy power defense around him finally weakened under Chen's repeated attacks, and finally disappeared completely. Crack! Then, Chen's foot landed on Duff Hill's chest. The clear sound of bones breaking arose. Duff Hill was sent flying backward, coughing up blood. The thunder wings on his back continued to flap. Chen continued to dash forward, attacking Duff Hill with the same attacks. This made Duff Hill feel helpless. In front of extreme speed, such a powerful existence was actually suppressed like this. The surrounding people were speechless when they saw this, and shock was written all over their faces. Among them, Zambu Haochu's expression was the most exaggerated. He had personally experienced Chen's powerful physical body. He didn't expect to see Chen's extreme speed again today. His speed was much faster than his. He believed that in a battle between the two of them, he would be worse off than Duff Hill. This was the result of Chen's closed-door cultivation for more than a year. As his physical body grew stronger, the amount of saint energy he could gather increased as well. This amount of saint energy was gradually enough for him to carry out various forms of depletion in a battle. Although he was fighting very well now, if it was more than a year ago, his saint power would have been exhausted. Even so, the saint power in Chen's body was being consumed at an unimaginable speed. However, the effect was still very amazing. Just when everyone thought that Duff Hill would be completely defeated by Chen's relentless attacks, a strong light suddenly erupted from Duff Hill's body. Although this strong light still couldn't stop Chen's attack, it allowed him to cross his hands in front of him before Chen's attack arrived. Thus, when Chen's attack landed, Duff Hill used the force to retreat. As his body retreated, he still maintained his balance. This was the first time he stabilized his body after Chen displayed extreme speed. Chapter 2196. Only after retreating a full kilometer did he finally stop. His expression was full of vigilance, and the coldness and killing intent in his eyes had long disappeared. Instead, there was a hint of seriousness in his eyes. His opponent's speed was the strangest he had ever seen. It was not that fast, as the difference between the two was not that big, but the mysterious energy that could cause a special change in space was the most powerful part. He stabilized his body, but his expression was very awkward. The front part of his robe was stained with blood, and there were also traces of blood on the corner of his mouth and chin, but he did not have time to wipe it off, or rather, he did not dare to wipe it off. Facing Zi Chen's strange speed, he could not let his guard down even a little. But unexpectedly, Zi Chen did not chase after him. Instead, he stood in the distance and looked at the awkward Doff Hill silently. He knew from the middle-aged woman that Doff Hill wanted to use them to kill his inner demon, so he could only fight alone, and he could only win, not lose. "Who are you?" Seeing that Zi Chen did not chase after him, Doff Hill gradually relaxed and asked in a low voice. His expression became serious, and it was obvious that he had already regarded Zi Chen as an opponent of the same level. "Zi Chen," Zi Chen said indifferently. Of course, he could tell that Doff Hill was not asking about his origin, but just his name. "Very good, I will remember you, as expected of that person's disciple. All these years, among those of the same level, no one could be faster than me, and you are the first one." Doff Hill said coldly, "But speed is not the key to victory. Now, let me see what else you have up your sleeve." Hearing this, some people in the distance wanted to scold Doff Hill for being shameless. Doff Hill obviously could not avoid this kind of speed and did not dare to fight back, but he said that speed was not the key. If this was not the key, then what was? Zi Chen understood what Doff Hill meant, and he was also very clear about his current situation. If there was a big gap between two people, such as one in the heaven realm and the other in the supreme realm, then speed would be the absolute advantage. However, the difference in their realms wasn't that great. In fact, Zi Chen was the one with the lower realm. Zi Chen managed to gain the upper hand in the surprise attack, but when it came to the real battle, the mysterious energy couldn't reach Doff Hill, who was on guard. Light flickered on the other party's body as a dense life force surged out from the surface of his body. The injuries he had suffered earlier were rapidly recovering. At the same time, an extremely powerful aura surged out from his body. After this aura appeared, the surrounding space began to distort. Doff Hill's solemn expression once again became cold and stern. He had been careless just now and caught Zi Chen off guard, allowing him to gain the upper hand. Now that he was facing his opponent, the previous situation would naturally not happen again. Swoosh. Zi Chen continued to use his extreme speed and arrived in front of Doff Hill in an instant. The mysterious energy began to spread out, controlling the space around him. Boom. Doff Hill's aura was extremely powerful. He punched out, and the space around him began to distort violently. This powerful force directly affected the invasion of Zi Chen's mysterious energy. Zi Chen's figure rapidly shifted between two positions, and he began to retreat. The attack didn't hit him, and he didn't cause any damage to Doff Hill either. The punch missed its target and exploded in the void. More than half of the sky shattered, and cracks spread out continuously. "I told you, extreme speed isn't the key to victory," Doff Hill said in a deep voice. Zi Chen, who was retreating, began to shine with a dazzling golden light. He expressionlessly put his hands in front of his chest and began to form a seal. A scorching and violent energy aura surged out from his body, turning into a pure thunderbolt energy that gathered in front of him. Feeling the change in Zi Chen's aura, the nightmare in the depths of Doff Hill's heart was completely stimulated. He seemed to have returned to that battle in the past. He saw that majestic figure, and he saw the sky in his heart collapse on that day. His body was trembling, not because of fear, but because of excitement. It was because he was stimulated by something in his memory. His eyes were slowly turning red, as if they were filled with blood. The corners of his mouth parted, revealing a smile. That smile was ferocious and terrifying. The terrifying aura around him became even more terrifying at this moment. Under this terrifying aura, all the cultivators who looked at Doff Hill felt a chill in their hearts. In their eyes, This fellow had already become a crazy and ferocious, peerless, ferocious beast. That's it, haha, that's the feeling. Doff Hill, whose eyes had turned completely red, looked up to the sky and laughed. This laughter was filled with madness, but it also carried a certain sadness, giving people an indescribably strange feeling. Then, everyone discovered that Doff Hill was actually crying while laughing. What he was crying were actually tears of blood. Those tears of blood seemed to contain some kind of powerful force as they slid down his cheeks and fell to the ground. A large area on the ground was silently turned into fine powder. Seeing this scene, a deep chill appeared in the hearts of everyone. If such a crazy guy couldn't be completely killed, then it would be a disaster for this world. Extreme Yang. Zi Chen was expressionless. The seal in his hand had reached the end. With a low shout, the Extreme Yang seal, which was emitting a blazing and violent lightning, shot towards Doff Hill in front of him. This seal's attack speed was very fast, and it contained an extremely powerful energy. Peng! Seeing this, Doff Hill raised his hand and slapped down. Zi Chen's heavenly path attack was directly smashed apart by this slap, allowing the violent energy to wreak havoc around him. He stood there motionless like a demon god. This is your attack. It's the same as that person's, but it's too weak, too weak. Doff Hill shook his head, and his voice became colder. Extreme Yin. Extreme Yang. No one knew when, but there was a clone besides Zi Chen. The real body and the clone formed seals at the same time, and the two heavenly path techniques appeared almost at the same time. Then, they pulled each other and rushed towards Doff Hill. This kind of attack is more interesting, but it's still too weak. Doff Hill was still standing in the sky. His blood-red eyes stared at these two attacks, and he was verifying it with a certain attack in the depths of his memory. Apart from the power, the two attacks were almost identical. But such a weak attack, even if it was destroyed, it didn't give Doff Hill any sense of accomplishment. Boom! He slowly raised both of his palms. Saint power surged in his palms, and he was ready to destroy these two attacks with two slaps. But who knew that these two attacks would explode before he could? The two yin and yang energies exploded, and the energy produced was terrifying. The surrounding space was completely shattered, and turned into a huge black hole. A bright light flashed in Duffshear's crimson eyes. He seemed to have sensed a familiar energy from this attack. Facing the impact of this energy, his body involuntarily retreated as the saint energy in his body continued to neutralize this destructive energy. In the eyes of the crowd, such an attack was already a threat to Doff Hill. So when they saw that there were 4 Zi Chens on the field, they couldn't help but exclaim, "That's a little too strong." Even the 3 from the Zambo clan were visibly moved at this moment. Doff Hill's crazy performance made their hearts palpitate. On the other hand, Zi Chen's expression was still calm. He just continued to form seals. If 1 didn't work, then 2. If 2 didn't work, then 4. Moreover, the 4 of them were in groups of 2, containing 2 completely opposite types of extreme energy. When he saw this scene, the calm Zi Chen gave off an increasingly mysterious feeling. The energy in the sky dissipated. Doff Hill looked a little embarrassed. But it was only a little. It was not even comparable to the embarrassment that Zi Chen's extreme speed made him look. However, as soon as he blocked this attack, he saw 4 more attacks flying towards him. Although there were 2 more attacks than before, it was definitely not the same as 2 plus 2 equals 4 times the attack. The power of these attacks would only be stronger. In addition, Doff Hill also felt a surge of saint power from these attacks. His red eyes looked past these 4 attacks and looked at Zi Chen. He saw a cold smile in Zi Chen's eyes. This kind of attack couldn't even kill the heavily injured Luo Fei, let alone the powerful Doff Hill. So in these 4 attacks, Zi Chen infused 4 waves of saint power from his physical body. This way, when these 4 waves of energy exploded, the 4 waves of saint power would also show great power. Boom! Under the control of Zi Chen's spiritual thoughts, the 4 waves of energy exploded in an instant and turned into an even more powerful destructive storm. In the storm, not only was it filled with the heaven-defying lightning energy of yin and yang, but it also had the support of saint power. All kinds of energy mixed together and caused a full-scale explosion, and the power was even more powerful. This storm instantly engulfed Dufshire, and then a loud roar came from it. A powerful Saint aura surged out, and then it kept exploding, colliding with Zichen's attack. In this collision of energy, a black hole appeared in the sky. Then, the violent energy was swallowed by the turbulence in the black hole. Everyone stared at the battlefield, looking very nervous. They were all wondering if such a powerful attack could kill Doff Hill. The answer was no. There was no possibility at all. Soon, Saint power waves raged out, and Doff Hill rushed out. In the face of such a powerful attack, he did not seem to be injured, but blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth again. Interesting. I can kill you now, Doff Hill said coldly. He put his hands together and then raised them high. The energy between heaven and earth began to surge wildly. Obviously, he was going to use a powerful attack. Zichen was still silent, but in the face of Doff Hill's attack, he undoubtedly responded. In his hands, there were 2 more light balls. Chapter 2197. My left hand is yang. My right hand is yin. Zichen's face was expressionless. He silently said in his heart. He stretched out his left and right hand. 2 light balls appeared. The light ball in his left hand. It was emitting a hot and violent aura. There were golden lightning snakes swimming around it. The light ball in his right hand. It was emitting a cold and violent aura. There were silver lightning snakes swimming around it. These 2 auras. They were completely opposite. However, it appeared on one person. This made everyone very shocked. And at this time, Zichen. He also completely changed. His left body. It turned golden. Even his black and bright eyes. They were also emitting a cold golden light. His right body. It was filled with silver light. One of his eyes was gold and the other was silver. Cold and ruthless. What is this? Seeing this scene, the cultivators of the Yu clan on the city wall. They all exclaimed. They were also puzzled. They were also shocked. And the 3 Zonbiyu siblings. They also did not expect. Zichen was not only a harmonious spirit master. He was actually an existence with 2 opposite attributes. At this time, Zichen. He also gave people a very dangerous feeling. It's yin and yang. The yin and yang energies are born from the same body. I really did not expect. Wuji's extremely absurd theory in the past. It was actually verified. In the eyes of the middle-aged beautiful woman. She was also filled with shock. She knew how difficult it was to achieve this step. In the past, in order to verify this theory, she did not know how many geniuses she found. But these geniuses all died in the mortal realm. At that time, everyone advised Wuji. This kind of situation did not exist in this world. Unless there were 2 bodies. He wanted to use one body to possess 2 types of energy. This was completely impossible. Under the persuasion of many influential existences. After many failures, Wuji had no choice but to give up on this idea. He no longer allowed his disciples to test this theory with their lives. However, he didn't expect that. She actually got it from Zichen today. He saw the combination of yin and yang energy. Just by seeing this situation, the middle-aged woman came to a conclusion. Zichen's potential would be greater than Wuji's in the past. At the same level. His battle prowess would also far surpass limitless back then. Compatibility of yin and yang. Zichen took a step forward. His left hand and right hand slowly came together. 2 types of extreme energy. There was some kind of vibration. Even this move. Zichen had already used it twice. During this period of time, he had also experimented quite a few times. But at this moment, the repulsive force that was coming from him. It was still very clear. A wave was formed. It was still extremely destructive. Is this a fusion? Could it be? He confused 2 types of energy. At this moment, the middle-aged woman's expression changed again. The shock in her eyes became more and more intense. If Zichen could really do this, then she believed that he could kill Doff Hill. It was really a very easy thing to do. At the same time, she was also looking forward to it. After yin and yang fused, What kind of power would be produced? Unfortunately, she was full of expectations. She didn't see the scene of yin and yang fusing. She only saw yin and yang fusing. Just a difference of one word. But there was a difference of heaven and earth. But the two types of energy fused. The power that was formed was still terrifying. Under everyone's shocked gaze. Zi Chen's yin and yang energy. They fused with each other. Then something began to change. In the end, it turned into a two-colored thunder lotus. There was two-colored thunder swimming on the surface of his body. The energy between heaven and earth. It was being crazily sucked away by Doff Hill. Above his hands, a blood-colored long sword was appearing. Just at the moment when the blood sword was formed, the whole world turned blood red, as if it had been dyed with blood. For such a blow, the people of the Moon Clan were very clear. The Moon Clan's restriction. It was cut open by such a sword. Between heaven and earth. It turned blood red. The light on Doff Hill's body. It also turned blood red. The blood-red light in his eyes became more and more intense. The killing intent also became more and more intense. This blow. It was even more powerful than when he broke the restriction. That killing intent seemed to bring people to hell. There were corpses everywhere. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Doff Hill's blood sword. It changed the aura of heaven and earth. It became the only thing between heaven and earth. With the intent to kill. At this moment, the yin-yang thunder lotus was completely formed. An aura soared into the sky from the thunder lotus. Half of the sky was blood red. It was dyed gold and silver. The entire sky. It was completely separated by the aura of the two people. They occupied half of each other. They didn't give in. Above the blood sword, the blood clouds in the sky were spinning. It formed a huge blood vortex. In that vortex, there were streaks of blood-colored thunder and lightning falling. And above the yin-yang thunder lotus, the space was also distorted. There were two-colored thunder and lightning falling from it. These two auras. Each of them was very powerful. Each of them had an extraordinary origin. Usually, there would be one. It could be said to be the end of the world. But now there were two auras. The saints who were watching the battle from afar. Their expressions became solemn. His figure subconsciously retreated backward. Such an attack. Even they felt that it was very tricky. Buzz. The restriction that had just been broken. It also reappeared in the sky above the city. Flames lingered above. It enveloped the entire city. This flame light shield. It had undoubtedly become the third color in this world. But because it wasn't aggressive, so it was directly ignored. Far away, Zi Chen and Doff Hill looked at each other. They both saw coldness and confidence in each other's eyes. So, the two of them attacked at the same time. The yin-yang thunder lotus spun and flew forward. Wherever it passed, the space shook. It kept twisting. Like water ripples. The blood-colored long sword. It slashed down. It turned into a huge blood-colored waterfall. With the intent to kill. When the two attacks were still some distance away. The fluctuations that formed had already begun to clash. The surrounding space distorted more and more violently. In the end, it completely exploded. Two major attacks. They appeared in the black hole. They were still approaching. Swoosh. The blood sword slashed at the thunder lotus. It slashed on the thunder lotus. But there was no loud explosion. It only trembled a little. The energy of the two attacks. They were all in a restrained state. They hadn't completely erupted. Instead, the ripples formed by the tremors. It caused a large area of the sky to shatter. The entire world. It completely turned into a black hole. This was just the aftermath of the energy. The two attacks were restrained. They both wanted to destroy each other. At this moment, it wasn't just a competition of energy. It was a competition of mind power and willpower. Although Zi Chen's realm was lower, but the quality of the perfect spiritual sense, it didn't lose to the other party at all. The people in the distance looked at each other from afar. After seeing this scene, They had a bad feeling in their hearts. They could only retreat again. The people of the Moon Clan who were watching this battle through the light shield. They also sensed the threat. They all jumped down from the city wall. Only the middle-aged beautiful woman was still standing there. She looked up at the two people who were still fighting in the sky. There was a faint expectation in her eyes. Boom! The two people's control of energy. They finally reached their limit. The blood sword and the thunder lotus exploded almost at the same time. An earth-shattering explosion came from the sky. The energy exploded. The destructive energy began to scatter in all directions. Wherever this energy passed, the sky shattered. It turned into a black hole. It swept across the ground. The earth disappeared. It turned into a black hole. It swept across the sky. The towering mountain disappeared. The dense forest disappeared, leaving behind a black hole. Everything about this. They all disappeared wherever the energy passed. Only a black hole was left. In that black hole, only the space turbulence was raging. At the same time, just as the two attacks were spreading out, Zichen and Doff Hill were also the first to bear the brunt. They couldn't dodge in time. They were swept by this destructive energy. After this energy spread, the two disappeared. There was only a black hole in the original place. At this moment, this violent energy was completely out of control. It was filled with extremely powerful destructive energy. They had no consciousness. They wouldn't recognize Zichen. They wouldn't recognize Doff Hill. Wherever it passed, it was destroyed. Including the two of them. Those saints who had already retreated far away. They were also affected. Other than the black hole, there was nothing left. The black hole. It became the only thing in this world. At this moment, suddenly, there was a flame. It appeared from this black hole. That flame was a light shield. It enveloped a city. It was like a boulder. It stood in the expanding black hole. It didn't move. The energy of destruction. It destroyed everything around it. This light shield that protected the city. But it still existed. There were no signs of it collapsing. This energy continued to spread. And as it spread, its power continued to weaken. After it had completely spread to this planet, that energy also dissipated. A black hole appeared between heaven and earth. Under the shroud of the rules of heaven and earth. It began to repair again. The black hole was repaired. A brand new space appeared. But the mountains, forests, clouds, and earth from before all disappeared. The figures of the three Zonbiyu siblings appeared. The three of them worked together to support a light shield. They looked a little embarrassed. Quan Kai's figure also appeared. He appeared at a place even further away. He walked out of the treasure pavilion. If it wasn't for the treasure pavilion, the aftermath of the energy just now, it would directly destroy him. Xing Chen, Brilliant, and Bright Moon appeared. There was blood at the corner of Xing Chen's mouth. Brilliant and Bright Moon stood behind him. Fortunately, everyone was still alive. It was just that they were a little embarrassed. After they appeared, their gazes all looked forward. That was the core of the battlefield. But at this moment, it had formed a huge sinkhole. The entire earth seemed to have been cut off by hundreds of layers. The original city. It was built on flat ground. But looking at the city now, it seemed to be built on the clouds. The ground of the entire world. Except for the area covered by this city. The rest of the place had sunk down thousands of meters. Some places, one could still see a patch of red. That was the magma from the underground. The destructive effect of the aftermath of this energy. It was very shocking. But everyone was more concerned about. It was still at the center of the battlefield. The life and death situation of the two. A violent cough sounded. Doff Hill appeared from the sky. He was constantly coughing up blood. His body was covered with wounds. Above those wounds, there was also yin and yang lightning and blood energy entangling. Through the wounds all over the other party's body. One could vaguely see inside the other party's body. There seemed to be an object all over the body emitting energy light. That thing looked It seemed to be a strange glowing tree. After appearing, he didn't stabilize his body. He fell to the ground head first. Hill appeared. Although he was in a sorry state, and he seemed to be seriously injured, but he was still alive after all. Chapter 2198. Everyone looked around, their faces full of worry. They were worried about Zichen. A few thousand meters away, the restored space slightly distorted, and Zichen's figure appeared from it. His body was also covered with wounds. In some places, the wounds were so deep that his bones could be seen. However, they were merely wounds. There was no remnant energy wreaking havoc in those wounds. After he appeared, he only coughed out 2 mouthfuls of blood, which was undoubtedly much better compared to Hill, who was constantly coughing out blood. If Zichen didn't hide in the universe origin cauldron at the critical moment, even if he was still alive, his condition would be a few times worse than Hill's. Perhaps, he would be on the verge of death. There was an obvious gap between the two of them in terms of cultivation realm, and the gap in energy defense was not small either. Seeing Zichen appear in good condition, Zambu Haochu cheered loudly. Zichen was a harmonious spirit master, and his combat strength was so strong. Today, Zambu Haochu admired Zichen even more. He was glad that his elder brother had come early, or else he would have lost his life fighting against such a powerful Zichen. Zambu Haoming was also glad that when he knew that Zichen had come, he didn't purposely pick on him based on the family's principle of not provoking trouble. Otherwise, the destroyed nickel starfield would be their example. On the city wall, the defensive light shield blocked all of this. Many Yu clan cultivators reappeared, looking at the city that had suddenly become grand. They were shocked speechless. A Heaven Realm expert can fight Hill, a Saint Realm expert. He is indeed the strongest existence from the Life Star. The middle-aged woman's eyes were full of gratification and expectation. The battle wasn't over yet, and Hill was still alive. Hill came from the Doff family, a place with a lot of resources, and more or less had powerful life-saving means. The crowd didn't believe that Hill would surrender so quickly and be killed so easily. They believed that the next battle would be very exciting. But Zichen didn't think so. He had already used all of his strongest moves. Although he didn't use sword draw, its power seemed to be on par with Yin-Yang Lightning Lotus. If Hill had a stronger attack than the Blood Sword, then he wouldn't be able to block it. However, the other party was heavily injured. Even if he had a powerful attack, he might not be able to display its full power. After carefully comparing the two parties' conditions, Zichen regained his confidence. With a flip of his hand, a sheathed saber appeared in his hand. Seeing the sheathed saber, the middle-aged woman's eyes once again revealed a hint of surprise. She had already forgotten how many surprises Zichen had brought her today. In short, this little guy really had too many secrets, so many that even an ancestor-level existence like her was constantly moved. It was at this time that Dofasir was almost done coughing up blood. His body shot up into the sky, but he was still wobbling, obviously not in his best condition. Seeing the other party in such a state, Zichen felt even more relieved. If the other party was seriously injured, it would be easy to deal with him. The others also breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Dofasir was no longer a threat to them. The other party shot up into the sky and stood opposite of Zichen. It took him 3 breaths to stabilize his body. There were still residual energy fluctuations on the other party's wound. Through the wound, Zichen could see that there were lines of light in the other party's body. That's... His pupils shrank slightly, recalling what Zambu Haolin said to him. If he guessed correctly, it should be the other party's void monarch tree, so he didn't have to worry about energy consumption. But at this moment, even with that kind of supreme treasure, it couldn't heal the other party's injuries. Not to mention Dofasir, even Zichen's injuries, which didn't seem to be serious, had already damaged his foundation. It would take a long time for him to recover. This kind of injury was like Luo Fei's in the past. After being injured by Geng Lan, it would take hundreds of years for him to recover. What? You want the supreme treasure on me? After stabilizing his body, Dofasir took 2 breaths to adjust his aura, then said to Zichen. Zichen nodded honestly and said, I do want to. Dofasir heard this and laughed loudly, then coughed violently. After a while, he said, "You're very honest, but I don't want to lie to you. I want your life very much, and that includes the lives of everyone here, except for the 3 natural servants that I reserved. With your current strength." Zichen frowned slightly. From the other party's words, he didn't hear madness, but absolute confidence. He couldn't figure out where the other party's confidence came from. It was obvious that the other party was seriously injured. Even if he had forbidden weapons or saint weapons, he couldn't escape the fate of death. Unless the other party had someone comparable to a saint king behind him. Otherwise, he still couldn't turn the situation around. But obviously, that wasn't possible. There were no saint kings here, and even if they came from the Dofasir family now, it would be too late. Currently, there was no teleportation formation on this star path that could directly cross star fields. Dofasir didn't know what Zichen was thinking. He looked at Zichen and said, "I still have a few powerful methods that I haven't used yet, but it seems like you have some backup plans as well. These methods may be powerful, but they won't be able to determine the outcome of this battle. Now, let's use some real methods to determine the outcome of this battle." Zichen looked at Dofasir with a puzzled expression as he saw Dofasir's left hand chopping off his right arm. Poof! A ray of light fell, and Dofasir's right arm was chopped off. Self-mutilation. This scene caused everyone to be incomparably astonished. The cultivators who had returned to the city walls to watch the battle were even more speechless when they saw this scene. Why didn't you fight a proper battle? Why did you have to hurt yourself? Did you really think that Zichen wouldn't have the heart to kill you after seeing your self-mutilation? Did you really think that he would let you go and recover before attacking this place? A saint cutting off his right arm in a battle of life and death obviously wouldn't do it just to gain sympathy. At the very least, Zichen didn't have such a silly idea. His expression became very nervous, and his right hand subconsciously rested on the hilt of his sword, preparing to use the sword drawing technique. He thought that his reaction speed was fast enough, and he was ready to kill after noticing the abnormality. But all of this was too slow in Dofasir's eyes. He looked at Zichen and sneered, "Too late." Indeed, it was too late. The moment the severed right arm left Dofasir's body, it exploded. Then, Zichen felt a sharp pain in his chest. His right hand that was holding the scabbard loosened subconsciously, and then he clutched his chest, almost falling down. Just a moment ago, it was as if a long sword had pierced his heart, and then ruthlessly rotated twice. Dofasir saw Zichen's change and was a little stunned, but after using his strongest method, he believed that everything was over, so he didn't care about Zichen's abnormality at the moment. Now, all eyes fell on Dofasir's exploded right arm. As the right arm exploded, a destructive aura that was more than 10 times more terrifying than the previous energy explosion was released from it. It was as if a peerless evil that had been sealed for millions of years was suddenly released. At the place where the right arm exploded, the space distorted, forming a vortex, and a fist appeared from the vortex. The fist, emitting a golden light, appeared from the vortex. However, as soon as it appeared, the light was like a materialized sharp sword, piercing through the sky that had just healed under the laws of heaven and earth. Just the light it emitted was already so powerful. There was no need to think about how terrifying that fist was. After the fist appeared, there seemed to be a faint roar ringing out from it. The roar was like the sound of the world, reverberating in their sea of consciousness, causing the words vast and insignificant to appear in everyone's minds. The fist was like a vast giant, standing between heaven and earth, while they were like tiny ants, crawling on the ground. The restriction that had not been shaken by the energy shockwave earlier, began to tremble violently as soon as the fist appeared, as if it could not withstand the terrifying pressure. At this moment, fear emerged in the hearts of all the cultivators. After seeing the fist, they had an instinctive urge to kneel down, as if it was the highest life form in the world, and also the strongest attack. And such a blow, not to mention destroying this small planet, it was even possible to destroy the entire starfield. The middle-aged woman's expression changed drastically. She looked at the fist that had rushed out of the distorted space, and her face was filled with fear and despair. Of course, she knew what it was. Back then, this thing was lost in her hands. It was also because of this that when Wuji arrived, He almost destroyed this star field. But she did not expect that the thing that Wuji did not find back then would fall into the hands of the Doff family, and now appear here. During this time, the one whose expression changed the most was Zichen. The moment the fist appeared, he knew what it was. This was the right arm of the God of Heaven, or rather, the right hand of the God of Heaven. However, it was not the kind of existence that was sealed, but the complete right arm of the God of Heaven that was not sealed. Seeing Zichen's change of expression, Doff laughed loudly, and tears of blood flowed out of his eyes again, looking even crazier. This was his plan. He would use this strongest method to kill Zichen and everyone else, completely dispelling his inner demon, then bring his 3 slaves back to the family and begin to cultivate quietly, trying to break through to a higher realm. It was precisely because of the existence of the god's right arm that he was indifferent to the deaths of those people, even though it had been weakened for countless years. He even felt that it was a pity that 2 of the saints had escaped. In Doff's heart, those saints did not die in vain. Their deaths had successfully triggered the inner demon in his heart, causing his hatred to accumulate even more. This way, after killing everyone, the inner demon would be completely dispelled. Although the inner demon in his heart could not be dispelled, it would become the direction of his efforts. Without the inner demon, the pressure would become the motivation to help him break through to a higher realm. This fist went straight for Zichen. He would be the first target he killed, followed by the saints, the tribe, the planet, and finally this starfield. He wanted to completely dispel the inner demon, so he would make this star field disappear along with it. He could not do all this, but the right arm of the God of Heaven could definitely do it. However, could the right arm of the God of Heaven really do it? Chapter 2199. The aura emanating from the God's right arm made everyone feel despair. This was the real end of the world. With just one punch, the light was enough to make the world collapse. Even the ancestor of the Yu clan was in despair, let alone the others. The fist, which carried an aura that made people want to worship, was headed for Zichen. He would be Doff's first target, and the first person the god's right arm would destroy. It was believed that Zichen would not even have a corpse left after this punch landed. The aura of despair filled every corner. Facing this punch, Zichen's right hand was still clutching his chest. He could feel the power of this punch, and he could feel the aura of despair that filled this world. However, he did not feel the despair that he had imagined. His expression was very shocked, and there was a touch of disbelief and a touch of undetectable strangeness. His left hand that was holding the scabbard loosened, and the scabbard fell to the ground. Zichen did not pay attention to it. He clenched his left hand into a fist, and the aura of the god's left arm that Yaozu had sealed for him was fully released at this moment. This left arm had been sealed for too long, and a lot of energy had been lost. Although the aura was still very strong, it was much weaker than the aura of the god's right arm at this moment. However, the aura of the two came from the same source. Just like the saint crystal that Zichen had condensed, it corresponded to a heavenly realm expert. At this moment, the aura of his left arm was like that of a heavenly realm expert, and the god's right arm was equivalent to that of the saint crystal. After releasing his aura, Zichen clenched his fist and punched out. Instead of calling it a punch, it was more accurate to call it a block. This was because not only was the punch powerful, but it was also very fast. As soon as it rushed out of the spatial passage, it arrived in front of Zichen. Zichen's heart began to beat violently. The piercing pain disappeared and was replaced by excitement, just like when he had sensed the god's left arm boom. Kami's right arm was powerful and ferocious. In everyone's imagination, Zichen would be blasted to smithereens by this punch. But things didn't go that way. When the powerful fist arrived in front of Zichen, it suddenly stopped. The violent wind blew Zichen's robe and swept up Zichen's black hair, making a rustling sound. Zichen stood there and punched out his left fist with great difficulty. It stopped in front of Kami's right fist. After that, there was silence. There was only a terrifying surge of energy, a whistling wind, and a strong heartbeat. How could this be? Doff, who was laughing madly, suddenly froze. He stared blankly at the scene in front of him, not understanding what was going on. How could such a powerful punch be blocked by Zichen's tiny fist? Moreover, the sudden sound of a heartbeat between the heavens and the earth made him feel very uncomfortable. Heaven and earth became quiet again. This scene was far beyond everyone's expectations. Everyone who looked at this scene in the sky woke up from their despair and stared blankly at the sky. There, Zichen was still standing. His tiny fist blocked the terrifying fist. Could it be? The middle-aged woman vaguely guessed the reason, so she was even more shocked. But in addition to the shock, a gratified smile appeared on her face again. Zichen could sense that this punch was very powerful. It could even destroy a star field. But the moment this fist appeared, Zichen guessed that it might not hurt him. Of course, it was just a guess. There was no way to prove it. If he wanted to prove it, he had to release his aura and punch with his left fist. He could only punch with his left fist. In the end, his guess was right. Dofhill's greatest weapon had stopped right in front of him, and as his heart beat faster and faster, Zichen gradually discovered that there seemed to be some kind of connection between him and this god's right fist. This connection was like a family member calling out to him. The heart was an existence second only to spiritual sense. It was the most important thing. Zichen believed that the god's spiritual sense had long been obliterated. The only thing that was not dead was the physical body. In the physical body, the heart was the real core, the real boss. This right arm of the god, which was obviously not completely refined and tamed, would definitely not hurt the boss after sensing the existence of the boss. It might even stay by the boss's side. The heartbeat was getting faster and faster, and the thumping sound made everyone's heart feel uncomfortable. You have the heart of the god in your body. Damn it, how could you have the heart of the god? Suddenly, a sharp scream came from Dofhill's mouth. At this moment, his voice had completely changed, and he seemed to be very flustered. His eyes regained their clarity, and they were full of disbelief. The god's right arm was his greatest reliance. Zichen did not pay attention to Dofhill. He only stretched out his right hand tentatively. His right hand slowly moved forward, preparing to land on the god's right arm. Damn it, get out of my way. That's mine. Dofhill screamed and rushed over. Boom. The light on the god's right arm became brighter again. The light was like a sharp sword, and it pierced through Dofhill's body. Dofhill's body was sent flying again, and the connection between him and the god's right arm disappeared at this moment. There was no trace of blood on his face. It was unknown whether it was because of his injuries or because of the shock. In any case, he knew that he was finished. He was indeed finished. He was completely finished. Zichen's right hand had already landed on the right arm of the heavenly deity. The heavenly deity's right arm began to vibrate, releasing terrifying waves of energy. These waves of energy intentionally bypassed Zichen and dispersed in all directions. The first to bear the brunt of it was the spatial vortex behind him. It completely collapsed, and the god's right arm was no longer under Dofhill's control. It completely regained its freedom. Then, the right arm began to shrink bit by bit. In the end, under everyone's stunned gazes, the god's right arm became the size of a normal arm and merged with Zichen's right arm. This merging was very simple, and it was completed in an instant. After that, Zichen's right arm was pulled down. As if the right arm was extremely strong, Zichen's body tilted, and then he sat diagonally in the air. He shrugged his right arm and looked at Dofhill in the distance. The latter's eyes were full of despair. However, when he saw Zichen, the despair in his eyes turned into deep hatred and resentment. He looked at Zichen and said, "Zichen, I will remember you. I will not let you go. It should be said that I will not let you go." Zichen looked at Dofhill and said coldly. At the same time, the sword spirit appeared beside him, ready to kill his opponent. "Ha ha!" Dofhill laughed again. His eyes were no longer red, but his expression was very crazy. He ignored the wounds on his body and stood up again. "You think this is my real body? Haha, this is just my clone. Defeating my clone is nothing to be proud of. When my real body comes out, it will be the time of your death." Zichen's expression was obviously stunned. He had never expected that this Dofhill was just a clone of the real body. However, looking at the void monarch tree in his opponent's body, which was gradually showing its real body, Chen understood why his opponent's clone could exist for so long. When my real body comes out, I will kill you. Don't run away because of fear. Even if you run to a life star, I will go there and kill you myself. Hill's body gradually became blurry. It was a sign that his clone was disappearing. The moment before it disappeared, he grinned at Chen. Chen, take good care of the god's right arm for me. When the time comes, I will personally take back what belongs to me. Also, I will take away your god's heart and left arm. For some reason, Hill's last sentence was transmitted through voice transmission. Hill's body completely turned into energy and disappeared, leaving nothing behind. However, the void monarch tree, which had lost its host, appeared in the sky. Just like the void monarch tree, after it appeared, its body kept disappearing, as if it was in between reality and illusion. Swoosh! At this moment, a beam of starlight descended from the sky and covered the void monarch tree. The void monarch tree stopped disappearing and stood quietly in the sky. Once this thing loses its host, it will disappear very quickly if we don't seal it with energy in time, Chen's voice sounded. Everyone walked over from afar. At that moment, everyone's eyes were filled with the joy of surviving a calamity, as well as unconcealable shock. What happened today was simply too shocking. Everyone looked at Chen with admiration, shock, and a strange expression. Especially the three Zambu siblings. They couldn't understand why such a powerful attack would stop in front of Chen. Moreover, Chen had only stretched out his hand and put away the attack. Although they didn't understand, the three of them admired Chen even more. At this moment, they were sure that if Chen wanted to, it would be too easy for him to destroy the Zambu family's saints. At this moment, they had made up their minds to get on good terms with Chen. This time, they had indirectly offended Hill. If they didn't get on good terms with Chen, they would have suffered a great loss this time. Looking at the smiles on everyone's faces, Chen also smiled lightly. This battle was really dangerous. Fortunately, Hill's trump card was the god's right arm. If it was a saint weapon, then today would have been really troublesome. But before he could greet everyone, his body, which was sitting diagonally in the air, fell little by little to the ground. Seeing Chen like this, Chen asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" I also, before Chen could finish his sentence, his body began to descend faster and faster. Finally, he crashed heavily onto the ground. Smoke and dust flew everywhere, and a deep hole appeared in the ground. Chen's figure appeared in the big hole, and his voice came from the ground. "I didn't want to do this, but it's too heavy. I really can't hold it anymore." Everyone was shocked. They looked at each other and then burst into laughter. Chapter 2200. In this battle, the people brought by Chen all made contributions and killed several saints. This time, Chen himself turned the tide. Not only did he save the Yu clan, but he also saved the entire Dei star zone. This was a disaster that affected the entire star zone. Unfortunately, no one knew about it. Chen deserved to be called a hero and should be worshipped by everyone. The light shield above the Yu clan trembled and the flame restriction dissipated. The Yu clan cultivators inside cheered and rushed out of the city. They came with anticipation and gratitude. However, they didn't see a hero. They only saw a black hole in the ground. The hero was shouting for help in the black hole. Everyone's excited expression froze. They were stunned. There was a huge gap between their mood and before. I said, "Stop laughing. Get me out of here." Chen's voice came from the ground. Chen and the others were still laughing. The members of the Moon clan who had just arrived also smiled knowingly. The heroic image of Chen in their hearts had also collapsed. Although he didn't have that heroic image, Chen's weight in their hearts didn't decrease at all. Instead, they felt closer to Chen. Moon ancestor. The beautiful middle-aged woman jumped down from the city wall for the first time. The Yu clan cultivators around her bowed. She came to the entrance of the black hole and looked down at Chen. "Greetings, Moon ancestor." Chen and the others knew who she was and immediately bowed respectfully. "How's Chen?" Moon ancestor asked. "There's a force blocking us. We can't get him out," Chen said. The beautiful middle-aged woman nodded. She raised her hand and pointed at the black hole. A bright beam of moonlight energy gushed out from her fingertip and extended toward the black hole below. After a while, Zichen's body turned sideways and was lifted up by the beam of moonlight energy. Previously, everyone had tried many methods but failed to get Zichen to come out. Now that the moon ancestor had arrived, Zichen had successfully come out. This caused waves of cheers. Zichen's expression was still very awkward. His right arm hung limply. After he appeared, he smiled at the crowd and was about to bow to the moon ancestor. Unfortunately, half of his body could not move. Your situation is too special, so there's no need for formalities. Follow me into the city. The moon ancestor led Zichen and the others into the city while the other Moon Clan cultivators followed behind them excitedly. The Moon Clan's crisis this time was resolved just like that. The cultivators of the Yu clan all appeared in the city and looked at these people with gratitude. Mingyu, bring them to their accommodations first, the moon ancestor ordered. Mingyu nodded and led them to the hall. Zichen and the moon ancestor went deeper into the Moon Clan. Zichen's right arm was very heavy, as though it contained a mountain. He could not move it at all. The energy in his body could not extend to his right arm either. His entire arm was as heavy as a cripple. As he walked forward, he sensed that the cauldron of creation was trembling more and more vigorously. It seemed to be very excited. Zichen tried to call out to Cauldron Spirit but did not receive any response from it. The moon ancestor led Zichen to the core area of the Moon Clan. There was a simple and unadorned black castle. The castle was very large and sturdy. However, there were no rooms in the castle. There were no upper and lower floors either. It was like a huge, meticulously decorated warehouse. At the very center of the castle was a huge furnace that was several meters wide. The bottom of the furnace was densely covered with glowing magical matrices. The magical matrices almost covered the entire floor of the castle. A terrifyingly high temperature surged out from the furnace. Elder, this is... Zichen's heart skipped a beat when he saw the unadorned furnace. His expression was one of indescribable astonishment. This is the other part of the cauldron of creation left behind by Wuji, the moon ancestor said as he looked at the furnace. The Moon Clan has been relying on this thing to protect themselves all these years. Zichen had learned from Qing Enyu that Wuji had taken away the core of the cauldron of creation. Now, it seemed that this furnace was the core of the cauldron of creation. Radiance flickered around Zichen's body. The cauldron of creation flew out from the furnace. It exuded an ancient and vast aura. After it appeared, it trembled uncontrollably. The huge furnace that was burning above the magical matrices in front of them also began to tremble, causing the restrictive formations in the area to tremble. The moon ancestor was not surprised by this scene. He said calmly, "If you let the two fuse now, the cauldron of creation will indeed become even more powerful. However, you do not have the strength to control it. You can only leave it there forever." The cauldron of creation was of great use to Zichen at this moment. Naturally, he could not leave it there. With a thought, Zichen tried to summon the cauldron spirit and forcibly put the cauldron of creation into the cauldron of creation. The other cultivators in the cauldron of creation were also drenched in cold sweat. Just a moment ago, they felt the temperature in the world suddenly rise sharply. The high temperature actually made them feel an intense sense of danger. You have just fused with the right arm of the god of creation. The energy in the cauldron of creation has not been sealed. That is why there are such uncontrollable factors. Now, I will help you seal the right arm of the god of creation, said the moon ancestor. Thank you, Elder. Zichen saluted respectfully with one hand. The moon ancestor formed a seal with both hands. Under the control of the moonlight energy, Zichen's body slowly floated up and stopped at the top of the cauldron. Even with his current physique, he could still feel the terrifyingly high temperature at the top of the cauldron. If it were not for the protection of the moon ancestor's energy, Zichen would have been incinerated by the heat. Focus your mind and calm your qi. Seal it with me, the moon ancestor's voice sounded. Zichen closed his eyes and tried his best to sit cross-legged. The saint energy in his body began to gather. Then, like a small snake, it coiled around his right arm. During this process, Zichen sensed two types of energy from the outside world. One of them was the violent flame energy from the cauldron, while the other was the moonlight energy from the moon ancestor. These three types of energy were not under Zichen's control. Instead, they were under the moon ancestor's control. When they coiled around his arm, they formed strange runes that slowly enveloped Zichen's right arm. On Zichen's right arm, patterns appeared. They were like tattoos that were engraved on his arm and slowly spread across his entire right arm. The heavy feeling was also weakening bit by bit until Zichen could control his entire right arm again. Time passed, and soon, 7 days had passed. The pattern tattoos had spread across Zichen's entire arm, and the heavy feeling had disappeared. Zichen opened his eyes and tried to move his newly controlled arm. He saw that the tattoos on his arm were slowly receding. "How is it?" The moon ancestor's voice sounded. "It feels great." Zichen smiled and turned to look at the moon ancestor. Then, he was stunned. The moon ancestor, whose body was originally solid, had now become a blurry shadow, just like the Yaozu in the past. Shi Yang was bewildered. Shortly after, he guessed the reason. He immediately looked regretful. Apparently, because of him, another ancestor-level character was about to fall. Seeing Zichen's expression, the moon ancestor's blurry face smiled. Because of this smile, the entire room was illuminated again. "Seems like you've seen them and you know our situation. Zichen, you don't need to blame yourself. After the great battle that year, we're just a wisp of souls. We continue to stay in this world because we can't let go of our obsession. You've helped me let go of my obsession. I should thank you." Zichen shook his head. His face was filled with grief, but he couldn't say a word. He didn't understand these things. He only knew life and death. They were still alive, but because of him, they had died. The end of death is life. Sometimes, death is rebirth. I'm glad to see you today. Zichen, I'll leave the Moon Clan to you. I hope you can take them back to the Life Star. That's their real home. You have a big potential. You're even bigger than Wuji. Live well. This world will tremble because of your existence. We will meet again if fate allows it. The Moon Ancestor's last words arose. His blurry body vanished completely. Zichen was still sitting cross-legged above the stove, his face filled with grief. After a long time, he pulled himself together and jumped off the stove. He turned around to look at the Universe Original Cauldron, which used to belong to the Universe Original Cauldron. Then, he turned around and walked out. At this moment, all the members of the Moon Clan were there. Ming Yu was the leader. Apparently, they knew what had happened. Their faces were filled with grief. They understood the forefathers' situation. Thus, when the forefathers' last wisp of soul disappeared, they didn't blame Zichen. They just didn't want to part with him. Ming Yu was so sad that she stepped forward to comfort Zichen. Zichen shook his head and pretended to be okay. I'm okay. It's normal to grow old, get sick, and die. Xing Chen understood Zichen's mood at this moment. He stepped forward and patted his shoulder to comfort him. The Moon Clan's crisis was over. The Moon Ancestor was dead. He had given the entire Moon Clan to Zichen. Now, what they should do next was the problem they had to consider. If all the members of the Moon Clan left with Zichen, they couldn't take the core of the Universe Original Cauldron with them. It was a real treasure. Zichen couldn't rest easy if he left it alone in this place. Thus, after contemplating for a while, Zichen decided to stay here for the time being. He wasn't the only one who had to stay. Everybody had to stay here. Thus, the cultivators who had stayed in the Universe Original Cauldron were released. They had to stay in this city for a long time. Zichen also decided to continue cultivating in seclusion here for a while, striving to make a greater breakthrough in his strength. The fusion of the two sons of Xing Chen also required some time to improve their battle strength. As for Zichen's injuries, they weren't serious this time. This wasn't because of Zichen's amazing recovery ability, but because when he sealed the right arm of the god, the energy that constantly spread out from the right arm nourished Zichen's body. His injuries were completely healed, and his physical body had improved a lot. The sudden decision to stay here was somewhat unexpected by the three siblings. Afterward, Zambu Haoming said that he wanted to go to the clan to see if there were any abnormalities. As for Zambu Haolin and Zambu Haochu, they had nothing to do all day and didn't take care of the clan. Fortunately, they stayed here. The three of them had contributed a lot this time, so Zichen didn't refuse, even though he had guessed Zambu Haoming's intentions. Zichen, I know something about the Doff clan. Before leaving, Zambu Haoming took the initiative to look for Zichen. Chapter 2201. In the past few days, everyone seemed relaxed, but they were still worried about Doff Hill's true body. Doff Hill represented the Doff family. After suffering such a huge loss, he definitely wouldn't let the matter rest. The Doff family's fury was not something ordinary powers could bear. It was just like the boundless sect's fury on the martial heaven continent. Very few powers could ignore it. Zichen wasn't familiar with the Doff family, but he knew how powerful they were. He had always been worried. Right now, the rumors of the Doff family outside are extremely powerful and mysterious. The people from the Doff family rarely appear in the world. Very few people have seen them. They've practically become legends. However, as far as I know, the reason why the Doff family did not appear in the world is because they suffered enormous losses back then. Because of that, the Doff family had no choice but to completely seal themselves off. Even now, they are unable to come out in full strength, Zambu Haoming said. You mean? Zichen looked at him. Even if Doff Hill wants revenge, he won't be able to come out in a short time. If he can come out, he won't be here with his true body, said Zambu Haoming. Zichen had his doubts about this as well. He didn't understand why the other party had sent his clone here, and why he had brought two treasures with him. Now that Zambu Haoming had explained it to him, Zichen finally understood. It was worth mentioning that Xingchen had already given the Void King tree to Zichen, and Zichen had no intention of declining it. It meant too much to him. With it, Zichen could fight against two Void King trees. Zambu Haoming left, but the information he gave was still very useful to Zichen. It came from the harmonious spirit master he had met in the past. It was quite credible. Doff Hill wouldn't be able to come out in a short time. This so-called short time wasn't 2 or 3 months, nor was it 2 or 3 years. It might even be 200 or 300 years. Such a long period of time was enough for Zichen to build a team of saints here. Moreover, once Xingchen and the others made a full breakthrough, their battle strength would rise in a straight line. Not to mention whether they would be able to fight those above their level, at least they would be able to easily slaughter most of the saints. The Moon Clan's city was large enough for Zichen's people to live in. After releasing these people from the Universal Origin Cauldron, Zichen began refining the Void Monarch tree. This was an advanced version of the Void tree. It could be placed in one's own world, and its energy would recover very quickly. For Zichen, who had a doppelganger that was no weaker than his main body, this was a priceless treasure. The next step was to refine it. This process was a little slow, and the seemingly gentle Void Monarch tree resisted strongly when Zichen tried to refine it. Swish. Swish. The Void Monarch book swayed continuously, and the energy within it began to surge, forming an energy storm that raged in Zichen's sea of consciousness. Zichen's golden soul stood outside the storm, looking at the Void Monarch tree's sudden increase in resistance. He was very surprised. In the outside world, the energy between heaven and earth was constantly converging towards Zichen's residence, forming a huge energy vortex. The violent energy fluctuation also alarmed many people here. These people quickly flew over, but they could no longer see Zichen's residence. All they could see was the surging energy of heaven and earth. The energy was almost tangible, and it flooded Zichen's room. The energy vortex was still expanding, and the energy it contained made these heavenly realm cultivators' hearts palpitate. What's going on? Ming Yu, who had just arrived, asked curiously. It should be Zichen refining the Void Monarch tree, Xingchen said as he looked at the scene before him. Although the Void Monarch tree was not as miraculous as the Rainbow Sacred Tree, it had its own extraordinary functions. Not only could it replenish the energy consumed by heavenly realm cultivators, but it could also replenish saint power. Its effect might not be as powerful as the Rainbow Sacred Tree, but the two were of the same grade. Chen tried to probe with his perfect spiritual thoughts, but he was bounced back by the energy storm again and again. The storm was temporarily not aggressive, and could only prevent Chen's spiritual thoughts from entering. However, once the storm completely occupied Chen's sea of consciousness, Chen's sea of consciousness would definitely be shattered under the storm's rampage. With a faint smile, Chen's figure flashed, and his body shone with brilliant golden light. He rushed directly to the center of the storm, where the void monarch tree's main body was. Hum! The void monarch tree trembled, and the energy storm it formed became even more terrifying. Chen, who was moving forward, felt an extremely strong resistance. This resistance slowed his body down, and there were fluctuations in this resistance that targeted the soul. During this time, Chen tried to use his extreme speed, but it was useless. Within the range of the storm, the space was completely dominated by the void monarch tree. Chen had no choice but to retreat. Despite his failure, Chen did not look dejected. Instead, he had a surprised smile. His spiritual thoughts were known to be perfect, and he had many privileges. If even Hill could control a void monarch tree, how could Chen, with his perfect spiritual thoughts, not be able to refine it? Standing outside the storm, he reached out his left hand. Golden light flashed in his palm, and a long golden saber with a scabbard appeared. This was a golden scabbard formed by his perfect spiritual thoughts. In the world of spiritual thoughts, its effect was almost the same as the black scabbard. He slowly placed his right hand on the scabbard. As the light surged, he unsheathed the saber. The golden saber light appeared, and it rushed forward, cutting open the storm in front of him. It continued forward in a straight line until it reached the void monarch tree. Then, it turned into a pure spiritual thought and landed on the void monarch tree. The originally brilliant void monarch tree had an additional ray of golden light on its surface. In Chen's spiritual sea, there was also an additional spiritual thought belonging to the void monarch tree. He waved his hand lightly, and the storm that had been cut open disappeared. The void monarch tree flew toward Chen and entered his body. The storm around them grew stronger and more terrifying. Faint sounds of wind and thunder could be heard. This caused many people to have worried looks on their faces. But soon, they found that the storm's power was weakening. In just a few breaths, the storm had completely disappeared. The gathered spiritual chi of heaven and earth scattered like a dissipating rainbow. Chen's residence reappeared. With a creak, the door opened, and Chen walked out. Seeing that everyone was here, Chen thought about how the void monarch tree had caused a great deal of pressure. He nodded at everyone. Xing Chen and the others nodded in response. They didn't continue to say nonsense like congratulations. They turned around and left. They all had their own things to do, and this kind of thing was not difficult for Chen. Seeing that Chen had walked out successfully, there was indeed nothing to congratulate. Darren, who was about to leave, was called by Chen. The latter was stunned and turned to look at Chen. The other Heaven Realm cultivators who were about to leave were also stunned when they heard Chen call out to Darren. But soon, there was an obvious change in their expressions. Obviously, Chen only had one purpose in calling out to Darren, and that was to let him find a suitable person to prepare to condense the Saint Crystal. When Darren walked out of Chen's room, there was a hint of pride on his face. So, everyone was even more certain of their guess. They all surrounded him, trying to please him. This time, Chen gave Darren a lot of spots. He also deliberately relaxed the rules for the number of spots. Of course, the premise was that he still had to choose from the strong. For this reason, Darren took 3 full days to decide on the candidates. Then, he brought the two of them into Chen's room. After sensing the energy attributes of the two, Chen nodded at their nervous expressions. The two of them thanked him gratefully and left. 2 months later, above Chen's residence, the laws of heaven and earth began to surge. The aura of saint power spread out and engulfed the entire moon city. The cultivators who sensed all of this walked out of their rooms. When they saw the scene in the sky, they revealed puzzled expressions. Some of them knew what was going on, and their expressions became extremely shocked. In particular, The two from the Zambu clan were so shocked that they were speechless. In just 2 months, Zichen had condensed a saint crystal. Although they could sense that the saint crystal didn't contain much laws, it was still a saint crystal. The formation of a saint crystal caused a shock. But in just 5 days, in Zichen's residence, the world changed again. Another saint crystal was formed. In just 5 days, even a god wouldn't be able to condense another saint crystal. This was something that everyone was sure of. However, such a situation could only mean one thing. There were 2 harmonious spirit masters here. But they knew very well that Zichen was the only one in the room. The answer was obvious. The other was Zichen's clone. The clone could condense a saint crystal. What level of clone was that? After Zambu Haolin and Zambu Haochu guessed this, they naturally became more and more shocked. The original Zichen couldn't condense a saint crystal with his clone. However, after obtaining the Void Monarch tree, he could barely do it. It was just that the time needed was slightly slower. Moreover, he only condensed 5 types of laws, not the 8 types that Zichen condensed a few days ago. However, being able to succeed in one try was enough to prove that the clone had the same perception as Zichen's true body. One had to admit that the Buddhist sect's golden Arhat body was indeed extraordinary. When he thought of Buddhism, he would naturally think of the monk. He wondered how the monk was doing now. Therefore, Zichen thought of the monk's other divine abilities. Among them, there was the Buddhist sect's mantra. He had only learned 3 words and was still halfway to go. Last time, he couldn't get the mantra from the monk. This time, Zichen decided that once he met the monk, he must get all the mantra. Since he had already verified that his clone could condense a saint crystal on his own, Zichen's true body began to fully cultivate and strive to break through to the saint realm as soon as possible. As for his clone, he began to condense a saint crystal with the help of the Void Monarch tree. Therefore, Zichen began the longest period of seclusion since he came to the Star Road. It lasted for 10 years. Chapter 2202. 10 years was not a long time for a cultivator. But for the current Zichen, it was a rare long period of seclusion. In the eyes of a cultivator, 10 years was almost the blink of an eye, but it was enough for a lot of things to happen. For example, in the Yu clan, according to the clone refining a saint crystal every 5 months on average, 10 years was enough to refine 24 saint crystals, which could create 24 saints. 10 years of continuous cultivation would allow Zichen's body to become even stronger. With the support of many fortuitous encounters, saint force would fill his entire body. 10 years was enough for Brilliant to completely transform and become a true saint, not only with a saint body, but also with a saint realm. 10 years was also enough for the 2 sons of Xingchen to merge perfectly, making Xingchen a saint like Brilliant. They were special to begin with. Their physical saint energy was not cultivated step by step. Instead, it was condensed directly. 10 years was enough for them to fuse with it. As the Moon Maiden of the Yu clan, Mingyu also had a saint body. This was specially prepared for Mingyu by the Moon ancestor. For some reason, Mingyu was unable to merge perfectly, but in these 10 years, she had merged perfectly. Zichen had not come out for 10 years, and no one knew his realm, but if he was said to be the strongest in the team, then many people would doubt it. If Xingchen and the other 2 were the strongest, then many people would silently agree. In these short 10 years, in the blink of an eye, there were 3 more powerful saints in the Dei Star region. In addition, there were nearly 10 more saints. Huan Kai had successfully entered the saint realm, and there were some others who had obtained saint crystals later, and they had also entered the saint realm. During this period, there were many who were refining saint crystals, and after a certain period of time, they would also enter the saint realm. Zambu Haolin and Zambu Haochu had stayed here for 10 years, and their progress was not small. In these 10 years, Zambu Haoming came every 3 years, but he did not see Zichen. The reason why he was so diligent was naturally because of the saint's might that had appeared in this part of the sky over the past 10 years. Zichen's speed and success rate in condensing saint crystals was astonishingly high, making Zonbiyu Haoming somewhat restless and eager to trade with Zichen a few times. It was a pity that Zichen had been in seclusion for 10 years and had not taken a single step outside. The only person who could see him was Darren. 10 years wasn't a long time, but many things could happen. The outsiders could successfully break through the barrier of the Martial Heaven continent and invade on a large scale. Right now, the Martial Heaven continent was embroiled in the flames of war. But because of Su Mengyao's Great Net plan, all the cities had seals above them. There were also teleportation matrices in the cities. As long as they had enough resources, a Heaven Realm cultivator could reach any designated location within a day. The mortals of this world had all been moved to small worlds, while the villages, towns, and other forces had all been moved to cities. In the entire Martial Heaven continent, aside from the forces and sects, there were only magnificent cities left. These cities all had Heaven Realm experts overseeing them. Aside from these Heaven Realm experts, existences like the Devil Ape, Longhu, and Barbarian Dragon were constantly shuttling between the cities. Once a city was in danger of being breached, they would immediately rush over to provide support. As these people continued to provide support, over time, they were respectfully called Celestials. These outsiders were unable to destroy the Martial Heaven continent in a short time, and they could not waste their advantage in numbers. Therefore, they directly entered the Martial Heaven continent to fight. But when they arrived here, the situation was very different from what they had imagined. The people here were already prepared, and their defenses had also taken shape. The cities were like turtles that had retreated into their shells, making it impossible for the outsiders to find an opportunity to attack. Once they gathered a certain amount of troops and prepared to break through the seals above a city, many Heaven Realm experts would quickly appear. All of them flew out of the city. Their numbers were relatively small, but their combat power was incomparably great. When they fought against Heaven Realm experts, they could practically slaughter those in the same realm. Therefore, as soon as they entered this world, these outsiders met with trouble, a very big trouble. Even if their target was only a very small city, they would still encounter powerful existences that could slaughter Heaven Realm experts, causing them to suffer heavy losses. For a time, the outsiders were in a state of panic. They were all guessing how many terrifying experts there were on this continent. In the Martial Heaven continent, when facing the invasion of the outsiders, with the help of the Celestials, they saved many people and helped many cities to resolve the crisis. Among them, there were many existences that they were familiar with. They were also existences that had always been famous, such as the heaven-rending Devil Ape, the Evil Good Monk, and so on. Other than that, there was also an extremely special existence. They were once looked down upon by others, but now they also had a respectable name, and that was the Night Walker. They were assassins that hid in the darkness. But unlike many years ago, they no longer tried to assassinate human cultivation geniuses. Instead, they all turned their targets to the invading outsiders. After they killed someone, they would always collect the enemy's head at the first moment. During that time, they would not let go of even one. However, some people found that when these people collected the heads, they would only collect the heads that they had killed. As for the heads that others had killed, they wouldn't even ask about them. As time passed, these people killed more and more outsiders. Adding on the fact that their individual combat power was so great, and they were so elusive, they began to be respected by others. They became Nightwalkers on the same level as the heaven-rending Devil Ape and the others. Su Mengyaro was overseeing the Everlasting Sect. As one of the Martial Heaven continent's major powers, as well as the Heaven Defier Zi Chen's power, they naturally received special treatment from the outsiders. However, this sect had far more experts than the outsiders had expected. From the start of the battle, they had never taken the initiative to retreat. Each time, they would send out an army of experts to fight the outsiders head-on. This region could be said to be the most miserable place in the entire southern region. The majority of the outsiders' forces were held here. Su Mengyaro and Zi Chen's close female friends would go to battle almost every time, personally participating in the battle. Their power was shocking. After being unable to take down the outsiders for a long time, the outsiders had no choice but to request for the Heaven Defiers to return. Although many Heaven Defiers had been scared away by Zi Chen back then and had stepped onto the star path, there were still some who remained in the outsiders' territory, waiting for orders. These Heaven Defiers were all powerful. After entering the Martial Heaven continent, they had caused quite a bit of trouble. On the same day, 2 cities had been captured. The formations in those cities had been destroyed in an instant. The majority of the cultivators in those cities had already left, but there were still quite a few who had died. However, on that day, the outsiders had also lost 2 heaven defiers. One of them had been killed by the heaven-rending devil ape, while the other had been assassinated by the night walkers. Weren't these heaven defiers scared away by Zichen? How dare they come here? They're simply courting death. Hearing the news, Evil Good and Evil slammed the table and stood up. He directly left the city to find the heaven defiers. In the entire world, everyone knew that Zichen was powerful and could kill heaven defiers. However, no one knew that Evil Good and Evil Good was much stronger than Zichen. He had even dealt with Zichen. Because Zichen's edge had been too dazzling, he had almost become a foil. Now that Zichen was gone, Evil Good and Evil Good's era had finally arrived. In one day, he had killed 3 heaven defiers. In other places, the heaven-rending devil ape, formation master LV Peng, and the others were also killing heaven defiers. 10 years was enough time for those cultivators who bore the mission of saving people and searching for opportunities to enter the true star path. Man Shu, Shun Tiandao, and the others had been fighting along the way. It was very difficult for them to survive. They firmly believed that there would be opportunities to become saints on the star path. They firmly believed that the star path would be very beautiful, and that they would be able to find Zichen. They were accompanied by many people along the way. During the journey, they would encounter many companions. The group was growing and shrinking, as if it was an endless cycle. When they walked out of the star path and saw many shining planets, they cheered and roared excitedly, thinking that they had ushered in a new life. Unfortunately, what awaited them was destruction, crazy destruction. As far as they could see, all the cultivators that appeared were enemies. These enemies were all crazy and killed as soon as they saw them. Although they had killed along the way, they still couldn't get used to this way of killing. After losing some companions, Man Shu and the others finally became bloodthirsty and began to kill these people. Like the outsiders, as long as they could see a cultivator, as long as they didn't come from a life star, they would kill them on sight. The star path showed them the cruelest side, but it also showed them the strong side. Half-saints and false saints could appear at any time, and their battle strength was very strong. Man Shu and the others' group was shrinking. They began to flee in the star path. They could only rely on plundering to recover their energy. They couldn't find places to trade, because the cultivators in those trading places would also attack them. Therefore, when they ran out of resources, they would plunder the trading places and slaughter all the living creatures in the trading places. Their numbers were getting smaller and smaller, but they were gradually familiarizing themselves with the rules of the star path. After 10 years of seclusion, Zichen finally came out. He opened his eyes and stretched. His bones made a sound like frying beans. His whole body was shining. It was the light of Saint Power. The light of Saint Power filled every part of his body. Now, Zichen was fully deserving of being a saint. His physical body had already condensed all of the Saint Power. However, he was still thousands of miles away from the legendary level where his body and bones were comparable to saint weapons. It was very difficult to reach this level. Even Xing Chen and the others hadn't reached this level yet, but they could still be called saints. After 10 years of seclusion, Zichen had become a saint. Walking out of the cauldron of all things origin, Zichen saw his clone in the hall. Because of the void monarch tree, the clone didn't dissipate after 10 years. In these 10 years, the clone had a deeper understanding of harmonious spirit master. Seeing Zichen, the clone smiled and then merged with Zichen's real body. The clone's understanding in these 10 years would become Zichen's understanding at this moment. Chapter 2203. Walking out of the room, he announced the end of his seclusion. Zichen's results were not small, and so were the others. Zichen quickly gathered Xing Chen and the others. After sensing the changes in their auras, he was quite surprised and nodded in satisfaction. In addition to Xing Chen and the others, the rest of the saints had also come. In addition to Zambu Haochu and Zambu Haolin, there were a total of 15 saints here. Such a huge lineup surprised Zichen a little. With his physical body becoming a saint, There was no point in continuing to stay here. Chen had gathered everyone to discuss the matter of going to the next star field. Sir, we have been waiting for a long time, Huan Kai said with a smile. The other saints also nodded, looking very excited. Go to the Nephers star field. Zambu Haolin was slightly startled when she heard Chen's words. She pursed her lips as if she had something to say. That starfield is called the Nephers starfield. The others looked at Zambu Haolin because they had never stepped out of Moon City in all these years, so they naturally did not know this. Zambu Haolin nodded and said, in the past, this starfield had other names, but as time passed, it has been forgotten. Everyone who mentions that starfield will call it the Nephers starfield. Zambu Haolin's expression became solemn. I suggest that when you go to that starfield, it's best to bring fewer heaven realms with you. Why? Chen looked at her in confusion. That starfield is different from the starfield here. They are already considered the central region of the star path. The killings there are more cruel, and there are many forces. Most importantly, they belong to the radical faction of the star path. They have a natural hatred for existences from life stars. As long as the two sides meet, only one person can survive, Zambu Haolin said. There is such a place. Doesn't that mean that starfield is the end of the road for cultivators from life stars? Chen said with a surprised expression. It's true. As far as I know, after so many years, not many cultivators from the life stars could cross that star area and get to the deeper area. Even if they did, they were the best of the best. Zambu Haolin nodded and said, the forces of Sin Star area will send some people to monitor the void outside the star area. On the one hand, it's to deal with the fugitives. On the other hand, it's more to prevent the cultivators from the life stars from entering. When Chen heard this, his good mood started to dissipate bit by bit. He seemed to see many cultivators being cruelly killed in the outskirts of the star domain, forbidding them to take a single step forward. He said in a low voice, tell me how many forces there are in the star domain, and whether there are any saint rulers. There are 3 overlord forces in Sin Star area. They are the Bessie family, the Connor family, and the Norman family. In these 3 families, there are more than 10 saints, but they are all ordinary saints. There is no saint ruler. Zambu Haolin shook her head and said, now, whether there are any saint rulers on this star path is another matter. It is said that those experts were all killed by your teacher. Until now, there has been no news about saint rulers on this star path. There are also some rumors that the reason why Sin Star area hates people from life stars so much is because of your teacher's massacre that year. Chen nodded and said indifferently, it will be easier if there are no saint rulers. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Since he had come to the star path, he had to do what he could. What? Do you want to attack the 3 families? Seeing the murderous intent in Chen's eyes, Zambu Haolin said, I advise you not to have such thoughts. It's not just the 3 families that are against you. The other alien races are the same. That place is a land of sin, a paradise for all the radicals. If you want to use the same method, it won't work. At that time, you will know that the enemies you are facing are not just the 3 forces, but all the lives in the star area. Chen smiled coldly and said, so what? If worse comes to worst, we'll just annihilate that star region and completely sink it. If a star area disappears completely, it will attract the attention of the existence in the depths of the star area. To you, the loss outweighs the gain, reminded Zambu Haolin. Chen already knew that this was just the beginning of the star path. There was no way back. If he wanted to return to the Heaven Martial continent, he had to go deeper. Anyway, he had to go deeper. The Sin Star area was a tumor that targeted life stars. He had to remove it. However, considering what Zambu Haolin had said, Chen had to face this problem seriously. Thus, he decided to go deeper. He didn't want to take everyone with him. Moreover, the other half of the universe origin cauldron was still here. He couldn't abandon this place. Thus, Chen decided to leave some people behind and take the others with him. Of course, those who stayed behind were the alien space pirates who were willing to follow him. Chen only took 20 of them. He would take the rest of the slaves he had rescued. Among the Glory Clan and the Moon Clan, Chen would also choose some of the stronger ones. His purpose this time was to fight. 5 days later, while Chen was arranging people, Zambu Haoming came to the Moon City again. This time, he met with Chen smoothly. The two of them reached an agreement. A few days later, 3 Heaven Realm experts from the Zambu family came to the Moon City. They respectfully met with Chen. Then, the 3 of them stayed behind. Zambu Haoming and Zambu Haochu returned to their family. Zambu Haolin was familiar with the Sinstar area, so she stayed behind to guide Chen. Chen led the thousands of people. After reorganizing, they set off for the Sinstar area. It was worth mentioning that Ming Yu didn't leave. She chose to stay in the Moon City. Chen's clone, who could refine Saint Crystals, stayed with the Void Monarch Tree and the Heaven Realm experts who had obtained Saint Crystals and were still refining them. In addition, Chen also left behind some people he had specially selected to refine Saint Crystals. With Ming Yu and the furnace here, Chen wasn't worried about being attacked by external forces. Thus, it was safe enough. After they left, a total of 6 saints left the Zambu Star area. They led an army of cultivators and began to enter the Dei Star area. The Zambu family, which had been stable for many years, began to occupy this star area. There were no more saints in this star area. The 2 who had escaped had already migrated with their families 10 years ago. Therefore, with 6 saints overseeing the star area this time, their entry into the star area went very smoothly. The only difficulty was the subsequent unified management, which was a very long process. The 3 Saint Crystals and the friendship with Chen had been exchanged for the Zambu family's invasion. Of course, the Zambu family had to provide the resources needed to refine Saint Crystals. No matter how one looked at it, the Zambu family had profited from such a deal. However, Chen had other considerations. At the moment, he had already left the Dei Star area. On the way to the Sin Star area, there were no teleportation arrays. The only way to move forward was to rely on his own ability or aircraft to fly. These 2 star fields were separated by a vast void space. Even with Chen's speed, it would still take him nearly a month to reach the nearest planet. If he used a special aircraft, the time would be shortened a lot. Chen and his people were still in the cauldron of all things. Beside him were Brilliant, Xing Chen, Zambu Haolin, Huan Kai, and the other 2 saints. As they moved forward, their saint aura did not spread. The aura of a life star could be easily detected. About 2 days later, they saw an aircraft that looked like a rock flying directly towards them. Soon, the aircraft arrived in front of them. A dozen alien race Heavenly Realm Masters appeared, led by a half-saint. Kill. His gaze swept across the crowd, deliberately pausing on Brilliant and Zambu Haolin for a moment. The half-step saint gave such an order without the slightest intention of speaking nonsense. These people had cold expressions. They all rushed forward with their heavenly weapons, surging with cold murderous intent. Then, Xing Chen released his saint aura. These people's expressions changed drastically. That half-saint cried out in alarm, "Run! He's a saint!" Swoosh! 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 Huan Kai and the other 2 saints had already made their moves. Their saint power surged, and the battle quickly ended. The group successfully obtained an aircraft. Zambu Haolin told them that this aircraft had a positioning function. Soon, other alien race cultivators would come. Sure enough, after only half a day, 2 aircraft approached them. Then, a group of foreign beings flew out of the aircraft, led by 2 half-sages. It seemed that there was a half-saint leader in such an aircraft. There was no suspense in this battle. All the foreign races that came were killed. Even the 2 flying machines were destroyed by Huan Kai. Next, the 3 of them continued to move forward in the aircraft. Along the way, they were ambushed several times. During this period, the 2 sides did not exchange many words. They did not even exchange a few harsh words. When they met, the only thing they said was to kill and then to die. Huan Kai and the other 2 were not polite. Saints heaven-severing realm masters did not let anyone go. According to Chen, as long as they could come, they would continue to kill until no one dared to come here. After killing more than a dozen half-saints, they finally saw a larger aircraft. In this aircraft, there was a false saint. The false saint stopped Zichen and the others. After leading them out of the aircraft, he looked at Zichen and the others and said coldly, "What the hell is going on? Recently, these guys from the Lifestar have all become troublesome. I have to deal with them personally." The false saint vented his dissatisfaction. Zichen, who was in front of him, was slightly moved. He stared at the false saint and heard other meanings from his words. Chapter 2204. Looking at him, Zichen said coldly, "Are there others here?" "Humph." The false saint snorted at Zichen and said, "No, they're all dead." Zichen looked at him and smiled faintly. "What? You don't believe me?" The false saint looked at Zichen strangely. "I don't believe you." Zichen answered calmly and did not attack immediately. Although the false saint in front of him was the only one he had seen in this star area, he felt that this false saint talked too much. "We've been besieging them for half a year. Do you think they're still alive?" The false saint said sarcastically. "There are a lot of them. As far as I know, no one has come to this star area in recent years." Zichen's words did not include the alien race, and the alien pseudo-saint could also understand. He said sarcastically, "Do you think all the people who come here are from other star areas? Idiot, this is also a reception area. Many people who entered the star path will appear here out of thin air." Hearing this, Zichen's pupils shrank slightly. The expressions of Xingchen and the others also changed. In this way, the people who had just entered the star path would appear here. Then, they, who had no knowledge of the star path, would have no chance of winning once they encountered these people. It wasn't hard to imagine how many cultivators from the life stars had been killed in this place during the endless years. "I see." Zichen nodded to show that he understood. He was more certain of what to do next. "Do you know why I'm talking to you so much?" the false saint asked again. Zichen nodded and said, "I know. You're stalling for time. Now there are 2 aircraft like yours flying this way. There should be 2 false saints on them." The false saint's expression changed and he said in surprise, "You can sense it." Zichen did not speak. What responded to the false saint was 3 powerful saint auras. Sensing the 3 pure saints' auras, the fake saint's face was full of horror. He looked at Zichen in disbelief and said in a trembling voice, You. The other alien races who followed this false saint were so shocked that they couldn't say a word. Huan Kai and the other 2 rushed up. Zichen's indifferent voice rang out, "Leave a few behind." The false sage was directly killed without any suspense, leaving behind 3 outsiders who were clearly terrified. However, to Zichen's surprise, they didn't beg for mercy. 2 aircraft appeared in his line of sight. Xingchen sneered and flew forward. When the fake saint on the aircraft saw this scene, he was so scared that he turned the aircraft around and ran away. A moment later, 2 loud explosions rang out in the sky. The 2 aircraft exploded, and all the cultivators inside died. At this moment, Zichen was searching his soul. His face was expressionless, and the aura around him was becoming more and more oppressive. These days, many cultivators from the life stars appeared. The 2 sides had a fierce battle and killed many people. However, in the first person's memory, Zichen only saw these memories and did not find anything useful. Then, Zichen began to search the second person's memory, and then the third person. In the third person's memory, Zichen found a familiar figure. Looking at the figure covered in blood, Zichen cried out involuntarily, "Man Shi." It had been more than half a year since they entered this area. In the beginning, they suffered heavy losses. Gradually, they adapted to the rules of this world. Man Shi and the others paid the price of more than 100 Heaven Realm cultivators. Among them, there was no lack of geniuses from big families. Among them, the experts of the Dragon Clan and the Rock Clan had all died in battle. The strongest among them, Long Yang, died in battle to cover their escape. Among the people of the 5 Elements family, only Tu Yi was left. In addition, there were 33 people left alive in this team that had been given a mission. 15 of them were lightly injured, 5 of them were seriously injured, and 3 of them were seriously injured. The remaining 10 people had more or less wounds on their bodies. The wounds on Man Shi's body were even more shocking. There was a deep cut on his back and chest that exposed his bones. At this moment, Mansha was holding a non-attributed crystal in his hand, slowly absorbing the energy inside. The reason why he was absorbing so slowly was that besides the injuries that affected his absorption, this resource was not easy to come by. More importantly, he could not waste it. Ever since they looted a trading ground 3 months ago, they had used up more than 90% of their resources in the continuous siege. The remaining resources were barely enough to sustain their consumption. Among them, those who were seriously injured had voluntarily stopped absorbing energy in order to save some resources. A Heaven Realm cultivator wearing a battle armor full of sword marks came to Mansha's side and sat down. Looking at the planets in front of them that seemed close but were actually far away, he said, "Our resources are almost gone." Mansha's hand that was holding the non-attributed crystal trembled slightly. He stopped absorbing energy, opened his eyes, and carefully put the crystal away. Now, the energy in his body had recovered by nearly 50%, but he did not dare to continue absorbing. Hearing the Heaven Realm cultivator's sigh, Mansha was stunned. To be honest, he was not good at making arrangements, nor was he good at using his brain. The only thing he was good at was fighting. Now, the problem was getting more and more troublesome. Mansha also felt that his head was getting bigger and bigger. He thought that if Zichen was here, he would be able to give everyone a chance of survival. Shuntian, who was treating the injuries of the others, also came over. His condition was better, but there were still several wounds on his body. Usually, these wounds could be completely healed with just a strand of energy, but in this place, energy was too precious, and there was no room for waste. Along the way, because of the lack of energy, many people's injuries became more and more serious. In the end, they stayed and perished together with the foreign races. I have discussed with the other 3. The pursuers will be here soon. We can't delay any longer. You take your people and leave. The 4 of us will stay. The young man who spoke was called Luo Ang. He was from the Luo family of the 3rd continent of the Zhonwu continent. Back then, this family had almost become a joke in front of Zichen. What nonsense are you talking about? No one can stay. If we want to leave, we will leave together, Mansha said coldly. If this continues, no one can leave. Now is not the time to be emotional, Luo Ang said lightly. Can we leave if we leave you behind? Look, we left so many people behind along the way, but in the end, we still can't escape. The enemy wants us to be like this. He also knows that we will be like this sooner or later, until the last person is left behind. Although he lowered his voice, Mansha's excited words still spread out, and it attracted the attention of the others. This is the best way for now. Maybe we won't survive in the end, but aren't we still alive? As long as we are alive, there is hope, Luo Ang said. Mansha grabbed him by the collar and said, "You said it yourself. As long as we are alive, there is hope. Then why should we stay and die?" Shurantiao already said that if we go to that star field, there might be a chance of survival. However, given the current situation, everyone will die before we can successfully reach that star field. No, we are getting fewer and fewer people. We can't leave anyone else behind. Let's go. Let's go now. Mansha stood up and walked towards the heavily wounded. He carried a person on his back and said, "Everyone, we have too few people, we can't carelessly abandon them. If we're going to die, let's die together." That's right. Leave no one alive. Shurantiao came forward and carried the second injured person on his shoulder. At this moment, the 2 of them had the same thought. If this was Zichen's team, they believed that Zichen would definitely not let these people, who had gone through thick and thin with him, stay behind in such a situation. The group soon set off and flew in the direction of the Dei starfield. Although they had snatched the aircraft, they had all been destroyed after suffering several losses and knowing that there was something else in these aircraft. Half an hour later, a team composed of 2 false saints came to the void where Mansha and the others had stopped. One of the false saints withdrew his spiritual thoughts and pointed in a certain direction, saying, "There is still a remnant aura here. They are going in this direction. Everything is as expected. Let's continue to chase. I believe they won't last long." The second false saint snorted coldly and then chased after them, but his speed was not fast. Although the team they were chasing was only in the heaven realm, these people were very strong. They had killed 2 false saints and even more half-saints. During this period, they had also looted a trading place. In desperation, the 2 false saints chose to chase after them in a purely exhausting way. Although this method could not achieve success quickly, fortunately, no one had died during this period. In the process of chasing, they could also sense that this team was getting weaker and weaker. At the very least, they had killed 3 groups of people who had been actively abandoned. If this continued, these people would be exhausted to death sooner or later. These 2 false saints were full of confidence, but they did not know that somewhere behind them, there was a powerful team rushing over here. And their reinforcements were also disappearing. There is another team in front. Sitting in the false saint aircraft, Xing Chen pointed somewhere ahead and said, "Swoosh." A holy light flashed, and the aircraft arrived in front of the false saint aircraft at a speed that was close to teleportation. Then the aircraft opened, and Xing Chen, Huan Kai, and the other 2 flew out of it. After a while, half of these people died, and the other half were captured. Soul search. After capturing these people, Zi Chen began to search their souls mercilessly, and his speed was very fast. He forcibly read these people's memories, just to find out about Man Shi. After the soul search, these people's souls would collapse and die. During the soul search, Xing Chen controlled the aircraft to move forward at full speed. After the soul search, Zi Chen pointed in a certain direction and said, "This direction, limit speed." From the information obtained from the soul search, Zi Chen could sense that Man Shi's situation was very bad at the moment, and in addition to Man Shi, Shun Tian was also in the team. He could not understand why these people came to the star path. Could it be that something happened to the Zhanwu continent and it had completely fallen? What about the others?